live streaming now, even though I don't have anything near me by which to speak through. So I'm trying to correct that right now by bringing this up here. And this will probably succeed in knocking me off completely, as it always does. So let's see if we can survive this. And it's the usual frustrations with just trying to get started during the night. And the question is whether we'll make it through. All right. Certainly, I'm not really fit to be here, but then I never am. And we'll just take it from here as far as we can. Let's see if we can bring somebody else on call. Okay. And we'll start, of course, with the obvious with Jameson.
Hello.
Okay, my main man, we are live, and I'll be counting on you to hold the opening hour. Let's try and see if we can bring some other people on, of course. We're going to try for our man, Mr. Pac-1 Morales, as well as the Mr. Isaac Romero. I doubt that Pac-1 will be able to join us, but let's try, and let's hit Isaac. And just back, as you might imagine, because it was Confucius's birthday yesterday. A very important holiday in Taiwan, and of course in all the Chinas, as I've said. But okay, let's try Amanda Ute and see if we can add her. And if anyone can come on, then that's great. Otherwise, we'll bring Peter on at the regular time. Isaac says he's unavailable. And okay, all right, do me a favor and just start taking it away. Keep everything going.
All right, folks. All right, so it is the 29th of September, 2021, or shall I say 2012? Because, you know, honestly speaking, the atmosphere around here seems more like 2012 than 2021, to be honest. If you just flip the two, if you just move the two in play, you know, just flip the 2 and 1, you know, you pretty much got 2012. This is literally seems like a year of the apocalypse or something or another, or some great change. Of course, no great change comes without its sacrifices, and those are usually going to take, unfortunately, they've been many species that have been dying off over the planet. You got dozens of the species dying off every day, but it's reached the point where it's just ridiculous. Honestly, you know, I have to say, I would rather see humanity go than see some of these little critters die.
I've felt the same way, to be honest. I mean, I think many of us feel that way. There are way too many people, and not enough of these precious animals. So many of them. But by the way, keep going. You're doing fine.
All right. So, what I could
and don't forget to push the book, promote the book.
Oh yes, folks. Please do head to Skybooks USA and purchase a copy of Roswell in the Demystification of World War II and Vampirology. Roswell in the Demystification of World War II gives all the evidence you never knew existed of how America got its ass handed to it in World War II. Yes. And so don't let the History Channel, Smithsonian, and all those other fucking TV channels that are made just to placate fat old people. I mean, honestly, don't let that stuff seep through your brains, because it's just trash.
Yes.
And unfortunately, we also have a lot of these people running around YouTube. What will I call them?
Well, they're really just propagandists, but
yeah, propagandists.
Yeah.
These are history shills like the Dark Channel, the Dark Age, and all these other people claiming to be like these eggheads who are supposed to be like smart and talk about all these different types of facts and whatnot, yet they never go into things that are like just right out in the open. Everything they do is propaganda for like the freaking Mimo nanny sec, which is your military industrial complex with every other umbrella under it, from entertainment to education to, of course, the atomic nuclear stuff and all that other stuff. Because honestly, their fixation on nuclear stuff is just sickening.
It is. It's cultic. Yes.
It's beyond cultic, and you know, it seems like it's almost, it borders on worship of the, you know, split. They just worship this shit.
They do.
And it's just not necessary. It causes there are many things that we can tap into within the Earth itself, and within the dual planetoid Theia within it.
Yes.
That can generate energy without using petroleum and without radiating ourselves to death.
Yes.
But nobody wants to do this stuff because money. Because our world is run by a bunch of greedy white guys who just, the only thing they can do, they can't get it up anymore, so all they can do is just make more money and throw it in your face. Look at what I got. I got 500 cars, and I got my 501st car. It's like, dude, you can't even get it up in the morning.
Yes.
What the hell are you proud of?
That's right. Oh my God. It's very sad. So do go on. I mean, we're on a roll here, and
I mean, yeah, they're literally running this world into the ground. Now, there are a few articles I'll go over like a little later on in the program, but R. Kelly finally got convicted.
Oh yes, yes. Tell. Yes.
Oh my God, this
Celebrate.
This horrific piece of shit. You know.
Oh my God.
And the thing is, you know, people are now starting to realize that no one wanted to really take any action against him, because these were black women who were being assaulted, because these were, you know, black women, and you know, they're looked down as less than human. So it's like, you know, to white folks, it's like, oh, who cares, just some nigger bitch, you know. That's what happens in their minds, and it's really messed up. You know, but hopefully someone will stab that motherfucker in jail, and he will bleed out, and his guts will be spilled all over the prison floor.
Yes.
That's what I'm hoping for. I mean, well, more likely than not, they probably have him in solitary, because there's probably a lot of people who want to just like
well, unfortunately, if he's wealthy enough, he may go to one of those lighter prisons, but we'll find out. I mean, that may not be the case. So we'll see what happens. Or
I
whether
don't know. He's still. I mean, he was still living in Brooklyn. I mean, come on. He's not. There's no freaking way he's. I mean, despite how much money he has, he probably spent it all with soundproofing and all this other fucking twisted shit that he had to spend money on, so that no one can hear the cries of the women he was sexually abusing. Yeah. As these predators so often do.
Right. I mean, what I mean to say is that you know, we don't know what kind of prison he's going to go into based on his income, but maybe if he goes into one of the harsher prisons, he can still pay his way into solitary. Like you say, he might purchase solitary.
Yeah, I mean, they would probably be forced to put him there anyway because of all the death threats he'll get.
Yeah. Because
there's a lot of guys in prison who have daughters. There's a lot of guys who have kids, you know, and they don't really look, I mean, not many of them are going to be too happy to hear that this dude is, screwing around with 14, 13-year-old girls. Then again, some of those guys in prison were doing the same shit. So, I mean, it's a mixed bag.
Right. And it's one of those things where we could go into that more, but right now I'm going to let you handle it. You're doing well enough. And in terms of, however, what comes to my mind when we speak of such things is, we've talked before about how these kinds of child predators are protected by a lot of the female prison guards in prison who become very protective of them. And that may happen with him. We'll see what happens. It's going to be, let's see what happens now. And but the cause to celebrate is at least he's publicly condemned. And that's going to dirty him.
Yes.
He's dirtied goods now. He's not going to be commercially viable. So
he's commercially, they're like pretty much shutting their people, everyone's distancing themselves from him, as they should.
Yes.
I mean, and as they should have done with Bill Cosby. Oh my God, those Jello commercials are just nauseating.
Oh, yes. Oh my God.
Looking back at that turns my stomach, honestly speaking.
Yes.
All right, so among many of the species that have gone extinct, we have 22 species, including the ivory-billed woodpecker. I mean, this is pretty sad. Most of these are birds that have gone extinct, and honestly, it's not just our climatological bullshit that has driven them to extinction. It's also the fact that we release all these feral cats, which,
Yes.
honest to God, I love my cats. I love cats in general, but you can't just, you can't keep feeding them and have them running around all over the place, just reproducing like all the time, because they're just going to kill off all the birds, and they don't eat them. They're smart enough not to eat them. They're smart enough not to eat. Honestly, they're smart enough not to eat mice when they kill them, because they know that they'll get rabies. Although sometimes they do if they're really desperate, and that's how we get the, what do you call it? The that parasite, toxoplasmosis.
Yes.
Yeah. Which supposedly 50% of Americans have anyway.
40 million Americans have that, all of them women, because men are immune to it. And yet you see some men behave as if they have it. The men who reek of cat urine, and their lives are dedicated to their cats. So who knows whether it's really that,
Honestly, I think the women, at least, I would say that the men act like they have it.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe that's just the result of having two testicles hanging beneath your legs. I mean, because dudes act so stupid. I mean, and it's like it's never necessary. It's like excessive, and it's just like, it's never really necessary. It's the posturing, the alpha, I'm this, I'm that, I'm that. It's like, dude, calm down. It's not high school anymore. But of course, for them, every day is pre-K.
Yes. It's very frustrating. In terms of, let's see now. Today is Crystal River's birthday. Do give her a shout out, and certainly I will later. We're going to dedicate today, because Crystal's not with us, we're going to dedicate today to John Warrington for all that he's done concerning preservation of my archives. So this episode's dedicated to John Warrington. And for those, I found out now, I asked him, who it was his brother was stalking. It wasn't Heidi Klum. It was someone else. It was, she looks pretty much like Heidi Klum, so I could see where I kept making that mistake. But let me take a look if I can find it here. Who our man Jonathan Warrington, his brother, was stalking. By the way, there's nothing funny about this, but it's actually, I'm sorry, it's very funny. Kate Moss, his brother was stalking Kate Moss to the point where they got a restraining order against him and stuff done. So there you have that. And with that, I don't know if Kate Moss rings any bell with you.
Yeah, she does. I remember the name. I'm just not.
Another runway model. So
Okay.
Heidi Klum and Kate Moss look very much alike. I mean, because runway models for the longest time looked very much alike. They were basically, anorexic and or borderline, and just walking that runway with what they were dealing with. By the way, for all of you who don't get it yet, why I'm so fucked up right now. I mean, I always am fucked up, right? But I mean, why I'm really fucked up right now is because it was Confucius's birthday yesterday, which is a national holiday in Taiwan. By the way, it's very confusing because communist China went through a phase where they were trying to override all traditions and create basically a terminal society that was stripped of all inheritance. And then they began to basically reglean or try to rehabilitate in their own manner or fashion certain historical figures, and Confucius was one of them. And they do this by making the claim that he was somehow an early revolutionary, some bullshit like that. It's all incredibly stupid. And then they kind of celebrate his birthday as well, but they don't count it as an official holiday. So it's just a very confusing topic altogether. And but everybody celebrates it, but no one really acknowledges it. In some China's, Hong Kong always celebrated it, had it as officially basically Confucius-Day. In Taiwan, where Confucianism is the state religion, they began to call it Teacher's Day. And this is because, of course, he is the paragon of all teachers. And so that is something that my son is kind enough to consider myself the ultimate teacher. And in that sense, he, certainly helps me celebrate it. So there we go from there. And from there...
Well, sir, I also consider you a teacher as well. Before listening to your transmissions, my occult practice was hit or miss. It was like 50-50. But once I listened to you, and once I listened to once it clicked, the grammars, the spelling, now things are like pretty proficient. I say I get results within the real world pretty often. It's pretty rare. It's pretty rare that I do. It's pretty rare that I don't hit my mark.
Well, see what you can do against the gang stalkers. We've got gang stalker bots, and the bots are already attacking, so they outnumber all of the upvotes by 2-1. So we've had 14 downvotes already compared to the 8 putting their votes up. Do put an upvote to stand against the agents of chaos, the cultists of the kings of Edom. And these are people that I've been exposing throughout my life. And they are your enemy. Understand that much. They are out to destroy all life on Earth. So if you don't comprehend that after everything that I've explained, then you're not comprehending the situation at all. So if I'm to teach anybody anything, it's exactly what these individuals who are putting the down votes don't want you to know. And that is the fact that they are out to kill you and all of yours, to eliminate all life from the surface of the earth. They would eliminate it under the surface of the earth if they could, but they don't have that power. At any rate, they attack with every episode. And, of course, this is to prevent the episode from being distributed. Understand that YouTube runs on a popularity aggregate. So it takes your upvotes for this episode to be seen at all. What they can do is, if they get enough downvotes to overwhelm people who are apathetic and they're not putting in the upvotes, then YouTube is going to consider this not popular enough to disseminate, and there will be no circulation of the video in the normal sense that a video is circulated. So it's this kind of aggregate that enables the cult of the kings of Edom to control all media. In this way, they can aggregate anybody down that they seek to aggregate down, and they can uplift all of their own, which is why the scum rises to the top in this world of media. And the only way you can combat it is to upvote and render as upvoted as much as possible every episode that I host. So everybody unite in that effort and make certain to get your upvotes in immediately, and strike hard, strike fast, and keep on striking. And remember to keep checking to see if your upvote stays, because oftentimes you'll enter an upvote and it will disappear. So you've got to keep at it and understand this war is unending. These people will always be there. And they, at some point when we establish the right kind of state that can deal with them, they will become less of a threat, more of an insurgency. Right now, they are your government. They effectively run your military-industrial complex, which is your 1%. If you want to know what the 1% is, don't look at the businessmen or the goddamn bankers or any of these people. Don't look at Hollywood or the politicians. None of those people are the 1%. The 1% is your goddamn military, which is what all you idiot Americans keep worshipping. And until you stop worshipping your goddamn military, chaos will reign and ultimately destroy all life on Earth. They're proceeding now with the 6th mass extinction. We are in the midst of the mass sacrifice of all life on Earth. So until you comprehend that and do your bit against it, it will succeed. And what will happen will be, quite simply, all of us are going to die. Your children, your loved ones, everyone and everything you've ever cared about. Bear that in mind and strike against it by siding with myself. You can start with that goddamn upvote. From there, we'll turn you back to our man Jameson Reese for now.
Oh yes, they have me on another 30-day suspension.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I'll explain to you folks what happened. Basically, a friend, I hazard to call them a friend, in the literal sense. They're just an electronic person who I've known for some time, and have posted stuff. You know, it's just like the banter that goes back and forth between comments on, Facebook. That's not really friendship. That's just like a loose acquaintanceship. Anyway, so this chick decides to post this like anti-vax stuff, like, if the vaccinations are working, then why are the numbers still going up? And so what I did was I said, well,
because all the fucking vax resistors.
Yeah, that's what I said. And then they said and then someone else put a comment that said, well, there's more people who are vaccinated than the people who are resisting. But the number is
by about 1%. Yeah,
it's a very, very close number. And so what I basically said was, Well, it's because Americans are just so fucking stupid that they don't, you know, they they're just too fucking stupid to get it. And Facebook, apparently, they have it out for me. They took that as a hate speech,
Of course.
and they have me locked up for 30 days
Yes, well,
for
there you
something
go.
that simple, something that, you know, a simple observation,
Yes.
a simple matter of opinion. So I'm one of the people who is heavily suppressed. They've successfully, they successfully have put me under a shroud. So no one will ever find me. No one will ever find my work. No one will ever find anything, you know, be it YouTube, be it Facebook, be it anything, because they literally have me under a freaking shroud.
Well, there you have
And you know, that it does get to one at some point, because it's like you know, what they're basically doing is they're suppressing my freedom to express myself, and permitting people who are worse to express themselves, so long as it's with their agenda or their views. And what this does is it causes, for an artistic person, it's like being put in the slammer.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
if your work's never seen by anyone, things become really dark when you're an artist, because the artist has to create, and in order for the creation to, you know, the creation has to be observed by others.
Yes.
And so they've essentially just they've clipped my wings.
Yes. Yes. Well, there you have it. And I know the feeling. This is what they do, of course. What they thrive off of is choking everyone. That they suppress. There is no freedom of speech. So anybody who talks about the military fighting for you, defending your right to free speech, this is whenever I expose the military on these ambushes, and they'll say, "Yeah, if they weren't defending you, you couldn't be talking like you are now." It's bullshit. There is no goddamn First Amendment except for the haters and the gang stalkers and the cultists of the kings of Edom. Certainly, I myself am suppressed in every way imaginable. Take a look at them. They put all those thumbs down, and that prevents the video from disseminating, from being distributed by YouTube in any way, shape, or form. So until you get enough upvotes to overwhelm that completely, no one's going to see the episode. So that's suppression. And all the rest of what they say about freedom of speech is just a crock of shit. The only people who have the freedom to speak are the haters and the hate mongers, the people who constantly spread their shit that causes people to commit themselves to mass shootings and mass murder. But to expose them, of course, you know, take it from there. It's
we may as well be in former Soviet. We may as well be in the Soviet Union
or communist China, yeah,
or communist China with the way things are, because you know, they just what's the difference?
There is none, effectively, in terms of the
difference.
ability to speak.
So all those people who talk about, like, well, you're an American. In America, you get to. No, in America, it's just about, you know, in America, the people who are speaking up about that American bullshit are white males.
Yes.
And they just want you to kiss their fucking asses.
Yes.
And
it's the same shit all day, white grievance. Go on.
And once you let it be known that you're not going to do that, they'll turn all their whipping boys and slaves loose to assault you.
Oh yes.
And I mean, they'll have at you. They'll they'll even try to, you know, run you down with their fucking cars.
Yes, yes. By the way, that's not paranoia. That happens. Certainly, it's happened to me more than once in my life.
They've tried, and I noticed, like, you know, it's always like it's almost weird. It's like I'm walking down the street, not a car for miles. All of a sudden, a swarm of cars,
Yes. Yeah.
and always one asshole in a car has, for some reason, he's driving. His car has to come closer to where I'm walking, and it's like, what the fuck is this? Am I like a black hole? Do I have like my own field of gravity that's pulling this car towards me? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, it
That
makes sense.
motherfucker wants to
Of
kill me.
course, it's terrorism. And the attempt is to intimidate you, and if you happen to die in the process, that's just a bonus. So this is all quite true, and this is unfortunately not something that I would want to dwell on. It's something that when I educate the public about these sorts of things, I do so reluctantly. I'd much rather be talking about anything but that. That's the last thing on earth I want to speak about. Nevertheless, it's an inescapable topic simply because if people aren't made aware of this, then they're not going to understand what's going on in this world. So my job is, of course, to educate. Certainly, that's why my son considers me a teacher. And with that, let's take a look in the live stream. And then I'll see if I can, now that I've got the hyperlinks up, some of the other stuff up. Shane Bridges says, good evening. PSYOP within the PSYOP. Marcus Grick says, hey guys, world is going to shit. The drums of war are beating. Yes, they feel that in Australia, most certainly. Francis Williams says, good evening, DD and Jameson. Pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to have you, Francis Williams. CK says, I heard someone say that 7 to 10 people are NPCs clones. What do you think, DD? I'm trying to remember who NPC is.
An NPC is a non-playable character in a video game.
Yeah, normally, but she's not using it in that context, is she?
I think so.
I heard someone say that 7 to 10 people are NPCs clones.
I mean, that makes sense, honestly speaking.
It does?
Yeah, those are the amount of people who are just so batshit dumb that they'll just, go with the program. Just because everyone else is doing it, that's probably the percentage of people who are just follow the leader.
Oh, right. No. That's it could be that. Let's, you've heard what he said, CK. If that's what it means, then go ahead and let us know. I don't think that's what she meant. I could see why you see it in that context. But, in the end, does it really matter?
No, it doesn't.
Sometimes some of the people in the chat room are, they're there and they're not,
Sometimes they're like having acid trips and they're like, oh my gosh,
yes,
my frog Grover here is saying, spit up the purple lemonade.
Yes,
it's like random stuff.
I heard some keyboarding. Is that Peter has joined us or what? I usually hear that when he joins us. Was that you? The keyboarding?
That is not me.
Oh, interesting. Wonder what that was.
But I am hearing it.
Okay.
I am hearing it.
Okay, so then it's either Peter or they're getting really sloppy, the guys who are keying into, listening to the, and it's like when you're being quote unquote wiretapped, they don't wiretap anymore because everything is wireless. But oftentimes this is what I used to hear when we had honest to God wires and there were honest to God wiretaps. You could hear the people who were tapping you. It would be almost impossible to avoid the mechanical noises. It was all supposed to become eliminated with new technologies, and yet we continue to hear that. And some people speculate, oh, that's because that's part of the PSYOP. They want to intimidate you by letting you know that they're listening in. And if so...
It's that goddamn fire hydrant, man.
Yeah, there you go. If so, what makes it so bizarre is the fact that I'm transmitting on bandwidth. It's not like they can't listen in just by tuning into a fucking laptop or their cell phone and just but both Jameson Reese and I heard the keyboarding, and that means out there you must have heard it. That means the listeners must have heard it. So there you have it. And neither one of us was keyboarding at the time that happened. So whatever you make of that, make what you will of that. But it's like these people habitually do what they do, which is to tune in as if it were a phone call or something private, even though it's not. And strangely enough, it probably has a feel to it. I mean, after a while, you just feel as if it's a private conversation, but that's the way it should be, because that's what makes it more comfortable and has the arc of narrative roll more smoothly. Aside from all of that, let me check around in the private messages, and hopefully our man Jameson can help keep us.
Yes, I'll keep things I'll keep things flowing. Yeah, it's that tapping. What they've also have been doing. What I've also noticed is video. Like if I have a certain amount of megabytes that I'm uploading a video to on YouTube, it would take a hell of a lot longer than it used to. So they've essentially, what they've done is they've slowed down my connection whenever I'm on.
Data suppression.
Yeah,
they've got data suppressors. I think that's what Techno Geek called it, or if that's what he calls himself. So in terms of, oh yes, of course, I've got a lot of people asking about the photograph, the image embedded in thumbnail of Livestream. No, that's not myself, nor is that my son. That is actually another one of my favorite blood boys. But the reason it's significant is because this Confucius-Day, I fitted him in my heirloom gird, what was gifted to me by my mother, among many other, of course, girds or outfits that are meant for the kind of sexual assassin that I was trained to be. This is something that I'll explain again in more depth when Peter Moon is with us, because that way I can just, explain it to everybody at once. No point in my repeating myself. So just everybody know that that's the basics. So we'll go further from there soon enough. Aside from that, take it away, Jameson, again. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, it seems like we're getting the news is finally starting to focus on La Palma, which is interesting, because I I didn't think they would actually get around to it
ever, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually quite cynical. Like I was so cynical that I thought, like, yeah, they'll get to it after the East Coast is already wiped out. But yeah, it's reaching that point. And they're telling people like to stay indoors and stuff. I'm like, why the fuck are there people still on the island?
Yeah, no, what the fuck, man?
Get them the hell off there.
Yes.
Get them out of there.
I mean, they said they were going to put protocols into effect. This is Spain. Spain's prime minister said they were going to put protocols into effect, which is a military term. I guess all they're fucking concerned about is military preparations for if the place blows and the civilians can, but to be fair, probably the Spaniards have a very pragmatic attitude about this, and probably could evacuate everyone, but probably have put out that offer, and most of the people have decided to say, no, we're going to stay. You get what I'm saying? So it's like either they force everyone.
If they're gonna...
Yeah, go on.
Well, then they can go down with the ship.
Yeah.
Like, essentially, yeah, like the dopes who run around in front of bowls and get gored to death. I mean.
Oh yeah, those people. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. What is that?
I don't know why the hell they freaking do that shit. I'm actually I'm always amused when I see the remains of a stupid ass man who just got like gored, or
you notice there's never any woman doing that shit.
No, there's never any women doing that shit. So that makes it all the more amusing.
Yes, I mean, you want to see them all get gored, all these dudes on the fucking street, and you want to see them just the bull just take them apart. I mean, this is like oh God, it's what they do, and what are you going to do about it? It's one of those things where you want it to continue. You want it to continue because it's Darwinian selection, right? I mean,
exactly.
They do say it's cruel to the bulls, But bullfighting is one thing, and I've never been. I mean, let's put it this way: I'm personally, my stance is that I like bullfighting. I was a very big fan of the female bullfighter. I was disgusted that sexism ultimately forced her to retire, but she had her day in the sun, and she will always be there in history, and hopefully more will follow her in the future. But as for bullfighting, I'd like it to continue simply because they do, after all, breed the bull. It's not like these are like wild or feral or nearing extinction. These are bred. They're bred animals. So
Yeah, they're bred for that
purpose.
purpose.
Yes. So since that is the case, it's not really anything negative by my standards, by my stance. So with that in mind, the what the Spaniards do with the bullfighting, the running with the bulls. There's some other culture that does some shit with them. But of course, the Minoans, the ancient Minoans, you can see that on their vases, their pottery. You can see the portilicos and the mosaics. They show them dancing with the bulls in the sense that their trip would be to have the bull charge them, and they would grab the bull by the horns and flip themselves over the bull. That's where we got the the saying, grab a bull by the horns. So there you have that. And of course, I don't have my voice, so I'll turn it back to Jameson.
Well, that's very interesting. Yeah, that is very interesting.
Well, thank you. I certainly want to share with you the fact that I was very fortunate in that searching for the Julian Jaynes and his breakdown of the bicameral mind, which covers the Minoans and their ancient civilization, which was the European Atlantis that vanished with the volcanic eruption on the island that destroyed Minoan civilization. It died with that eruption. That eruption truly changed the world. That was a part of what he said was the one of the major factors in the downfall of unconsciousness towards a sense of consciousness, because that exterminated half the human race at that time, that particular eruption. So in terms of trying to find the book, I did come across the book that I valued so much, Maps of the Mind, which I have a copy of somewhere in the basement of Beaver's apartment house that I just can't access easily. So I did find it online in a manner in which I can screenshot basically the entire contents of the book. If I do 20 pages a day for 12 days, I can screenshot.
Oh, like a PDF.
A PDF of
format.
Maps of the Mind, not Julian Jaynes' bicameral mind book, which is thousands of pages, but the Maps of the Mind is only a few hundred pages, but it includes a map of the mind based on the Julian Jaynes thesis of the breakdown of the bicameral mind. So he gives a good accounting for consciousness evolving only 3,000 years ago. I needed a summary. I needed a good summary. And this is something that I think is very important. By the way, the island was Thera, Thera, and these days the island is called Santori or Santorini or something. Santorini. It's called Santorini today, but there's a big hole in the middle of that island, and that's where the volcano erupted and blew out the center of Thera. Kind of like what might happen with La Palma.
Yeah. La Palma's probably that thing's probably gonna collapse. I don't know what they don't seem there are no plans to evacuate the East Coast if anything happens. We're just basically fucked. And again I've come to terms with it. My preference would be to be in the city when it happens, which is going to be the first place hit.
It wasn't your main preference to be on the ferry itself, so you could really ride the wave, so to speak.
Yeah. I mean, I'll die doing what I love rather than, than dying in agonizing pain due to radiation sickness.
Yes. And by the way,
the radiation sickness that's a nightmare.
Yeah. It was about a year ago today. that Pacuan Morelos' own teacher in his life, Luis Martinez, died. It was murdered, essentially. Very, very sad. And it's just, so I shared the memory of that on the Sora AOI timeline. And so hopefully Pacuan will see that. I'll try to bring that to his attention if we ever reach him. Other than that, of course, again, birthday of our dear Crystal River. Dedicating this episode, however, to John Warrington, who saved all of my archives before I stopped paying HostGator to maintain them. The archives you can now find will be on John Warrington's Maggot channel. For the older archives, going back a long way, you can check out as well the Odyssey.com, which of course is let me look that up and give you some of the details on that, because Odyssey.com it's an odd place. It's not easy to work with. And one of the things that John Warrington has emphasized is that basically, I'll express it the way he does in just a moment here. Basically, he said that the user interface on Odyssey is retarded. That's his word, and it's a good word for it. But Odyssey has no censorship. So the place to go to hit archives, to get my archives, would be ODYSEE, or Odyssey, obviously integrating the word C as in sight with Odyssey instead of the Odyssey of the Iliad, that came after the Iliad. Odyssey.com / @ with 2 G's, :E. So Odyssey.com / @ :E. That's how you'd get there. And then if you go to the channel, try to search for Douglas Dietrich on the search bar there, and it'll boost his credits anytime you're able to see a video. If you can't access the videos, let him know. I mean, all you need to do is communicate with him. He's known as the Maggot Man. You would communicate with him via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com / John.War. Facebook.com / John.War. You can send him private messages there and just tell him that you can't access the stuff at Odyssey, and he should be able to help you. But if you are able to see it, then it boosts his credits, which allows him to upload more shows. So were it no for he, nigh all the videographic works of myself would be lost. So he is invaluable, priceless, a human treasury, and with that we need money to be donated towards him. Let it be known you want the money to go towards buying an external hard drive to further save all of my shows in, and that would be you would provide him that via his paypal.me / Magator, which is spelled MAGGOTAUR. It would be the same case as with my PayPal. You would indicate friends and relations to prevent your contribution from being compromised. Otherwise, you could send send him money by clicking your own PayPal account page and entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And all of that will help. Say you want it to go towards the hard drive, external hard drive. And okay, aside from that, turning back towards Jameson Reese now, and take it away for a few more minutes.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to see if I can make an account for Odyssey. It does seem like they can offer you to use your YouTube account to sign in or something like that. Mm-hmm. So I certainly hope that the suppression won't occur there. But then, who knows? At this point, who cares? It is what it is. I'm literally a black sheep. I assure you, I am no one's sacrifice. That is not happening. So those mofos better get that through their skulls.
Yes, thank you. I'm not laughing at what you're saying at all. I was laughing because Marcus Grix was saying, "Ha DD, why is my face melting?" Not quite sure what's going on there down in Australia. But any rate,
if his face is melting, it could be due to too much marijuana. Because too much THC would do that. It'll make you feel like you're melting.
Right. Oh, and he does acknowledge that the keyboarding was heard over the stream. Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate that. And then CK says, I hear normies referred to as NPCs a lot. I agree. It doesn't matter. Just wanted to see what you thought about the statement. Love you guys. Thank you, CK. Deeply appreciate it. Okay, I get it now. So what CK was saying was that I heard someone say that 7 out of 10 people, as in the normative people, the munching herds of our population base, are NPCs, non-player characters / clones. In other words, like a matrix. Okay, so she was speaking in matricial terms, like the Matrix, that these are. Was that the case in the Matrix? Was that a lot of the people were just non-player characters, just not supposed to be?
There were people who were able, the agents, there were people that the agents were able to hijack. Mm-hmm. And I'll assume that once they hijack them, that that person would die in the real world, mm-hmm. because they just got hijacked by Mr. Smith. And I can't wrap my mind around how the hell they're going to make Matrix 4 without Mr. Smith or our favorite Lawrence Fishburne.
Oh my God! Why, are they dead or something? Those guys.
No. Some other guy's playing Morpheus. How the hell does that work? They have another black guy, another bald black guy.
What happened to the other bald black guy? He died or what? He just won't work with him anymore? It's kind of like the guy who played Red Skull. The German guy who played Red Skull hates the stupid company, Walt Disney or Marvel or whatever, and just said he's not going to work with him anymore. So,
well, what happened was Lawrence Fishburne said that the what do you call it, the Wachowski things never called him to
so in other words, they essentially ostracized him. They gave him the shaft. Okay. Their stupidity, their loss. I mean, when people begin to identify with characters, you don't want to do that. By the way, in terms of live stream, I want to thank CK. She says, I heard the typing. Yes, thank you. I believe CK is female, so correct me if I'm wrong on that. So hugs, kisses if you're female, and kisses to Sarah Thomas, who put 3 pink pulsating hearts. Hey, you honey. So glad you're joining us now. So I noticed with every upvote, people are putting in, they're trying to increase the downvotes. Again, that's part of the PSYOP. Just stand against them, and everybody put in an upvote, because the cultists of the Kings of Edom are here in force tonight, as always. And they're starting our transmission, trying to destroy all morale by hitting all the downvotes at once, because what that does is it prevents the episode from distributing. Understand, the YouTube works by an aggregate of popularity. If more people are downvoting the video, then people are upvoting it. YouTube definitely does not allow it to distribute because they feel something offensive is being said. So this is why the cultists of the Kings of Edom come in, and the Herodian insurgency slams it with downvotes right at the beginning of the transmission, so that nobody gets it distributed in terms of any notifications unless you come and look for it. So do understand that's what you've got to do. The nights that I'm on are Sundays and Wednesdays. Come here and click that upvote first thing, and get everyone else to do that. Get other people to hit it from different computers, different IP addresses, because that's what these fuckers are doing. And with that, of course, we've got a few minutes left before we try to bring Peter on. Definitely, I'll turn it back to Jameson because my voice is still not with me. May not even come back tonight. But definitely, I'm glad to be here. Well, kind of. I mean, of course, I'd rather be back at the estate.
Without a doubt. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, the what do you call it? The escorts, of course,
Yes.
are remarkably gorgeous.
Oh, bless you.
So,
Thank you. I mean, I've got a
no,
few
they
more
are.
photographs of that same escort. I should share them with you. I mean, because
Yes, yes, please do.
yeah, I don't publish the portfolios like I used to back on the where I would publish several photographs at a time, like I used to back in the day. But that was, of course, before that cunt Lena Shea came and had my original Douglas Dietrich timeline taken down from Facebook. Of course, I try to look at everything in the positive, and there was just too much time and energy being invested into that. So, it does spare me that feeling of obligation, that feeling of oblige towards maintaining it. Of course, I still have a feeling of obligation towards the Sora EOA timeline that she gifted myself. And who was it that reminded me of when you were talking about somebody and just these stupid people. You were talking about somebody that was he reminded me of Pavel Edward, and I forget why, but you were talking about that when we started out tonight. Just all the negative things about negative people, and that idiot came to mind. Where we, of course, had the offer of help from him, from Derek Talley, all these people. And by the way, Selena Kahn shared with myself, God bless her, shout out to her, that she caught both of those people at different times, basically communicating with Richard K. Cole Jr., in other words, reporting to him. I mean, at that point.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, and it's at that point. I hope people understand what I'm contending with. Obviously, I have no money to pay anyone. Therefore, when people come up and they help myself or offer to help myself, they're overwhelmingly suspect. Someone like Jameson Reese is different because obviously. For one thing, they did everything they could to try and get him off off of Team Dietrich.
They tried to get me out of. They just tried to get me out of there.
Yeah, very aggressively, and so there you have that. And okay, then we've got 5 minutes till we try and hit Peter up. Let's take another look at. So Sarah Thomas says, I share transmissions on Twitter. God bless you, honey. One of these days I'm going to try and get back on the Instagram. They keep telling me that they've got a new easy way to get people back on there. I'll see if I can, figure that out. Of course, that was established by Lena Shea, and she was maintaining it. So I have no idea how to get back in there. And I think our lady, Selena Kahn, may have the password and is able to maintain that. But, I'll have to ask her about, my getting back on there and maybe communicating with people on Instagram. And as for Twitter, that's just a totally alien environment to me. The problem is I would never be able to maintain the pace of constant communication that people expect on Twitter. So that's, because I drop off for days at a time. And most people they expect somebody to be on Twitter several times a day. Of course, some people, they're reporting everything they do all day. And by the way, shout out to Salman Sheikh. Salman Sheikh, of course, is in England, and he was traveling all over the place. And as always, showing off what he's eating, who he's eating with. That's cute. And like I said, we see him in front of all those landmarks, and the first stereotypical thought that comes to mind, because we're indoctrinated into this, is you see a Pakistani guy near an English landmark, and the first thing you think is, he's casing the joint to blow it up, right? Just horrible thoughts that enter unbidden into the mind like that.
Honestly, I wish I was there, man.
I don't blame you. No, it's
shit. I mean, it's welcome to the climate of the asininity of the people here in the U.S. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm sure they got their blokes as well, but
by the way,
comparatively.
Yeah, comparatively. By the way, Sarah Thomas says, nah, just posting transmissions is enough for Twitter. Thank you, honey. I'll bear that in mind. And with that, let me see if I can look up what our man George Knight had sent me. He had sent me something a while back that I do want to click on and respond to. Oh yes, also need to confirm Jamie Hamblin and his friend request there. Thanks to Jamie Hamblin. Let's see if that worked. Request accepted. And as for the George Knight, what you said about wishing you were in England, yeah, I do too, to a degree. But then again, like George Knight and everybody was mentioning, I mean, oh yes, and our dear friend from Romania was mentioning this. And let me go over to our dear friend in Romania so I can read what he said to people. So if I go over to the channel and click on our last transmission before tonight's, and everybody click an upvote there too if you have not, for all the reasons that I've articulated. First off, Moed Mechanics was saying, Mr. Dietrich, you made a very good point at 5 hours and 37 minutes. He's referencing the latest transmission before tonight, saying, you said it's like discarding the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and still claiming to be Muslim. Wow, you said it in one short sentence, and the same counts for the other religions mentioned too. We were talking about H.P. Lovecraft and how the cultists of the kings of Edom, in order to gain propriety over the anti-gods, are saying that they're rebuking H.P. Lovecraft constantly. You see that all over the internet, where people are saying we're calling out H.P. Lovecraft on his racism and we're rejecting him. In other words, they're trying to separate the quote-unquote Cthulhu mythos, the Herodian anti-gods, from the man who exposed them to the world.
He's the guy who created the entire thing. Without him, that entire, all those other writers who were writing those Lovecraftian horror, that wouldn't exist.
Yes.
I mean, for goodness sakes, separating the work of art from the artist. It's absurd.
It's part of the insanity of the times. And our Romanian friend, who once contributed to myself quite a bit of money, about something like $200 or $300 Romanian, he said, and his name, by the way, is Ungureanu Iulian, God bless him, and he says, speaking about England, the Brexit is now in full effect. No lorry drivers, petrol stations are empty, that means the gas stations, empty shelves, gas prices going high, this winter is going to be tough, and Boris wanted to be like Winston Churchill. Well, he will be like Winston Churchill. He'll be in a wartime type of scenario. And this is, of course, what was brought to my attention by George Knight, who is, of course, in England contending with these issues even as we speak. And yes, it's horrible. Just to put this into some perspective for people, and there's no real way I can truly put this into perspective for people. By the way, Peter Moon says he'll join us at 9 o'clock. So we've got another hour to try and hold it. In the meantime, with George Knight, when he said what he said, he was bringing my attention to, let's see the article he's got. Grant Shapps finally admits Brexit was a factor in the fuel crisis. So get this shit. Literally 2/3 of the gas stations in Britannia are on empty. There's no gas at 2/3 of the gas stations in Britain. Not that many people drive in Britain comparatively to the United States. There's people who live in Britain who do not own cars, but their lives are very restricted. This is why such a comparatively small place like England has such different cultures. They used to be in England what they called basically it was the bus. And the bus was something that you caught it or you were stuck where you were at throughout the night. They called it the 6 o'clock bus or something. Like, you had to catch the 6 o'clock bus. If you were like working in a different place from where you lived, you had to catch the bus before that certain hour. And if you didn't get it by that hour, then you were stuck there overnight. But in terms of the 6 o'clock bus, once they cut off that service, well, after that, things really changed in England. And this is why everyone basically moved to London. And everywhere else, you've got this kind of very, very, for lack of a better word, regional, localized, almost morbidly inbred kind of environment. And they all have these different accents. I mean, they're in England itself, they speak very different accents depending on where you're going. And you could be in different places outside of London and you won't understand a word they're saying. Where they're speaking Cockney, they may as well be speaking Chickasaw. They're just going on with a totally different expression of English. Theoretically, all of this was supposed to stop with mass media. But when they stopped the transportation, being easy in England, and not that it was easy, but it was better than nothing, and then they took it away and made it nothing. Then England really became, at this point, if things shut down where they have like all power stops for a while, and I'll tell you how bad it is already. John Warrington, who's managed to archive all my stuff. John Warrington has something like 2 hours of internet a day or something. It's like their internet, and he pays for it. He pays for it, and they get like 2 hours a day. Recently.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's something like that. It's like 2, maybe 4, 8 hours a day if he's lucky. But it's sporadic. It's very sporadic service, and there's no explanations. Though it's basically they don't have the energy distribution to do this, and yeah, it's I'm not kidding.
Okay, so I take that back. I in New York than in England.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, it's just I'll try and give people some hint of just how bad it's getting over there, but I think you're beginning to get the hint now. But it's definitely frightening times, and this is of course because they brought it on themselves, or rather, not they brought it on themselves, but rather half the population brought it on themselves. And this is because they are all they wanted Brexit, and it's all based on this pathological nostalgia that they were at war with France and England, and that they didn't want to be part of the European Union because that made them feel as if they were occupied or conquered by the French and the Germans, and so they wanted out of that. And well, all the stuff they got was from Europe. They've got nothing to replace that with. They thought that maybe the Commonwealth, the former Commonwealth, could replace it. It doesn't. It doesn't. It's just basically a situation that is untenable, and the end result is they're going to have to go to war to get what they want. Now, here we are. British Petroleum, BP, British Petrol, says nearly a third of its United Kingdom fuel stations are running on empty. This is the national gas company. These are, of course, the people who had the big oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. And the UK stations are all running dry as the trucker shortage has sparked the fuel crisis. And so the United Kingdom government, as of 24 hours ago, has been preparing to use army truck drivers. So here we are. The government insists that the United Kingdom is not facing a fuel shortage per se, but they simply have just 2/3 of their normal supply at gas stations. This sparked hoarding, and then this meant that the Petrol Retailers Association, which represents almost 5,500 independent outlets, confirmed about 2/3 of its members were reporting that their gas stations have run completely dry as everybody filled up their tanks and hoarded as much as possible because of what's going on now. So, and of course, the United Kingdom, to address the fuel shortages, suspended their competition law. And so I don't know how that's going to help. But obviously, this is I hope you're now getting some idea of, okay, this is how bad it is. Of 72 hours ago, 48 hours ago, 2 days ago, the United Kingdom put their troops on standby. So they're saying they're bringing in the army truck drivers to help ease the fuel supply problem, but really it's a cover for bringing in the army in case of mass rioting and panic erupts. Go on.
Yeah, it's reached the level of fever pitch desperation. People are reaching the point where they're going to start. Well, I remember back in the old days when you used to say every day when
Yes.
every day when you don't see raping, looting, and killing in the streets is a good day.
Yes.
That's where they're headed.
Yes.
Over there.
Yes. Thank you. This is where we're at now. And but the British had this fantasy about being back in wartime. They're going to get that feeling every day now. Yeah. And
they'll be at war with themselves, within themselves.
Yes.
That's the worst. That's the worst kind of war.
Yes, it's true. Really. It's true.
That's when a country hollows itself out and swallows itself
whole
and becomes just desolate.
Yes. By the way, Amy Comu, I hope I pronounced her name correctly. Amy Comu. She says, "Happy birthday, Crystal River." So bless her. And so in terms of hitting those upvotes, everyone, we're neck and neck with the cultists of the Kings of Edom now, the Herodian insurgency, which slammed us with all of their downvotes immediately. And so everyone make certain to defeat them, overwhelm them. In the meantime, Peter Moon has given me some information as to his update, and as he said, he'll let me know when he's back. So he may be here before 9 p.m. In the interim, however, I did check in with whoever else I could. Oh, Daniel Arola, I suppose, is busy. I could try to bring him on for a few minutes.
What about Amanda?
She was like saying she'd be home sometime soon or something like that. Let's check in with her. How do we say that? Here we are. Let's see if I can do this. How are you now? Are you?
You there? Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's something weird. It's like you just faded out.
Oh yeah, that's when I went to Amanda Ute's little section on the Skype. That probably caused a glitch. And so no need to worry about that. But thank you for checking into that. That's what caused that, more than likely, hopefully. Other than that,
those things are always alarming because we never know when it's some kind of interference from outside or whether it's just something that's casual.
It's true. I mean, especially it's just a sickening feeling when I saw the other day just the Skype shut down when whoever hacked it signed me out. And of course that's the intent. It's something that's all psychological warfare, and that's when Peter Moon went through the heroic effort to establish a different account for myself. And but then the problem is that really is just a one-shot deal, because when I tried to sign into that later, it sends the confirmation number to Peter Moon's account. And there's Isaac Romero with us. So Isaac, so glad to have you with us. Isaac, do catch us up on whatever you feel is relevant. Feel free to talk about yourself, your personal history, how things have been going for you, and the stage is yours.
All right. Hi, Doug. It's good finally to get a hold of you. I know you've been rescheduling just a lot of stuff that's going on, just life events and all that. Still getting adjusted to getting married. A lot of stuff comes up, and but for the most part, it's been fun. Apparently, I'm out of state right now working, and it's just it's the field I'm in. You travel here and there, and mainly I'm focused in Southern California, but in some cases I have to travel. Like next week, I'm going to be up in Northern California and cow country. So
wow,
that's gonna be fun.
Yes,
but nonetheless, they have good food up there, so that's something to look forward to.
Yes, and so that's wonderful. And tell us a bit about What else has been brought to mind by some of the topics we've been discussing lately? Obviously, one of the things that Peter Moon was concentrating on was he got very interested in the Vox Arca, and he was forcing me via the questions he had about the circumstances behind it and what not to speak about magic at greater length than I ever have before. So I don't know if that brought anything to mind for you, but you're welcome to share whatever it does bring to mind, or anything else you want to speak about, please.
Yes, I was listening to what you were speaking about the other night. It's very interesting to me. Again, I don't like to. I'm the kind of person that I don't want to. I want to understand, but I'm also limited into what I can actually, I guess, apply. I'm a very hands-on type of person.
Yes.
So, now obviously, I have my own beliefs and spirituality, and I don't think I've had any need for that type of magic and all that. But
thank God,
I've had some strange things happen to me as far as just randomly.
yes.
One time I was coming out of the grocery store, and I was putting my groceries away in my car, and an elderly man was walking up towards me. I see him in the corner of my eye, but in LA, homeless are everywhere.
Yes.
So I'm aware of what's going on, but I'm going about my business. And then he stops me, and he starts pointing at me, but not in a threatening way, just almost like a nod, like I know who you are.
Right.
He says, "You're a good man. You're a good man. You're blessed." And then and I was just looking at it. I'm like, okay, what do you want? You want change? And he says, hey, he was a gypsy. This is the first time I've ever met a gypsy. I just in my line of work, I see people, but I'm not really paying attention to, what people are doing, or for the most part, obviously I'm aware of what's going on, but I tend to mind my own business. So I'm okay. He says, he shows me a picture of his family, and he says, look, I can tell you my future. I can tell you things about yourself, he told me. So, but I'm going to prove myself to you. I'm going to ask you to pick a number between 1 and 100, and I want you to pick your favorite flower. And then at that point, I'm like, okay, I was game, and he said, okay. So I gave him the flower. I forgot, I think I might have picked a lily or something. And then I picked a weird number, or obscure number. I wanted to pick something like, what I picked. It was something like 61 or 73, one of those numbers.
Right.
And he said, I wrote it on a piece of paper, and I crumbled it up. And I'm telling you, Doug, he got it. And I was floored. I'm like, whoa, and, he was a very elderly man. And then he showed me a picture of his family. He says, look, I can tell you more about yourself. I know that you lost your parents. I know that you got laid off from your job a couple of years back. And but you're doing, for the most part, you're not in the field you want to be in, but you're doing fine. But, I want to tell you that someone put a hex on you, and this was in 2017. And at the time I was working for the Dodgers and doing a sports job full time. And this is when I got laid off from Motorola. I got laid off from Motorola in 2015, late 2015. And I went on to the sports job the next month because Disney was one of my accounts. And ABC owns Disney, and they have a sports side. And they told me, hey, come on board, at least you get to watch sports, while you find another job. I knew some of the engineers over there. So I'm all right. It got old fast, I'm going to tell you right now, just because baseball is not timed. So you're there all day. And my job was pre-production. Right. So everything was before the job. And then I just sat around and watched baseball all day. And it got really, really boring. Just because I've told you before, I'm not a fanatic of anything. I enjoy things, but I'm a person that just, I'm going to get a tattoo and, all of a sudden I'm marked by a team. No, I like enjoying it, and it is what it is, right?
Right.
Anyways, so he tells me this, and he says, you know what? Back in 2014, he told me, a girl you dated put a hex on you. And it's funny though, because that year I must have went out with, at least 15 girls, and going out and dating are completely different.
Right.
Nonetheless, I did this, I broke a couple of hearts that year. And he said, he said, you want to know more? You know what the person is? I told him, no, I don't want to know. I'm doing this job. The Dodgers went to the World Series that year. I just finished working the World Series. It was exciting nonetheless. It's a job still, but I'm doing fine. And I might have given him like $10. Here you go.
Uh-huh.
And he told me, you know what? I knew you were going to do that. You're a good person, whatever. And that was my first encounter with anything, as far as you could say magical.
Right.
My parents did talk about spirituality and being aware that, our war as Christian is not physical, it's metaphysical. It's the spirit, and it's my dad would walk around at night praying at our house. We lived in, I guess I grew up in the Central Valley, so we had plenty of property. And he would just walk around at night and he would meditate. And as I got older and I met, I got friends from other faiths, Islam and all that, I learned about the prayer beats, what they do. And I kind of thought about it. Wow, my dad kind of did something in the same lines of he would pray. And my dad, obviously, coming from Christian background and oneness, and as far as the Pentecostal apostolic movement, it's very orthodox. Obviously, as I've gotten older, I've gotten to understand a little more about what I feel my convictions are and what God naturally wants. In my case, my spiritual walk, but I do appreciate it, and as I came across more people of other faiths, I understood how to connect things, and also just being aware that even I went as far as going to the mosque with my friend. At this time, he was a new convert, and ironically, he was not only ironic, it's just what was weird to me is this is my first experience in the city. And my first job was at LAX, so I was in the control room, and I would meet a lot of people. Right, you walk around the airport and you get bored, especially I work in graveyard. You just get bored, start walking around, and you start meeting people. And at the time, he was one of my coworkers, and he was a former Marine. But the way he got into the Marines was he got in trouble when he was a kid, and this is like in the mid '90s. He told me that. He had two choices: either go to the Marines, or they would send him to juvenile hall. And they sent him. He chose the Marines, obviously. Yeah. And he told me about his experience. Obviously, it was at the time it was very. It was obviously it was a great experience as far as him broadening his horizon. Mm-hmm. But he didn't come to Islam until he moved to Texas, and he said there's a big community there, and his experience was he was just an ex-Marine that was just bitter, and he hated himself and just was angry at the world, and he found Islam, obviously, or Islam found him. Mm-hmm. By the sheikh that converted him was a pizza delivery guy, and he just happened to so and he took me to the mosque, and I just wanted to understand, Doug. Like I wanted to just understand what the world's about, right? Because when you grow up in the Central Valley, you're just, it is what it is. You see a bunch of trees, and you're surrounded by your community, and that's great. But that also breeds ignorance, right? And so I go to the mosque, and I grows my understanding. And he was a former skinhead too, which was very interesting to me. And at the time, again, being naive, because you're from the Central Valley, you're just, you just know what you know. He was very, and one thing I noticed about all the converts that are white, they're kind of a little, they go really, really hard. Like sometimes I'm like, okay, you don't need to go that hard, but I also understand, the insecurity, or maybe he feels like, he has to. And there were other converts that were a little too to the right. But, at the time I was very young. Might have been 22. And it was very interesting to me. But that was one of my experiences with, I guess, dealing with and understanding other, religions and all that. And I don't mean to sound naive or sound like it's and sometimes I feel like when I'm talking to you right now, I don't really have a lot of experience with magic or anything like that, but I do have stories and I can experiences I've had, and maybe you can contextualize, like I told you last time about my experience with that dream I had with the shadow person that came in my dream and woke me up, and then having the Mon community live down the street from me. And so all that to me was you kind of connected the dots to that, and I understood. And again, being educated in the United States, especially in a small rural community, you get taught a lot of great propaganda, and it sounds great. It's too how can I put it? It's too vanilla. It didn't make sense to us, right? And this is where, to bring it back, that's where my brother introduced me to you, and it was just a light bulb turned on, and it was hard to hear, but it made sense. So coming back to magic, my dad always told me some things my parents always taught us some things. Is you mentioned in the past about special needs children or special needs people.
Yes.
My parents always taught us that they were very special. They were very pure, and they always taught us to respect people with special needs, just because there was something about them. My parents didn't really say what it was. My mom was an orphan, and she took care of one of her cousins who was special needs, and she always had a special place in her heart. And she was also special needs, and she was mute. So and that connected to us. That resonated with me when you spoke about how they're like filters when it comes to the diabolic, or in this case, black magic. Yes. They filter out these bad entities. And also, when you mentioned about the goldfish, going to Chinese restaurants and seeing goldfish and all that, and how they use them to also be aware of those things. All those things I've caught on, and I've noticed as far as going to these places and hearing you. I know I'm not as far as into the things that you might talk about as far as art walks of Varka and all that. It's just sometimes it's hard to swallow, Doug, to be honest with you.
Understood.
I'm just coming from another paradigm, and what I mean by that is I feel like sometimes I live in a different world, and obviously I do, the things you have to deal with. But it's great to understand these things, and they're right in front of you. And again, the privilege that I had to do, or in this case, the place I've had to work, I've come across these things, or these cultures, or these subcultures where it's right in your face and you don't notice it. You don't notice it. And obviously my parents are from Mexico, and I'm second generation. And growing up in the church, in church, my parents didn't really teach us as far as our culture, as Mexican culture, just because my dad was an alcoholic, and he gave his life to Christ, so he was very much devoted to his faith. But I was aware a lot of stuff like Santa Muerte, a lot of that stuff, and of course my parents always told us not to go into things we don't understand, because it's dangerous.
Yes.
They would say you're playing with fire, you're dealing with burdens that you don't want to take on because you don't understand, and they explained it in a way where it's almost like you're trying to take a shortcut, but you don't know where you're going.
Yes.
And it's best for you to have faith in the Lord, and they always understood that my parents always taught us that we're going to fail. God doesn't judge us by our sins deserve, the Bible says. And so, and grace, don't forget about grace, they would tell us. And so they kind of steered us away from anything in that sense. But I think it was for the right. I think if I was to get involved in something like that, especially at a young age when I didn't understand, I think it would have been very, it wouldn't be good for my health. Obviously, there's been plenty of examples throughout the years that you've explained that people try to indulge in these things they're not ready for, or they're not prepared, or they're arrogant, and it backfires on them. That's what I would have to give my little 2 cents about. One thing that I like to tell you once again is your dedication, your willingness to do what you do is as impressive, and I commend you in your dedication and just your willingness to spread the light. And sometimes the light hurts, it burns, and understanding what I've learned from you is especially seeing America, because politics everywhere where I go, especially in my field, I see more American flags for no reason. And nothing wrong with obviously being patriotic, but it's almost where it's like it's getting a lot out of hand. Like it's everywhere in the bathroom and all that, especially in my work. Sometimes I have to go into these places where I'm the only person of color, and obviously I'm there to do my job, but you feel the tension, or you feel the stares. Like, what are you doing here? Why are you doing here? And obviously I'm there to do my job, and I do it, knock it out, and leave. But just being aware of that, and then you also get in situations where people are inviting, but there's definitely a lot of aggression. There's a lot of tension. Right now I'm in Arizona, and there's people marching in front of the mayor's building over here, and just saying they don't want vaccines, and just going berserk. Their shirts off. It's just, I don't know. I don't understand these things sometimes. Obviously, when you're busy and you're working, you obviously don't have time to look around, but it's definitely odd. But again, put it on perspective, at least in my perspective, being informed and being aware of what you're facing and what's to come, you don't get shocked, or you don't get appalled. It's just the way the world is. And I guess America's spoiled sometimes. We expect things to be things not to go wrong, and it should be opposite. In the world is opposite. People expect things to go wrong. People expect the house to fall off, or earthquake. It's just, eventually that's going to happen here. Or you get numb to it, right? So,
right.
And that's my that's my little 2 cents as far as, I'm a little all over the place, but it brings me to a lot of areas when you talk about magic. And then again, I don't like to talk about things that I'm not really familiar with, or say that that I have experiences with. I have a little bit of experience when it comes to these things, and it may sound vanilla to some people, or it may not be interesting, but I guess you're all about perspectives. You have a lot of people, a lot of supporters of yours that come from different spectrums, and that's why I respect you. You're not one of these people that sticks to one group. You want a perspective of everybody, so you can eventually, it ties into when you get into your topic. You can go back and reference things, and my brother's very good at referencing a lot of what you talk about in our conversations. He says, "Hey, he talked about this. Remember this person here?" And he tells me about all your stalkers and all that, and it's hilarious to me. Like, all these people spend hours literally dissecting everything you say.
Yes.
And say no. And like, to me, I'm like, why don't you just go make money or something? But he tells me, Isaac, these people are programmed. They have nothing else to do. And, you know, again, that's just, I guess, me being ignorant and not being aware that there's people out there that just sit around and just hate you for no reason, or hate you because of what you have to say. But I always tell my brother, if whatever Doug is saying is so far-fetched, why are you worried about it? You're not going to believe it. And, you know, the Bible says the path is narrow. It's not wide.
Yes.
So, you know, but again, I'm thinking, you know, rationally. These people don't. And, you know, that, you know, they play a part. And I always remember what HòUKÀNG̵ŽÍ Sheikh said, everyone plays a part in this journey. And I've become to understand that when you talk about everything has a ecosystem. When you talk about when it comes to you know, life, you know, everything belongs together in some way, and these people do play a part in our walk, unfortunately. But you know, if you have faith in Christ or believe in whatever faith you believe in, you know, God will see you through. And I've always been a very positive person, and I thank God for that. That's a privilege in of its own, and it's a blessing. But yes, I definitely want to. If I can give you positive vibes, Doug, and encouragement, that's one thing that I would want to contribute to you. And I don't like if I don't have, as far as opinion or not even knowledge of anything, I would give you my perspective, and obviously that's why you got me on today, and give you encouragement. Just because, you know, there's a lot of people with interesting backgrounds that obviously give their opinion. This is mine.
Oh, believe me, it's beautiful. I want to thank you so much for joining us tonight, and I want you to know I'll be calling again on Sunday. If you're able to join us, that'll be great. If you're not able to join us, don't worry about it. And certainly just always leave me a note if you can, updating on what your situation is. But believe me, your insights are treasure, and I think that everyone agrees that what you share is important. Honestly, what happened to you with that gypsy has deep meaning. That's an experience that most people would have trouble believing because they haven't seen what I've seen. But then more and more that sort of reaction is disappearing. Basically, there's so much going on in the world today that borders on the supernatural, or that bleeds into it, that more and more people are beginning to comprehend such experiences. In the past, of course, we'd all be afraid to share them because people would respond by a kind of very negative dismissal. And that, of course, is something that is now no longer the case. There's just too many people who have been, for lack of a better word, haunted. And so your understanding is very much valued, and your support is valued. We love you dearly. Share our love with your family.
Definitely.
I'll be calling you again on Sunday. And of course, if you know beforehand you won't be able to participate, just let me know. Otherwise, when I call you, just respond when you can and let me know whether you can come on or not. But we'll keep developing this arc of narrative throughout the future, and I'll work a bit on some of the topics you brought up because I think they're important tonight. And in the meantime, you take care. You have a great week. All right.
Definitely. Good night.
Good night for now. Thank you so much. And blessings. That was Isaac Romero, and he's the twin brother of Sammy Romero. Both of these gentlemen have been listening to me since the very beginning. Wonderful human beings. And with that, we bring on Peter Moon. Peter Moon, of course, will help us tonight put many other things in context. And Peter, so glad to have you with us. It's the birthday of Crystal River, of course, and of course she's too busy partying to join us tonight, and I can hardly blame her. So what we have is each other, and the show will be dedicated tonight to John Warrington. In the future, I intend to dedicate more episodes to some of the people who have contributed in the past, and we're going to ask people to contribute yet again, because of course the help is always needed. This is one of those months going into the holiday season season, where, of course, a lot of finances are just eaten up because it is what it is. In the meantime, Peter Moon will clue us in as to how things are going with his floor. And if he doesn't want to go through that, then he can start off by talking about anything he wants. In the meantime, don't forget to go to Sky Books USA and purchase our book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Very important that you do that. And I understand many of you people who have been listening for a long time feel you already know what the book is all about. Just get the book and make certain to gift it to others this holiday season. Share it with others. It's a perfect Halloween gift to start off with. It scares people to death. With that, Peter, welcome aboard.
Well, thank you. It's nice to be here. And what I want to start with is you had requested for me to listen to the half hour after I left.
Yes.
On Sunday night. And I did. I listened to it once, and I got through most of it a second time.
Great.
Because it was so profound. And but what I want to talk about, start off with, and we'll go into some of the other things, is you were talking about the identification of the Hebrew God as a jealous God.
Yes.
Well, there's something very interesting about the etymology of jealousy.
Yes.
And I learned this because my girlfriend had a porch, and the porch, she had these blinds, and they were called the jealousies, like jealous. It comes from the same word as jealous. In other words, you can see out, but they can't see in. And this is essentially what jealous means. You can see them, but they can't see you. Take the idea of somebody who finds a girl or a member of the opposite sex very attractive and beautiful, falls in love with them, but the person isn't even aware of them, has no special attention on them or affection for them. And that is the essence of jealousy. If that person then becomes involved with somebody, the jealousy only increases because they're not seen by this other person. They're not valued, they're not seen. Now, when we take this into a theological perspective, we have somebody identifying themselves as a God, a creator.
Yes. And
they can see their creations, but their creations can't see them.
Yes.
Or they see them with an attenuation, it's cut short. They can't see all of it. So this creates a problem in what we have here is a failure to communicate, a failure to recognize. Now, all of this supplements what you were saying about God having there being competition with gods or other supernatural entities that are getting the attention of the individual. And while that certainly would be the case, you also have competing factors in addition to competing gods. So you have the creator who creates these creatures, and they're running around trying to play the game without due regard or respect to the creator. And essentially what you have is a situation where the creator has lost control. And, control and power go hand in hand. Now, what this is very evocative of, this circumstance, is of the golem. Golem is something that's created by man but is not man. It is the formula of the Christ aborted, the formula of the Christ creating a Christ, a perfect being, but it's an abortion. That's what the golem is, because it's created by man, and it's not a divine creation. Now here you have a divine, purportedly, assumably a divine creation. The God from the Bible creates mankind, and mankind has run astray. But it's the same principle as the golem. It's not that mankind is created by God, but is not a God. It's a problem, and he has limited ability to recognize what created him, and you have a whole bunch of ignorance and frustration. This is just a context, in addition to what you were saying about the jealous God. I want to go further into what you said, but I don't know if you have anything to respond to that to add further clarity to the issue at hand.
Well, I think you're doing fine, and by all means, just continue for now.
Yeah, because we were talking, when I was talking last Sunday, it was about the geometries, the geometries of existence and whatnot, and and when you get into the hyper-dimensional geometry of the universe, you're dealing with different hierarchical organization of entities, and they can be, because this is just the way the universe is structured, and the way it appears from down here is that there is a lot of what you would call issues and problems as far as dealing with ascending or traversing the gates you were referring to. You're stuck in this, well, you could call it a no man's land, except it is a man's land. we don't have visas or passports with which to enter these realms. These things have to be figured out and attained. Generally, and if we look at Radu Sinemar's work, it's by vibrational frequency. If you can tune into the frequency, you can, pop the gates. And even if there are benign, positive creatures on the other side, it's still a situation that, you don't get there unless you belong there. And most people walking around in life, if they are aware of the gates, they are not about to enter them. And if they say they have, or think they have, or indeed, even if they have, they are generally too imbalanced to take seriously as learning much of anything from them.
Yes.
And it's not, I mean, maybe you can, but this is, they're trafficking in all of this hot, you call it hot liquid, it's mercury. It's like they're like pop, 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 pop. Their consciousness is fluid with these ideas.
Yes.
And it's not necessarily grounded. And I don't even know if it's worth paying attention to. It depends. There are a lot of different factors. But what was, I guess, of particular interest in the last talk you were giving in that 30 minutes, you were talking about books, the nature of books, and the nature of books talking amongst themselves, talking to the people, talking to the caretaker or librarian.
Yes.
I will also talk a bit now about my history as a librarian. I was never trained as a librarian like you're in the Defense Department, but I gravitated to, it was one of my many jobs, but when I worked in the qualifications department of the Church of Scientology, one of my functions, which was one of many functions, was as a librarian. There was always what they called the qual library, which would have basically the key texts of Scientology for correcting people and helping them. It would also have a smattering of other books.
Right.
It was just that's if people had books to let go, or just they'd end up in the qual library. Now, part of that function as a librarian was perusing through information, particularly on Scientology, particularly what was called lost knowledge, forgotten knowledge, and to, dig it out of the. This was my job, to dig it out of the attic, so to speak, the cobwebs, and make it known. It was a routine function. Hubbard said this is how civilizations get lost. They lose their knowledge.
Yes.
So, so he's like, you got to find the knowledge. Now, of course, this nature I was always digging stuff up that would, kind of turn people's heads around, because people tended to reduce things to the lowest common denominator in a negative way. People will bring out the negativity. I was thinking about this the other day, how there were certain people who kind of ran this campaign to make people not sleep. Mm-hmm. I could not survive without sleep. I didn't survive without sleep. There were very few nights when I had either no sleep or a lack of sleep, because I found out that I could not function without sleep. And so that was my first priority, was that I would find a way to sleep. Mm-hmm. And the hell with everything else, because the organization I was in Scientology, was renowned for people not sleeping. And in the later days, in the last since I left, it's become known as a sleep deprivation center.
Jesus.
And this is what really kills people and degrades them and whatnot. And, the funny thing, you'd have some important executive coming down into LA and saying, Hubbard doesn't sleep. He sleeps 4 hours a night. Yeah, sometimes he doesn't sleep at all. And I wouldn't say it to their face, because I was never in a position to. Right. But I would have said it to them. I said, "You're full of shit."
Thank you.
And I tell people, "You're full of shit," because I knew. In fact, he would advocate getting 8 hours of sleep, and he would advocate through my pen strokes or my type strokes. It's like, and people it was like there was this campaign, people to deny basic
human needs,
including taking care of yourself. And there were certain people that abolished Hubbard's orders to take care of yourself because it wasn't, dedicated enough. If you're taking care of yourself, you're not dedicated to the group. And they did this on the under the reasoning that Hubbard did not write the article himself. Well, the person who wrote the article was his personal communicator, who was ordered to write it by Hubbard. This is the kind of crap that people do, and they don't do it just in Scientology. They do it in all sorts of groups where people make things difficult, miserable, or challenging when it is not necessary. Now, sometimes it is necessary to make things a little tougher than to be. But this is just so. Anyway, I do have a history as a librarian in that respect, and I was always turning, people's viewpoints upside down, and because things aren't the way they think they are, they're the way they think they are. I mean, they in other words, people adopt ideas. And Hubbard called it contagion of aberration. People are aberrated, which means, messed up, crooked, deviating from a straight line, and it becomes contagious. So you have a bunch of contagious people doing the wrong thing. And you have this all over the United States right now, both on the right and the left. And it's just stark, as Isaac was alluding to, stark raving insanity.
Polarized.
However,
yeah, go on.
Well, polarized, yes, but that's a different issue. It's just insanity, whether it's polarized or not. It's insane behavior. And as he said so astutely, why don't they go out and make some money?
Yes.
What I see in at least in the area I'm in Long Island, people don't seem to have time for this. For the political stuff becomes a side issue. It's like the politics of the day, what's going on.
But that's a good thing, right? I mean, go on.
Pardon me?
That's a good thing, isn't it? That people on Long Island don't have time for the politics? I think is what...
Well, I mean, there is some preoccupation, at least mentally, because people watch the news, but people got to work. And I've been getting, I think Paula heard something, and I didn't follow it up, that Biden was advocating a system whereby if you wrote a check or paid more than $600, it had to be, recognized, reported.
Mm-hmm.
And he charged over $600. Right now, there is a law that if you transfer over $10,000 or more, there will be a flag to the IRS. Mm-hmm. Like if I send a check to somebody for $10,000, it will be flagged by the IRS. This came up in a scandal with baseball players who were sending out money orders for $9,999 or something to, they were avoiding tax reporting by accepting gifts for, just under $10,000 in money. I think they were doing card signings or something, and they were prosecuted because they were flagging. They found out all these these money orders were just under $10,000, and it made them look like they were avoiding the IRS. Well, she was saying that she heard that Biden was, anybody who spends more than $600 is being tagged. She didn't say it was going to go through. This is the kind of crap we're hearing. I also heard that all of these New York city health workers who refused to be vaccinated, and according to the news report, there were volumes of them, have been fired, and they're bringing Army in to replace the health workers. I don't know if this is true.
My understanding, I do know this, is that any of them who basically quit in protest over the vaccine because they did not want to get vaccinated, that they would receive no unemployment benefits. I know that much. So that much is true. That much I can tell you is true.
Yeah, and they were saying, I think it was Tucker Carlson, I'm not sure. I don't listen to enough to identify him who said it. I think it was him, that this new governor of New York is worse than Cuomo because she was making, what was it? Even doing more outrageous things than he would do. I forget what it was. In other words, he wouldn't go past a certain point. But yeah. So there's a lot of general, I guess what you'd say, political extremism going on right now. And what was I going to say?
We were talking about all of the the political polarization. And I was talking about how Long Island might be an island in the storm, the eye of the storm.
Well,
So, go on.
It's you know, I mean, it's New York City that is the
Epicenter.
the really epicenter of extremism in terms of vaccinations. Like, you don't, you know, that's where it's extreme. In Long Island, nobody asks, nobody cares. We went to the movies a couple weeks ago. You know, they have masks on. I'm not wearing a mask. And Paul says, do we have to wear a mask? And he says, no, it's recommended. Everything says recommended. We recommend you wear a mask. Right. We really don't care. The bottles that you know clean your hands with are usually empty.
Yes, they empty out quick.
Like, well, but they were always full when the pandemic was in high roar.
Interesting.
Or at least when the meme for it was in high roar. So it's pretty relaxed. I think California, from what I've heard, is much more extremely, you know, conscious of COVID. So it's you know, New York isn't the way it used to be. Oh, now what is going on? The railroads are losing money. Well, Long Island, for those of you who don't live in New York City, the railroad is a way of life to go in and out of the city. I mean, there's the subway system in New York City itself. If you live in New Jersey and you come into the city to communicate, they have PATH trains, which is another subway that's tied to New Jersey, the PATH train. Now, there are also people that will come in on trains. I think it's called Jersey Transit, but they're trains. I used to take the train from New York City to Princeton every day. So that's and there are people that's like the end of the line practically, goes as far as Trenton.
Wow.
Which is on the extreme end of the state, and about a 2-hour ride. But you know, there are other, like Elizabeth and other cities that the people will commute from on the train, mm-hmm. And there's another train system, which is Amtrak, which is different. That's for, you know, travelers. But this was just a commuter train that comes from New Jersey. And there's commuter trains that go from Long Island as far out as Montauk, although nobody commutes, that's too far. But say where I live, it's like Westbury, 40 minutes to get into the city. Connecticut and northern New York, or north of New York, north mm-hmm. of the Bronx, would be Metro North. So people commute from Connecticut and from areas like White Plains and Sleepy Hollow and Tarrytown, that area. So there's a lot of commuting that goes on. Now, the trains, which are always expensive, are losing money. So the prices are already high. So what they're doing to compensate, they're going to charge, just like you get charged when you go over the bridge, there's an automatic fee. You're going to be charged if you're anywhere below 60th Street in New York. Central Park begins at 59th Street. So that basically means if you're going to the park, anywhere south of Central Park, which is the majority of the city, of what we know as New York City, is beneath Central Park. Everything, the west side and the east side are primarily residential. So if you're going to go into the New York City proper, you're going to be charged, anywhere between 25 and I don't know, it was $9 and $25. You're going to be charged a substantial amount just to go into the city in a car. This is not only to reduce the traffic, it's to compensate the transit authority for losing money on the trains. So these are big financial problems that are accruing from the COVID issue. So this is, it's going to, now, but I know New Yorkers well enough to know they won't give a damn about the $9 to $25 they have to spend to go in the city extra. They just won't care. There will be some people that won't care, but those will be overridden by the people that don't care. They just say, to hell with it, I'll spend the money. I want to go into the city. And because they have the money to spend. There are that many affluent people. I don't think it will seriously dampen the traffic. What did dampen the traffic is the initial lockdown. There was nobody walking the streets. So in New York City, it was like an abandoned city. And in fact, there was no even reason to go in there. And there's very little reason to now, unless you absolutely need to. It's lost its cachet. Whatever cachet it had, it's lost, in my opinion.
Right.
So this is, so as I say, I think, you know, and of course Arizona is extreme, radical, you know, partisan on both sides of the coin. But you know, the Trump faction is very loud, and I imagine it has to do with the border as well, and the same in Texas. We don't hear about New Mexico border crisis, which I think is a Democratic state, if I'm not mistaken. But whatever. So anyway, but to get back to the books and the library.
Yes.
I had a lot of, I would just peruse information, and it was part of my job. And it was a very healthy thing to do, because I could, it put me in a position where I didn't have to listen to the rabble or the order of the day. It was my job to usurp it, my given job, and usurp it with the policy or technical bulletins of Scientology. So you see, there was like, I'm not supposed to follow the norm. It was a great position, a great perspective, because it was expected for the regular people to deviate from the norm, because that's what people do generally. So it was a great background. So when I interact with you, I recognize, you know, what you are and what you're dealing with, and the great, you know, that this is a library, and I'm talking about right now the Defense Department.
Yes.
All of their, you know, hidden secrets, which is like, again, turns the view of the world upside down. And I will digress for a bit, because there is people forward me videos all the time on instant, you know, message and private message, and it's such a waste of effort for them to do this. It is so, what's the word? Miscalculating.
Yes.
Why in the hell? I mean, is somebody just going to flip a video because somebody says it? Must watch.
Yeah.
Tell me why I must watch it. Because I get too many of them to watch. And somebody was sending these things compulsively, and I wrote a complaint. Publicly, I said, don't send me these things, because for the very reason. And he says, well, it takes a lot of effort and time to look these things up. And I just deleted him. I just, you know, blocked. You know, if somebody tells me why I should look, it's very helpful, because then I might look, because then I have a reason to look. But there was one that I did look, and I thank the guy for sending it. It was looked like a new format called Conspiracy Central. It was on Facebook, and it was about 10 minutes long of a girl and a guy who were very, I guess what you'd say, peppy, and they had their patter down, and they were reading the Montauk Project. They called it the Holy Grail of conspiracy theory, the Montauk Project, and they were basically giving a summary of the book in about 10 minutes.
Interesting.
I could, come on down them for, copyright issues, but actually they're promoting the book. So what I did was I posted on their timeline my video on the Roswell deception.
Great.
I haven't got a comment on it. In fact, I found something. It was fine for me to post that on my timeline because it was contextual there. On their timeline, my video that I put, which starts with the Japanese submarines firing on the Santa Barbara coast,
Yes.
And then goes into the balloons in the Battle of Los Angeles, is rather dry and rather dry. It doesn't have any pep in it. And of course, I don't want to produce a video with pep. Hey, guess what happened? The Santa Barbara coast shot with a bunch of Japanese, and have the voice of a excited pretty girl. No, this is there are all sorts of formulas for getting attention, and they're using conspiracy to get attention. Conspiracy has become mainstream.
Yes.
And you're either with it or for it. Republican and conspiracy kind of go hand in hand now. Whereas the left is, there are no conspiracies on the left. They don't. It used to be the other way around. The left was all pointing conspiracy, and the right was saying there is no conspiracy. I think my favorite quote of George Bush, he's given a few gems. He said there are no subliminals. There are no subliminals. He meant to say there are no subliminals. He got up. There are no subliminals. Like, how would he even be in a position to know?
Thank you.
The president is not, in a position to know if networks are doing that stuff. They just don't have access. So that was one of my favorite quotes of George Bush. But the right used to diss conspiracy, and now it's kind of the other way around. But conspiracy has become, too mainstream to take seriously. Except that the Montauk Project, of course, has enough information in it to be called Conspiracy Central. The unfortunate thing, not only about that particular situation, but about my career in general, is that people take it as far as the Montauk Project and say, okay, we're all programmed, let's keep doing it. They don't go beyond. It's like, okay, this is great. And this, like, knock off this story. Let's do this. Let's keep regenerating this. And they can't grasp, although my initial audience did, when I wrote Montauk Revisited and made all the occult connections, leading me to Marjorie Cameron's door, which was actually, looking back on it, was astounding from a magical perspective, from a magical, from the world of magic, which is what we often talk about here, in these times with Douglas Dietrich, because it all gets into magic, that there are all these occult connections, and I'm just following the path of synchronicity, which leads me to the door of Marjorie Cameron, the end product of the Babylon working of Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard. So that was quite astounding, because the fact that I'd been involved with L. Ron Hubbard was completely coincidental. That's not why I was pursuing her. I was pursuing her because her name was Cameron. And then she tells me her real name is Wilson and that Hubbard was a Wilson and pop, 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 pop. This was astounding. And all of those threads, which then led me to the discovery that there were pyramids at Montauk. And that was the book Pyramids of Montauk. So all of these things, and I was very fortunate to have a great friend, Chelsea Floor, who I called Madam X, who was like my guardian. You know, I guess in films they like to have a guardian. She was like the guardian. You know, the guardian is there, the Obi-Wan Kenobi kind of pointing you in right directions and saying, oh yeah, this is good. You know, she was sort of a combination of more like Yoda, except that she was beautiful. That was beside the point. But I mean, a lot more attractive than Yoda. So anyway, and of course, delightfully Asian, half Filipino. So the and you know, the magic was definitely in her, and definitely in her brothers, definitely in her sisters. God, was it in her sisters? So and as I said, her father brought the yo-yo into America. I got to meet him before he passed, but he was Filipino. The mother was, I think, English. But anyway, you know, she was like the guardian here for me, pointing me in the right direction, leading me on, and it was a great association. So, but all of this work was, and she said one of the situations is, she says, you know, I come into the situation, I didn't invent the Montauk Project. This was Preston Nichols, Duncan Cameron, and Al Bielek. And she said one of the problems they had with me from her observation was I was rapidly evolving, and they were kind of staying at the same place.
Yes,
you know,
static.
Telling this story, rechurning it, and it would always, they couldn't get past a certain point.
Yeah.
None of them ever did get past a certain point, yet they were, you know, brilliant in their own right. They brought forth an amazing story that was literally the grail of conspiracy, holy grail of conspiracy for its time. But where the investigation of this led me to so many places, led me to Romania. This would not have happened. Led me to David Anderson, the time scientist, and now to the door, literally to the door of Douglas Dietrich. So this is like, there's so much catching up to do. There's so much catching up to do. And even, you know, the people that will endorse my Montauk story and are, this thing has been on again, off again in terms of its heat, this Montauk documentary, this Montauk story, but it's getting very heated up now. It's going on to the right hands, where there will be probably, at the very least, a 4-part documentary series. It may expand onto that, but even then, well, this is like, for one of the guys who's very interested and on board, and his heart's really in it. He's done some stuff with Bob Lazar, so he's somewhat qualified to deal with the subject as a major, you know, he's a major Hollywood producer, but you've never heard of him, and he's very jaded with Hollywood, but he's in a very important position. And he said something about, why doesn't he go on with what about Art Bell and George Norrie? And, you know, in other words, oh, okay. And my friend told him, well, you know, there's problems with those people.
Yes.
And he explained it to him, because, see, this is what people understand. Art Bell and George Norrie, they own the territory. And so, you know, trying to get not just, well, just my other work, to recognition of what else I've done, let alone Douglas Dietrich, because this is this is too much to swallow. You know, it's like somebody who's been you know, eating at an Asian buffet because they like the Asian buffet. And then, you know, you go back and you bring them in some of the more exotic dishes that they eat in the Orient that you know, people in America wouldn't touch. Because it would freak them out, their palate out. You know, it's just not, you know, that's kind of what, that's kind of, you know, it's like Douglas Dietrich to them is like one of these fish from way down under that's, you know, lights up and would creep them out to even see, let alone eat.
Yes.
So I don't know if they eat those foods in the Orient, but I do know they eat some pretty non-standard stuff from an American standpoint in some of the more obscure or I guess what you'd say non-tourist areas. So yes. So anyway, yeah, this is the problem. It's what can the palate take? What can the palate take? And I just was contacted by a lady, I presume her to be a young lady, who was not very optimistic about contacting me.
Uh-huh.
Because she thought it might not be possible, and I answered her right away because I knew who she was. I didn't know her. I didn't even know she existed until she wrote to me, but she was the granddaughter of one of the Montauk Indians who single-handedly took a dump, a figurative dump, and stopped the Montauk Healing Center. There had been so much effort, the Montauk Healing Center, to be put in place. I wrote about it in my book, The Montauk Book of the Living. Mm-hmm. This was the dream of the medicine man of the Montauk Indians. And I'll never forget, there was a big, huge meeting of Montauks in Oyster Bay that I was invited to. And it was one of the bigger gatherings of the tribe I've ever seen, especially in an official capacity. The Thanksgiving, first time I met them might have been bigger. I don't think it was, but it wasn't. That wasn't official. That was just having dinner. Mm-hmm. And I was taking the shaman, you know, so she you know, because I don't know that she could drive or whatnot, but I drove her, and I remember driving up to the place, and the medicine man he comes out. He knew we were there. He could just, and I said, well, how come you came out? We needed to know where to park. He said, I could feel you. He just comes out. He comes out, and we went in, and there was trying to, you know, there was a discussion. I didn't say anything because it was in a church. It was very, well, it was a huge discussion. And the bottom line was, there was all this, there was money involved, there was people involved to purchase, I think, or take over this place in Amagansett or Sag Harbor out by Montauk and put the healing center. And this guy put the kibosh on it for his own personal interest.
Disgusting.
He just killed to no good end. Well, his granddaughter wrote to me. I knew damn well who she was. And she says, my grandfather died. I'm cleaning up stuff in his house. I found your book. I'm going to read it. I wanted to contact you. Now, she's contacted me before she's even read the book, which I found very odd.
Yes.
That's her Indian blood. Most people would identify her as black. But it's like, wow. It's like, this is the younger generation. And it's like, they can do something. They can do something. I hope. It's like, I've got to feed this information to them. And she said she got kicked off Facebook or put in jail. I told her friend, she says, I came off Facebook because I got kicked off because I called somebody an a-hole for smoking. said, well, that's good. You got the healing idea. She sounded like she was jumping down somebody's throat for smoking.
Jesus.
Somebody she knew, and I don't jump down people's throat for smoking, but it's if she has an awareness of healing, she might really be a resource for the future. I don't know, but as I say, this is the type of world we live in, and you have an indigenous people. They ran the medicine man out of the tribe. Last I heard, they kicked him out.
Wow.
And this is not what the hell does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. But he was so damned authentic as a medicine man. But he always told me, he says, I'm what was the word when you kick somebody out? Not a renegade, a black sheep.
Ostracized.
Yeah.
Pariah.
No, it wasn't pariah, but anyway, he said that, and he said that my qigong teacher was also that. He was rejected. He was kicked out, and certainly he had a reputation for, stay away from this guy. Other martial arts schools were afraid of him, thinking he was doing witchcraft or something, and it was ridiculous. It was just ridiculous. Of course, it kind of tells you with the right person, and I've suffered the same with my work. Outcast was the word.
Okay.
A word from the book Jonathan Livingston Seagull. Outcast. You're outcast. Yeah, he was outcast. And we were all outcasts. So, and of course, Douglas Dietrich is an outcast. They did not call Bruce Springsteen and Barack Obama outcasts. They called them American renegades. Renegades. They certainly didn't call them outcasts. And an outcast is really what a renegade is.
Yes.
And vice versa. So you cast them out. And to be cast out of this society is a compliment. To be cast out of the tribe, it only vindicates him in my eyes. And he would not, because most of my interaction with the tribe has been with the medicine man and the shaman. That's where I fit. And so they are a different breed of folk. And that's totally fine. Now, when we get back to, when we talk about the books talking to each other.
Yes.
And certainly the forward vanguard movement with this book, what the resistance were hitting up against with the Roswell deception, because it's falling on ears that can't process it. They can't process the truth. They can't process the energy. Now, the beautiful thing about this book is it's one of the most fast and easy reading books I've ever done.
Yes.
And the reason for that is because the information is easy to read and process. It doesn't require going into deep occult thinking or challenging thinking. The data is challenging, but it's ordinary data. It's historical data saying this happened, this happened, this happened. But it doesn't require you to, do Kabbalistic exercises or the equivalent in your mind, trying to connect disparate stuff, which is what Montauk and time travel force you to do. Right. These odd things that happen. It's just, it's just bam, 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 bam. It's like reading, a newspaper story or a magazine article. It's bam, 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 bam. It can be read fast. However, it's almost like this isn't the way we think in Mayberry. This
right.
isn't the way we think. This isn't the way we process data. We believe this. So it's like really kicking up a lot of crap. And so I had sent the information to Edge of Wonder. Edge of Wonder is one of the hottest YouTube. They got kicked off of, I think, YouTube for a while, if not permanently, because they were doing all this conspiracy stuff, and they were very much into the Trump stuff. I mean, the Trump stuff surrounding Trump.
Right.
I don't know where they went on vaccines. I couldn't stand watching them because they were so sophomoric in their whole approach. But one of my friends watched them, and he thought this would be a good forum for me. And he said they even did a bit on Montauk, and they said, "Oh, we want to do this. We're going to have to do a whole segment on this." And I never heard from him, but I did. Right, on their website says, "Oh, we're all about the latest on UFOs and aliens." So I sent him stuff about your book.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't hear a peep back. And my friend in Hollywood said that might be because they have a producer now. They become so big who filters everything. He said, "I don't want to do that." It could be, but and they're in some other, it's just like, it's unfortunate. They're full of horseshit by the nature of who they are.
Yes.
And that doesn't mean they can't change by, with their processing. And people that get into this conspiracy field, it becomes toxic real quick because the subjects are toxic.
Mm-hmm.
The subjects are toxic. The people are toxic. And unfortunately, the toxicity of the interlocutor generally has too much influence over the information they're going to process.
Yes.
Or choose to process. So there are some sites where the people don't get involved, their own personality doesn't get involved that much, and they will do dutifully reporting on stuff. And there are some good sites, I don't really have time to listen to them, that will go into detailed accounts of things. And it's real reporting to the best of their ability. And then there was Amazing Polly. Do you remember her, Douglas?
Not really. Maybe.
Amazing Polly was amazing. She looked like the girl from The Big Bang Theory.
Okay.
The girl from The Big Bang Theory, the blonde. And she wasn't quite as attractive, but she was attractive enough to look like her, And she had a, she was photogenic. She was good on camera, and she was going conspiracy-itis. But a lot of her stuff was really good. She was going at the contradictions of Fauci way and and she was, but where she went off was the Q stuff. She was listening to the Q drops.
Yeah.
And this is where she became rank. And I found it rank because this is even before I found out. I never liked Q in the first place.
Right.
Because I thought it was a bunch of crap. Before I learned from you what the whole thing was about.
Right.
But
you already had good intuition built up from years of experience. I mean, you had a nose for this.
It's just like when you start talking about people that are just talking smack, it doesn't work. It's just Q, what's Q, 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 Q. You don't hear about Q anymore, by the way.
Not much. You have to look for it. Yeah.
But yeah, it's like it's not what. But she was big on Q, and it kind of like undermined her whole. It just made her more confusing.
Yes.
It made it more confusing. And anyway, she was leveled, as many people were. I think Edge of Wonder was leveled before the election. Mm-hmm. They just shut certain people down.
Right.
Because they were exposing too much.
Right.
That would have hurt Biden. It was the New York Post got shut down over the Hunter Biden story. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it would have changed the election. But because I don't believe in voting anyway. Mm-hmm. I don't believe this election was rigged. I believe all elections are rigged.
Of course, and just I'm obligated to, of course, tell people, please vote. Just, of course, I just feel personally obligated to say that because I do think it's a social responsibility. And, but I understand where you're coming from. Certainly.
Well, I like what Stalin said was, it's not who gets the most votes, it's who counts the votes.
Who counts them? Yes.
Yeah. And I've never had any faith in the voting system. It makes people think they have a say. But anyway, beside the point, these people all got chucked off the internet.
Right. Because
they were a social nuisance to the powers that be. Yes. That's why they got it. It's not that they were right. It's not that they were wrong. It's that they were a nuisance. And they weren't helping the powers that be. And my voice has been too small to be a nuisance. Too small because people are listening to them. And it's okay. I'm not upset about it. I sometimes less attention is better. And so be it. So anyway, with our forward vanguard to get at this, peel back the gray matter so we can get this book understood and get to the more meaty subjects, which we'll be touching on fairly soon here. We had this character I had posted this post on the Japanese healthcare system.
Yes.
That I shared. Somebody had said, how efficient the Japanese healthcare system is, and most of the posts were very, positive about it. But there was one notable character named Brooks Agnew, who I'd heard of, and made a very, sort of stupid comment on it. It was ignorant. It was stupid. What did he say? Do you remember? He said,
yes. What I'll do is I had every intention that we kind of go through the thread, as I said, but I'll read his out loud in particular because his is just, it bears reading only because it is what it is, so fucking stupid. Or rather, it's basically a direct attack based on his own insecurities. And so here I'm got it now, just basically scrolling down the line here. And Brooks Agnew said, basically, and of course you see his little icon where he looks like Big Jake, and he's got his arms folded, very, very confident looking individual. And he has his own level of charisma until you hear his voice, which, as I said, was actually a factor in no doubt why he became basically a Sean David Morton type of criminal, which I can go into again, as we need to. But basically what he said is, Japan has been bankrupt since 2008. They are country of less than a third of the U.S. But by the way, this is the English that he uses. This is the English. Actually, this is what he says in a academic journal. If they were quoting him, they would use the term sick, which means so, meaning that he wrote it so, not that somebody misquoted him. So just so they would emphasize the fact that they are quoting him verbatim and that his English is off. But basically what he says is, they are a country of less than a third of the U.S., which, what does that mean? Is he referring to population? Is he referring to gross domestic product? And then he says, and he put all this in the uppercase here, and they do not offer healthcare to non-Japanese people. Okay, what does that mean? And then if you were to try to take that apart, that'll take us in another dimension. And he says they also have a fraction of the U.S. birth rate with one of the oldest median ages in the world. So what he is saying in the most negative possible light is that Japanese have the longest lifespans in the world. So this is because their healthcare system works so well. And because their healthcare system works so well, from all the developed nations on Earth, among all the developed nations, they have the longest lifespan. So to him, that's a negative. Yeah.
Diet is good. Their diet is good.
Yeah, there we are. That helps immensely. Well, actually, just to qualify that, in general, it of course, in a sense, it's changed, of course, since what happened was, as I pointed out to Penny Bradley just the other night when she was on with us, I pointed out the fact that another thing that Emperor Hirohito did, which of course our man Peter Moon checked up on this when I was bringing up the fact that around 1945, the Japanese were, of course, facing a problem of overpopulation. And for anyone who doesn't believe this, of course, just think back to the Godzilla films. And the first Godzilla film was so successful that they made a second Godzilla film pretty much right away. And the second Godzilla film was Gigantus, the fire monster, and he was fighting against the ankylosaur known as Anguirus. Now, this sounds like a weird segue, but the reality is the film starts with basically the Japanese pilot who's like basically running reconnaissance over the ocean. And you'd have to watch the film to get the exact context. But basically, he was doing this because they were looking for like giant schools of fish to trawl. And they're doing this from the air. And he was bringing up the urgency to do this because they needed to feed all the people back home in Japan because of their overpopulation problem. Now, bear in mind that these films were made right after World War II. And basically, the guy is talking about the overpopulation problem, which, by the way, was an on-running theme. There was a film that was released fairly recently in the United States that was called Downsize, which was talking about, okay, people were dealing with the expense problem in a resources-challenged world by literally physically shrinking themselves, getting into a process which would clone a much smaller version of them, download their intelligence, and then therefore they're using far less resources, and as a result the government supports them forever. So they're in these like supported communities where they get all the food they want, etc., and there's just so much of it because they're so small that they're satisfied with such a small portion. Well, the people who spoke of that around the time of the Godzilla films was the man who produced the Godzilla films, was also the man who produced Ultraman, and he produced a series called Q, which, by the way, this was something that Aquino really keyed on because of Q. So you can look up the Japanese series Q, which was, we're talking made in the 50s, 60s. And Q, the reason that letter was used by the Japanese is because to the Japanese, the letter Q represents mystery. It represents to their culture what the letter X represents to the West. So in other words, just as you had the X-Files decades later in the West, generations later, originally in Japan, they had the Q-Files. And within Q, there was one episode of the Q-Files where basically the Japanese were downsizing, creating clones of themselves that were minuscule, an inch, 2 inch, just an inch or so high. And these people were living in their own communities, and this was to deal with Japan's overpopulation problem. I mean, this is how intensive the overpopulation problem was. So the idea that Americans have that somehow all kinds of Japanese died in World War II is just absurd on the face of it, when all the Japanese were concerned about how many people they had, and they had too many. So you have this situation where the Japanese were overpopulated, and then what happened was that because of this, Emperor Hirohito basically gave the order from the top down. He wanted to make certain, of course, it was not connected to him, but he gave the order. And he basically said, have our people start eating meat. And it was around that time that a huge government campaign started to tell the Japanese people, start eating meat, because they just had to get other sources of protein. And so when they started exporting to the United States, one of the things they were importing back from the United States was a lot of beef and pork, and Japanese began to eat these items. Now, there were several things that happened, good and bad, out of this. For one thing, one of the things that helped the whole thing get started was the fact that all the Americans who were reconstructing Japan, the idiots who thought they were occupying it, one of the things that they did was they made it much easier for the Japanese to transition into meat eating because they had all kinds of meat with them. They always had meat that they were shipping from the United States. So they began to pass out Spam. And to this day, Spam is like a comfort food to the Japanese, only they always fry it and they'll put it on top of a block of rice and wrap it in seaweed like it was a piece of bizarre-ass sushi. And so that's like a comfort food to them. But because of this sudden influx of meat eating, and the Japanese, it did not come easy, despite the fact that it was expedited by the American presence and everything I've just described, it was a difficult enough transition where you could go to Japan and visit the temple of the slaughtered cow. They had such a hard time dealing with the morality of this issue that they built a temple for the slaughtered cow, that this was to honor the animals that they were going to start killing, that this was to acknowledge them, to acknowledge their gift of life that they were taking from the animal for the sake of preserving the human life. And so when Peter Moon looked this up, he actually found an article that amused him titled "The Samurai, Protector of the Cow." And the whole point was that for thousands of years, it was illegal, immoral, every taboo imaginable to kill animals other than fish or sea-dwelling animals, including whales, of course. They were of course fair game, but the Japanese would not kill land animals that lived that shared the land with them. And anyone who dealt with that was either the magicians, who would sacrifice animals to stop a plague, because the only way the demons of pestilence could be satisfied would be to slake their bloodlust. So that would often be done by slaughtering enough animals to replace their toll on humans. So one of the reasons magicians were so feared was because of their 007 license to kill animals in that regard. And the other people who dealt with them were, of course, as I've mentioned before, Borukamen, who were the untouchable caste of Japan that was allowed to bury the dead and kill and render animals into leather for samurai armor or various other articles of clothing that were absolutely necessary. So a certain caste of people had to be condemned to work with that, and it was a hereditary caste of classlessness. And it's those Borukamen who today, since they're no longer relegated to slaughtering animals and leathering and the burial of the dead, in this day and age, they've become the traffickers in biofacsimilacra, which is a form of slavery that no sane Japanese person would work with. Only a deviant would work with enslaving biofacsimilacra because they're considered to have souls like humans, and it's considered a form of child abuse because they are forever children. They never grow up. They're essentially don't have an arc of development or intellectual level beyond that of a retarded child. So the only kind of people who trade in them or traffic them to other nations are the Borukamen, and they work almost exclusively with the Department of Defense, which buys such biofaxes by the volume. So when it comes to that kind of slave trade out of Japan, it's the Borukamen who operate that. And this is why Peter Moon saw that it was logical that one of them would wind up stalking me, because his family was one of the dealers to Michael Aquino in terms of biofax simulacra throughout the past. And of course, Aquino is just one part of the Department of Defense that was making a lot of use of these entities, but many other departments were as well. But in terms of my point with all that, when it came to Brooks Agnew, who we'll get back to as we need to, but I think people got the idea of what this guy is saying. We could go through several other comments in the thread, just all down the thread, and bring up what other people said and put that into perspective and context. But one of the things I'd like to do to kind of put it all into context is go a bit into the images that I put up tonight to explain this to people so that they get further context onto Japanese culture, which of course is very Confucianist, just as Korean culture is and just as Chinese culture is, and all the East Asians are Confucianist. However, only in my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan is Confucianism the state religion. In other words, everyone follows the philosophy of Confucianism throughout Far East Asia, but only on Taiwan was it ever mandated the state religion. And so Confucius himself, we could go into that some other time, but he is what he is. Of course, in Taiwan, the holiday is called Teacher's Day because he was considered the paragon of teachers, and because my son considers me the paragon of teachers. He, of course, honored myself this Confucius holiday, and I went to the estate to enjoy myself. So I do want people to know that the image embedded in a thumbnail of Livestream tonight is not myself, nor is it my son. That's another among my favorite blood boys, whom my mother's gird that she bequeathed unto myself, one of the basically the prostitute assassin's outfits. It's basically a girdle combined with other elements of this kind of dress. This is something that I allowed him to wear because he was one of the few it would fit on beside myself, and he wears it quite well. But the important things to point out about it that emphasize everything I've just said, first off, it's got leather on it, and bear in mind that's special. In other words, this was made in early modern Japan. We're talking about the 1800s, the outfit, and it was made by barukamen, the leatherers, meaning that it was that untouchables caste that had to be contracted to make this kind of outfit, because this kind of outfit was completely illegal in Japan. This is something that would be worn by young androgynous prostitutes of either sex, or perhaps even hermaphroditic, of which I said there are many people born who have both genitalia in any ethnos, and oftentimes they find no place in the world except as entertainment, which would also include prostitution. So when this kind of outfit was manufactured, this was something that would be the equivalent of making it out of human flesh. It would be that taboo. So this was made in the days of the Meiji Restoration, and during the emperor before my mother's emperor. In other words, my mother was born during the time of Taisho, which was the emperor after Meiji had reestablished the imperial dynasty as the secular power over Japan. And my mother was born during a time when Japan was considered, believe it or not, by the rest of the world as a democracy. And Taisho was, of course, the emperor who, due to too much inbreeding in the imperial family, was insane. He was considered the mad emperor, but he was not considered mad in a malevolent sense. He was considered benevolently insane. In other words, he was good-natured enough where his madness was not was enough to careen Japan towards democracy as they went into a kind of mode of flappers and various other kinds of experiments with Western fashion. All of that was to come during that period of time that my mother was born, and there was a certain fashion that was abounding at that time known as Taisho chic. But in terms of Emperor Taisho, of course, by the time his son Hirohito took over, Hirohito knew that Japan could not afford democracy, and it could not afford to be partying when the rest of the world was seeking its annihilation. And he, of course, took Japan down a path that the Westerners will propagandize as militarist and all the rest of that shit, aggressive and all that stuff. But actually, he was putting Japan on the mobilization towards defense. And that was something that had to be done. And had he not done that, of course, then Japan would not be here today. Many Asians, the overwhelming majority of Asian people, would not be here today. But one of the other things to point out about the outfit that this particular blood boy is wearing, that I inherited from my mother, which was manufactured, or rather produced, not manufactured in a mass production sense, but actually hand-tailored before she was born. And she inherited it from her parents. This is something that, aside from leather, you'll notice that it has multiple knife sheaths that you usually see when I'm wearing outfits. But the knife sheaths are all empty. I made certain to take all of the knives out. And if you take a look at all of those empty tubes, which are meant for spring blades, these aren't just normal blades, mind you. These are spring blades, which is why the sheaths are circular. For those of you who don't know, spring blades are circular, and that means that they have a blade that seems normal enough, but it has a circular tube in which the blade is inserted, and when you have the strength enough to compress that tube, then the blade will spring out with an enormous force and bury itself into the target. And so, as you can see by the number of empty sheaths on this lad's, my gird at this point in history, but I'm allowing the lad to wear it, there's literally 9 on his right arm. That's 9 spring blades that would normally be fitted into that one arm holder. And of course, there would be 3 on the other side. So that's 12 right there. And of course, you'll notice the empty sheath at the waist. And that would be for a much longer blade that would fit through that. So altogether, just to prevent a possibility of his hurting himself, all of those blades were removed. Whenever you see me wearing those outfits, as you see on the promotional banner for tonight, which you would see on my Sora Aoi timeline and tagged onto Peter Moon's timeline, you'll notice all the blades are in on the particular gird that I'm wearing there. As a matter of fact, that turns us towards more education on Japan, aside from what I've already described about what this lad is wearing and the forbidden nature of the leather aspect of it, and so that people who want to know more about it, all you need to do is open up the synopsis for tonight's episode. And the synopsis for tonight's episode will put much of it into some perspective. Basically, that this is a transfusion adoptee, and that what he's wearing is what is known as the dress for a kagema. And the kagema literally or transliterates as underworlder, but implicatively it would be more properly Demi-mondiste, or Half-Worldist. It as an androgynous prostitute, but it's really an assassin's Raymond. So that's the reason all the blades are, of course, always usually affixed. And this was something that my mother trained me in, was the art of assassination via seduction. So that is something very important. And of course, because like most ninja, she also trained me to withdraw or retract the testicles so that upon initial search, at least I wouldn't be identified as male. Then that can, of course, be extended again. But the retraction is something you have to learn pre-pubescent. If you don't learn it before puberty, you can't do it once you've passed through puberty. You'll never be able to do it. So that's something that, of course, I've never bothered to teach anyone. And of course, that's something I doubt I ever will. But such being said, if people were to, and this is why I always encourage people to start a Facebook account, if for no other reason than to just assess my Sora Aoi timeline. If you take a look at the promotional banner for tonight, on the photographic image on the right, I am wearing my mother's official uniform from the Ministry of Magic, and that was done in honor of Confucius. My son took that photograph, of course, all the photographs. And in terms of the uniform for the Ministry of Magic, if you ever look up Japanese Ministry of Magic, all you're going to find is Harry Potter shit, unless you look up at least the romanization of the actual Japanese term. Of course, there are Japanese iconographs that better convey it, but you're not going to be able to find those. So you'd have to look up the romanization, which would be Onmyoryo, which would be spelled Onmyoryo, Onmyoryo. And that would be the Japanese Bureau of the Occult, which existed for thousands of years and still exists today. And of course, it's off the books and behind the kuromaku, the black curtain. of the imperial dynasty, the Yamato dynasty, the oldest in the world. So that uniform is on the right, and on the left you'll see myself wearing the actual gird, and of course you'll see all the blades are affixed. I'm actually wearing multiple blades, and these are a slightly different kind of blade. You'll notice that there's a curve to all of these blades. These are more bleeder blades, and in terms of in other words, they bleed people with a groove that's through them, and the curve helps one to basically expedite further bleeding once you've instilled a cut in someone. And but what I'm among that really steals the show, I am among a bunch of red flowers that are an education in and of themselves. They source from China, this species of flower, originally from where they were brought to Japan, and ultimately were brought to the United States in 1854, when the United States invaded Japan under the auspices of Commodore Perry. And one of his officers, Captain William Roberts, returned to the United States carrying these flowers from Japan. He brought back 3 of them, which he nurtured and cared for. Or actually, he didn't. His granddaughter did. And after a period of care, she discovered that this species never bloomed until after a first rainy season in autumn. So the scientific name for this specific flower out of Asia, it's known as Lycoris radiata, and it's a cluster amaryllis species of flower in the Amaryllidaceae family, but it's more commonly known in the West as hurricane lilies. That comes from the fact that these plants flower only during hurricane season, blooming for just a few weeks during September or October. And they usher in the season of autumn across all Asia, across all the world, wherever they exist, in the very same manner that cherry blossoms signal the spring. And of course, in the Orient itself, they're more properly cited as the Manchushashua, or the Manjusawa, which is short-tube Lycoris, if you were to transliterate that. But they're only ever popularly referenced as Bi-en-Noix, or the red spider lily, the flower from the other side of the veil between the worlds. So basically, if you open up the text for my promotional banner for tonight, I actually included I transferred the writ from my gang brother Daniel, who actually raises these babies, and this is something he wrote about them, was all of the legends behind them, all of the curses behind them, and why they're remembered, particularly in Japan, as basically the very name for them in the Japanese is painful memories. So these are flowers that are also maintained on the estate of my son's husband, Sugar Daddy. It's actually that patch that I'm in. And though I've asked Sugar Daddy if he would ever invite Beaver over to maintain the garden, he's got his own gardeners and he's doing fine with them. But the point is that they are a plant that is, well, it's the plant of a lot of madness and suicide. It's associated with a lot of elegy and a lot of mournfulness. And it is something, however, that is considered one of the most beautiful things, in the world in Asia. So they appreciate the fact that life is full of pain. And these flowers represent that. And so in his own words, Beaver's writ is in the text of tonight's promotional banner. Hopefully that will help people appreciate these flowers more and maybe even consider growing them. But aside from all of that, hopefully people have found out something about Japan. Well, a little bit more about my mother's uniform for the Bureau of Magic. So when you take a look at that uniform, that is something that whenever she donned that uniform and walked through various areas in Japan, it basically opened all the doors for her because nobody wanted to fuck with her. Remember, this was the time before Japanese ate meat, and that uniform alone basically displayed her as someone with a 007 license to kill animals if needed to sacrifice to the gods. And so people would look at anyone who wore that uniform as someone who they'd never wanted to mess with. But it was a different kind of fear, more like an awe, than the kind of contemptuous hatred and loathing they would have towards the Barukamen, who were also slaughtering animals, but to produce clothing such as the one that I'm wearing on the other uniform, or that the Blood Boy is wearing in the photograph that's embedded in Livestream tonight. Hopefully that's a bit of an education for all of you. And but in terms of, with all of that in mind, when we go back down to this text after our man Peter Moon put up this post talking about, and he edited it so that he entered a header for it saying, to learn the truth about Japan's history of superiority and how it was they actually won World War II, read The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II by Douglas Dietrich with Peter Moon at www.skybooks.usa.com. Now, the first thing that one should notice is that in the thread beneath this meme, which Peter Moon edited that header into, no one references the book. No one mentions World War II. No one is like, he may as well not have written anything. It's like everybody just sees the Japanese lady's face and reads the meme about, think universal health care would be a nightmare? It isn't for Japan. 100% of Japanese people have health coverage, regardless their income. And he goes on with that, and we could do this in the USA too. Of course, they may as well say, we could sprout wings and fly. But that beneath that, then, Eric Hatch says, I would be okay with universal health care if our government ran it smartly like Japan does. Unfortunately, I don't have confidence in our government to do anything right. Too many special interests and corrupt politicians. We would run it more like Canada, with longer wait times. And of course, the response I would have to that would be that in Canada, it's really not that bad. Most Canadians don't feel it's that bad. There are horror stories. Of course, there's always horror stories when you've got a massive machine dealing with a large population. But in general, the one thing I can tell you is that when a Canadian person breaks their arm or their leg, it's pretty much just like that. They can casually walk around with a cast and say, oh, I broke an arm or I broke a leg. But in America, if somebody suffers a fairly innocuous accident like that, breaking an arm or a leg, it's the death of their world. I mean, they lose their job because they can't afford the medical care, after which they lose their family, and then they lose their home, and they're homeless. I mean, this is what a broken arm or leg will lead to in the United States. You will lose everything because of that. It's the end of your fucking world. So it wouldn't matter if the healthcare was just completely inadequate. Even all that matters would be that you wouldn't lose your job, your family, and your home because of something comparatively minor like that. That's what would matter. But in Japan, of course, it's much better than that, of course. But you've got some people with their own theories as to why further down the thread, and I'll answer to that. Quoram Lexus says that's because it has been, referring to the U.S. government and why it wouldn't run the show very well. He says that's because it's been usurped by Zionist Satanists, always the same, since our Lord Yeshua threw them and the money lenders out of the temple. At first sight, this might sound too far out there, but I have come to this hard swallow truth via various ways, or various different ways. What can I say? It's one of those things where I try not to be Judeophobic, but so people were asking me before about who it was that essentially was reporting, quote unquote, my channel that got the YouTube channel completely emptied twice in a row. And this was because I try so hard not to be Judeophobic. And I wind up paying the price for that. And what happened was that this Jewish guy who ran this stupid channel, whose title is literally in Hebrew, said, "Hey, I'd like to interview you, Douglas." And I said, "Yeah, sure, okay," because I figured, okay, he's Jewish. Why not? Why not get interviewed by a Jewish person and see what would happen with that? And of course, he took one look at my timeline and my YouTube channel, saw some swastikas, and reported me as the ultimate evil. And he's the guy who also took the trouble to attack me for Britain and have it done twice. So the guy's name is Guy Dazin. Literally, the guy's name is Guy, G-U-Y, Guy. And his surname is D-A-Z-I-N, Dazin. And he went to Bar Ilan University in Israel. And his YouTube channel is Thoth the Scribe podcast. You can report that and get back at him. So, yes, that's Thoth, Thoth the Scribe podcast. And it's all written in Hebrew. So hopefully you can find it using the English. But there you go with that son of a bitch. And so this is the kind of, this is what I get for trying to talk to Jewish people. And so you come to realize maybe there's no hope for communications whatsoever. And I'm certain my father, Adolf Hitler, felt the same way. So that's what it comes down to, is you can try, but there's no hope. And then Irish Christensen said, Canada's healthcare was okay right up until they screwed it all up using it as a weapon to peddle their pandemic misinformation and lies, so they could try to strong-arm and terrify the population into taking the jab. Now they are useless, and we will have to tear that system down. It was only a base for pharma sales anyway. We need to put sports and functional medicine in place along with surgeries and get rid of the pharma/disease arm entirely. And teach nutrition and exercise in all the schools. Well, you know what's bizarre about this is that they have physical education in schools. They teach nutrition in schools. That's as for the Canadian pharma sales, their pharmaceuticals are nothing in cost compared to the United States, which is why people we're smuggling meds out of Canada. And before that, we're trying to smuggle meds out of China, which was offering super cheap meds until we all found out. And, this blew my mind. And I thought it was a lie. And I thought it was just xenophobic, meaning, anti-Chinese bullshit. But it turned out communist China was filling these gelatin capsules that you would normally get meds in with concrete powder. So Americans getting their meds for cheap out of communist China were getting it, taking concrete powder into their systems. I mean, it's appalling.
Might have been the medicine they were taking. You never know.
By the way, Jameson Reese has reported all the videos of Thoth the Scribe, but everybody join in on that because it takes more than one report.
One of the problems with what you're talking about, the Jewish people.
Yeah.
The majority of Jewish people don't really know their religion.
True.
And they're not really encouraged to learn it. This has changed to a certain degree in the last, 20 years. We have a lot more education of Hebrew going on. And at least you see it on Long Island because there's so many Jewish people here. You see, Hebrew school, this, and you see a lot more evangelism in their religion than I've ever seen before. In other words, talking about it, teaching it. But by and large, for a long time, the average Jewish person, it's all of the knowledge is relegated to the rabbis.
Yes.
So the rabbis tell them what they need to know, or what if they have a question, or help them with their life. But the average Jewish person is just not what's the word, predisposed to learning. They will be glad-handed by the rabbi and told, you're a very special people, so on and so forth. So when it comes down to them being threatened as a tribe, that's when there can be mobilization occurring. Yeah. Now, this is not in alignment with any what you would call sects that are particularly extreme or destructive or aren't even genuinely Jewish. But this is one of the problems, because the people will, kind of fall in line and rally behind the bigger, what appears to be the bigger smokescreen. So this is a problem. And then if you go to Israel itself, as I've been told by my Jewish friends, you will find so much division amongst the Jewish people themselves, because they are so diverse that they don't. And then if you've got these, these Herodian types or these Edomic people co-opting Judaism, that's a whole nother problem. So it gets very confused, because I don't know that the average Jewish person even understands the diversity of their whole paradigm. I don't know that they even understand that. I don't know that they don't, because most of the ones I talk to, they're just living lives, and they're not polluted by Christianity.
Right. I mean, that could be
quite refreshing.
Yeah, that can be an advantage. I was about to say, I know that there were certain people that I knew. One of them was the Albanian secretary who got me the job at the Presidio military base postal library, Liane Prifty. She loved Jews because of that. I mean, she was Albanian herself, but she loved Jews because she was so sick and tired of what she called, and I could understand where she was coming from, what she called that Christian shit. And simply because, it gets rammed down your throat, and it's done so in such a way that you grow to hate it. And so
it's assumed. It's just assumed. Well, of course, you just assume that this is the truth.
Right.
It's all an assumption.
Right.
I want to ask a question that I think you'll find interesting to answer, and I think the audience will find fascinating. Can you share the very first time you encountered Aquino?
That's the question is, when was the first time I encountered Aquino?
What did my question conjure up in your mind, though? Tell that.
The first thing that it conjured up in my mind when I thought of that was certain incidents I had as a child or growing up in America, of course, that once we were here, that I'm not quite sure what was going on. In other words, it might have been him monitoring myself even then. Obviously, the man had been monitoring me long before I got the job at the Presidio military base library, and obviously manipulated Liane Prifty to a degree that he made certain that she told me about how to work there, etc. So in other words, he'd been following myself for a long time. And there are certain encounters I had growing up in San Francisco that may well have been him, or shall we say, servitors of him that were approaching me or watching myself. So in terms of, however, where I was cognizant of him, it was just being taken to the Presidio military base by my father for various things that he took me there for. Just to put this into perspective for people so they understand this, there were only 3 elements really to my life growing up in San Francisco, certainly while I was coming into consciousness of being a human, of being semi-human in this environment. And they were the Tenderloin Ghetto, the whatever school I was in at any given time, and the Presidio military base. It was just the anchor. It was why we were here. My father came here because we had the base so that we could get the discounts. We needed the discounts at the Presidio Postal Exchange, the PX, the commissary, etc., for food and anything we got. And so he would oftentimes take myself or other family members to the Presidio military base. And my mother, of course, had the capability of going by herself, as well as my sister as she got older. But at times I saw Michael Aquino. So I remember seeing him, and at the first time I saw him, asking my father, the first thing that came to my mind was the Count from Sesame Street. And by the way, just so people know, Sesame Street, which had the Count, which was the little vampire puppet who used to compulsively count. The man who designed that or conceptualized that got that from Japanese mythology, because the Japanese myth of the vampire is that when one is after you, one way to stop them is at a crossroads. That's Japanese, by the way. This is pre-Christian. But somehow one way to stop them was to somehow lead them to a crossroad, and that would stop them. Or the other way was to throw rice on the ground, and they would compulsively have to stop and count it, every grain, and couldn't proceed forward until they'd counted every grain of rice that you had dropped on the ground. So if you had a bag of rice and you dropped that, they would compulsively count every grain before they pursued you again, which could take a long time, depending on how much rice you had to drop. So that was where that man in Sesame Street got the idea of the counting vampire, and then said the count and had the count compulsively. But in terms of that's what I thought when I saw Aquino. And so when I basically pointed at him with my father around, my father just pretty much would say, "Oh yeah, that's the guy who looks like Bela Lugosi, etc." And he would put it in that context. And Aquino, of course, at that time seemed to notice us and seemed to studiously not notice us. In other words, so it would be in that context that I encountered him first, and it was definitively him, as opposed to something that might have been him or might have been influenced by him.
It's very interesting. But what was the relationship between him and Leanne Prifty?
It was one where Leanne Prifty was, let's put it this way. Oh my God. Okay, so Leanne Prifty was Albanian, and she spoke the Albanian language, which was, of course, the Illyrian language, and the ethnos was Shqiptari and the Shqiptieri people of Albania. By the way, the very term Albanian transliterates as caveman, because they were just a land full of caves. And but in terms of she herself, you're talking about a woman who, when I encountered her, she became friendly with her, and she became friendly with myself, and we began to relate to each other, and then talk to each other, and then have long phone conversations. Basically developed pretty much an adult relationship. And we're fairly intimate. And like I said, she was formerly she was an asset. There's no doubt about it. She was an asset all the way. To put this into some perspective for people, she worked with the State Department for Radio Free Europe. And Radio Free Europe is the propaganda arm of the United States, where throughout the Cold War, and they're still around, but throughout the Cold War, they would broadcast behind the Iron Curtain, or they would broadcast here, but project their broadcasts, transmit them behind the Iron Curtain, so that people back in
Albania, it's important to point out Albania was a communist country, correct?
Yes. Oh, yes. It wasn't just communist. It was so fanatically communist that they were legally at war with the Soviet Union, because they felt the Soviet Union were a bunch of wimps and traitors to the communist cause. So they aligned with communist China. They were radical Maoists. And that was under the dictator Enver Hoxha. And Hoxha was...
were they friendly with Yugoslavia? Were they friendly with Yugoslavia?
Oh, God,
Albania?
No. They were hostile to Yugoslavia. And Yugoslavia, of course, they were hostile to Yugoslavia because Yugoslavia was practically a satellite of the West. Yugoslavia was basically the third largest army in Europe, aside from NATO, and the Warsaw Pact. In other words, there was the Warsaw Pact, which was all the Eastern European satellite states directly bordering Russia, except for East Germany. That was the only one that didn't directly border Russia that was part of that. And the other two that were on the Balkan Peninsula, Yugoslavia and Albania, were not part of the Warsaw Pact. So the largest armies in Europe were the Warsaw Pact, NATO, and the third largest army in Europe was Yugoslavia. And after that came Albania, which was, Yugoslavia was preparing for a Warsaw Pact invasion. And because of that, they got the sponsorship of NATO. And so they used to brag that they were the one country on earth where communism worked. Well, yeah, when you've got a whole shitload of Western money pouring in, yeah, then you can, and they actually had tourism. People actually made films there. So it had all the advantages other Eastern European nations did not have. But aside from that, while they were preparing for a Warsaw Pact invasion, Albania was always preparing for a Yugoslav invasion. And so with the Albanians, they were supported by communist China. So the Americans and NATO supported Yugoslavia, the communist Chinese supported Albania, and the rest were under the sway of the Soviet Union, all of the rest of those communist countries. So here was this Albanian chick who was in America, and she was telling me about how whenever her Albanian ethnic neighborhood people up in the Northeast, up in New York or whatever, her relations, she had this one neighborhood that was full of Albanians, and some of them on Albanian Independence Day or whatever would run up the Albanian flag and, sing some songs like that. And then what happened was her mother apparently went over to their house and ripped their flag down and basically told them, we all came here to America to escape that shit. If you want to sing that shit, go back to Albania. So she obviously was raised in this patriotic assimilationist family, and she wound up working for the State Department to broadcast in the native language to her fellow Albanians. And so that's how she wound up somehow under the sway of Michael Aquino, because she wound up working at City Hall. And as I said before, she was basically the lap secretary of Mayor Mosconi, meaning that she was not recognized as the secretary on the books, but she was basically servicing him sexually while he was at work. I'm talking blowjobs under the table and shit. And it was pretty much known, and nobody cared. This was just part of politics. But she did, of course, secretarial things. She was like, doing some reception, doing some things at the front desk once in a while. She was breaking the actual secretary, relieving her when she was sick or when she needed a bathroom break or something. And it was her that was serving that function when Dan White came in to kill the mayor of San Francisco. And then when he came in, he pushed her to the ground because she got up to block his entry. And he pushed her to the ground and told her, I'm too much of a gentleman to shoot a lady. We actually write this into the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. This incident is described in brief. And then he went in and he blew the brains out of George Mosconi and, of course, the so-called mayor of Castro Street, Dan White, who, again, you're talking about one of the founding fathers of the U.S. Navy SEALs. And this guy was a flamer who was in the U.S. Navy as what they used to call a UDT, or underwater demolitions team man. He was a frogman. And so this, Dan White killed him because he had taken Dan White's job as supervisor. And George Mosconi, this former Navy SEAL, has a U.S. naval ship named after him. That's important because it's known that he was a pedophile. So you've got a U.S. Navy ship, the George Mosconi, named after a known pedophile. Just so everybody knows where your military's fucking coming from. So that guy was killed by Dan White, and Dan White said one of the reasons he killed Mosconi was because he was a pedophile, and Dan White knew it because Dan White used to be a San Francisco cop. But then Dan White never spent a day in jail. He just, they put him on trial, said he ate too many Twinkies. I'm not shitting you. Peter Moon can attest to this. This is what they say.
Yeah, it's known as the Twinkie defense, and it's historical.
Yeah.
You'll even find it on Wikipedia and in the press at the time. It's called the Twinkie defense because he was mentally incompetent from too much Twinkie.
Yeah, and then so he wound up blowing his own brains out, but about 7 years later, like somebody pulled the string and gave him an order. But the reason that's important, the reason that tangent is important, is because it tells us quite a bit about Leanne Prifty, which I'll go further into just in summary. And it tells us about the fact that when Aquino told me later, you know, people died to get you this job, Douglas, and told me about who died, you know, basically when I asked who, he said, you know, the mayor of San Francisco and George Moscone. He said, you know, I had them killed just to make certain that you got over here. In other words, once those men were killed, there was no reason for Leanne Prifty to be at City Hall. What happened was the mayoress of San Francisco, Dianne Feinstein, who became mayoress simply by secession. She was never elected, certainly not at first. She came into power and she said, I don't need no fucking lap secretary. And she said, I'm not a dyke. And she was very emphatic about that because a lot of people insinuated that she was. And so she said, you're out of here, bitch. And she fired her. And Leanne Prifty wound up working at John O'Connell Vocational Institute. So when I was there, suddenly she tells me about an opening at the Presidio Military Base Library. That's how I wound up with a job. So in other words, I never would have pursued that without this woman basically seducing me. And I mean, in every way imaginable, physically, emotionally, and then am I getting that job? In other words, she and I were intimate and she got me that job. This was obviously set up. So she herself, as I got to know her better over the years, that was my real first introduction to a targeted individual. In other words, I had never before come across somebody who was suffering from such a high degree of paranoia. Some of it valid and validated by the fact that strange things did happen around her. So, but that was my first encounter with a targeted individual. And their response to it, of course, was the various pathologies she would develop. I mean, like, you know, she would often sleep with black men. She had a thing for black men. And then she would break up with them. And there was some black guy who was in her condominium who they had a fling. And then she felt he was parking his car too many times underneath her window. And then so she took eggs out and threw it at his car and splattered she egged his car. And, you know, this kind of behavior, this was the first time I ran into this level of paranoia, this level of pathology. And so she was indicative of someone who, as I told her, I began to work at the Presidio. And that's when my operations manager, Andrew Mangeris, he had, of course, bear in mind, when I started working there was the mid-'80s, and the Symbionese Liberation Army affair was over by then, for those of you who don't know. Patricia Ann Hearst was the millionaire heiress daughter to the multi-millionaire William Randolph Hearst, or his granddaughter, whatever. She was part of that family, that dynasty. She was abducted by the Symbionese Liberation Army, and she was indoctrinated, became a terrorist with them, was robbing banks with them, and then she wound up being arrested. And at the time, however, when all of that was going down, Andrew Mangeris was employing members of the Symbionese Liberation Army to paint his house, which sounds absolutely whacked out. But the point is, most of these populist movements were presenting themselves as working people and allies of the working people. This is why when they abducted Patricia Ann Hearst, they demanded that William Randolph Hearst provide food for the hungry in the Tenderloin. So suddenly all these trucks showed up in the Tenderloin passing out all this free food. And when I asked my dad, we're starving to death, why don't we get some of this food? He said, we're going to starve to death rather than get food from communists. And this is the product of terrorism, that he would not abide by taking handouts from terrorists. And so we starved. And in terms of the But this is the way the Symbionese Liberation Army was presenting themselves, was as a Robin Hood kind of organization. So they were taking up jobs like painting people's houses and shit. And of course, Andrew Majerus had hired them. Now, of course, that had to be beyond coincidence there. But because of that, he wound up getting wiretapped and was wiretapped effectively the rest of his career. And so whenever I was talking with him, we would hear the mechanical wiretapping, which in those days you could hear the clicks as wiretapping was ongoing. So I would describe that to Leanne, who of course began to promptly hear them all the time. And then whenever she was speaking to me, she would hear them all the time. Or, you know, whenever I did something just by accident that caused a click or some knock on the, you know, the phone, then she'd freak out. It just went on and on. It was just, there was, of course, I had to sever relations with her. It was just unhealthy. And, but basically everybody I've run into ever since has been like that. So
what's interesting is it makes perfect sense for her to be an asset for Aquino, because she's right in the mayor's office, and he has a direct line to San Francisco politics. He knows what's going on right inside the office. He probably had more than one asset in that office.
Go on.
One forgets about, at least I forget about how powerful he was in terms of the military and being having an eagle eye for communism and a legitimate business job interest in it. So yeah, it makes sense that she would serve Aquino in that capacity. And then of course you come into the fray with the occult side. He had some, he must have been interested in you because of intelligence on your mother.
Yes.
That's how he taken an interest in you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And in terms of other aspects that you bring up with that, when you talk about other assets in the City Hall, one of them was Dianne Feinstein. For those of you who think that's going too far, think about this. This is on record. It's a matter of historical record. You can look it up. Peter Moon, I'm certain, already knows about it. But when the Night Stalker was running loose in his, reign of terror across California, people might remember what I've said about his uncle, Michael Ramirez, Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez of the U.S. Army Green Berets, who served in Vietnam with Michael Aquino, or rather under Michael Aquino's command, because Michael Aquino, it must never be forgotten, was a Green Beret. Fuck John Wayne. These are the guys that the Green Berets were comprised of. But the Master Sergeant, Michael Ramirez, he was a man who, as I said, would come into the Presidio Military Base Library after he got his methadone treatments at Letterman Army Medical Center, and he had a shoebox full of memories, photographs of young girls he raped and tortured to death in Vietnam. He would try to take these into the children's room to show to the kids. Whenever I was on duty, I would always prevent that. Whenever I was not on duty, I understand that's exactly what happened. But when I was on duty and would have none of it, I would often distract him. There were times when, of course, I wanted to physically throttle him, but you just can't do that to clientele. But I would distract him by saying, oh, show me these photographs. Tell me about some of this. And that's when I got to know him. And when I asked him how he got sentenced to methadone treatments, because, this is not something he would have voluntarily have done. I said, how did you get sentenced to him? Oh, I got caught after I killed my wife. And I said, well, wait a second. I know all these GIs who killed their wives, killed their families. Nothing ever happened to them. There must have been a witness who saw you do it. He said, oh, it was my nephew. And he was talking about my nephew now. He loves this shoebox full of all these photographs of my cutting off chicks' tits and blowing their brains off right while they're sucking my cock off to orgasm. As soon as I blew my wad, I'd blow their brains out simultaneously. He had photographs of that. And so he said my nephew would take these to the graveyard where he'd masturbate to them all throughout the night. And I said, who was your nephew who saw you murder your wife and did all this? Oh, that's Richard Ramirez. Yeah, so his nephew was Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. Now, when Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, was running all over California, killing people in their own homes, to the point where they ran out of alarm systems for homes. Nobody had any alarm systems left to install in people's homes because they were all bought out. People started buying chimes to hang over bells to hang over their windows just so they could hear, the window being open at night, because that was the song. At night I come in through your window. And that was the Night Stalker song that Richard Ramirez grooved to. He'd go into people's windows at night. This is why people had to start shutting their windows in the middle of a heat wave and swelter. But at any rate, when Richard Ramirez was running loose and doing what he was doing, he had one gun. And that was how the police were tracing him. When Dianne Feinstein got on national television, because obviously the whole nation was watching California at that time, she made sure to back up Richard Ramirez by giving the make and number of that gun. So once she gave that out, he's using a gun right now. It's this caliber. It's this make. Its model number is, and she gave it out. That was a direct hint to him to change his firearms, which he did after that. He began rotating firearms. The police were just inches away from catching him. And they would have caught him with the next kill. But she made sure to stop that. Aquino told me she did that under his orders. She said, yeah, that cunt did that under my orders. I told her what to do. So that means Dianne Feinstein, who's a senator now, albeit thoroughly riddled with Alzheimer's disease, she's an Aquino asset. And, of course, she promoted the People's Temple. You can also find out all the evidence for that. But then everybody did. Willie Brown said Jim Jones was a great man. Fuck everybody. I think in fact, I know Mayor Moscone also said Jim Jones was a great man. And, of course, Jim Jones, for those of you too young to know, had mostly black followers, took the majority of them down to Jonestown in Guyana and killed them all. A lot of them killed themselves, but believe me, there were plenty who didn't kill themselves that his other cultists killed. A lot of them were the children. By the way, they didn't drink Kool-Aid. It was there's, believe it or not, as cheap as Kool-Aid is, there's an economy brand of powderized crap you mix with water that's cheaper than Kool-Aid. And that's what they use to pass out the poison. But everybody says it's Kool-Aid. But there you have that. And so aside from all of that, so that's what all that brings to mind in terms of that. And if you've got anything else that might, trigger some memory.
That's very interesting, and thank you for that. It puts so much more perspective on the nexus that surrounded your life, and how what a pivotal position you have occupied and gravitated to. And now, knowing you for as long as I have, I understand that so much of this is by a reason of your mother.
Yes.
It's like you can say, how did Douglas come into all this weird stuff? And people will get either incredulous or jealous of your position because of being at the nexus point of so much history. This is because of your mother and who she was. She is, and she is a very important character historically, although unknown to certainly most Western history and probably even to the East. But and the story makes more sense when we consider your mother.
Thank you.
And I remember when I met you the first time at the restaurant with Lorian.
Right.
I had asked you where your intelligence came from, because you had so much intelligence, and you said, well, it could have been from my father. He asked me very, very plainly, answered me very plainly. He said, "Oh, it would have come from my mother." And of course, that's an understatement. And all the stuff that she brought and she carried. This is good. But as we're getting late here, and before I go for the evening, let's get back to you were talking about Artilica, yes. Which was the fascinating stuff of above and beyond the Varks Arca. Artilica, for the audience who are new or don't remember this, is basically, he was talking about books have an old talking to of their own, but they are magical instruments and very important ones. But there are also other magical instruments, like the Ark of the Covenant would certainly come to mind. Talismanic objects like the Vox Arca, and he was talking about other objects that manifest magic, and I mean, if they were caricatured or made fun of, you'd put them in something like you'd see in the House of the Addams Family. But we're talking about things that are arcane and possess magical properties. I think you were talking about the cigarette holder, yes, for John Dee. Yes. And how that would manifest smoke. I had never heard of this, but I can tell you this, that smoke is a very spirit loves smoke, and it's a very I guess what you'd say easy tool for scrying. If you were to put smoke in front of your crystal, you're going to be able to see stuff. If you're particularly adept, like John Dee was, you're going to get more than the average person bargained for. Yes. Using smoke. So smoke in itself, if it's specifically be using a cigarette holder or in an environment that's particularly occulted, you're going to get even more. So I hadn't heard this one, and that was very, very fascinating. The other thing I'd say is Aquino was so Aquino-centric that I think some of the things he said were either exaggerated, amplified, or exacerbated by reason of his own mindset. Nevertheless, one cannot underestimate the occult magic he wielded. Yes. You have to throw him out with the bathwater, and then at the same time take stock of him and not completely throw him out. Right. It's a tricky business. So that was very interesting, everything you had to say. And they've made a lot of what do you call it, fodder about this with that show. I don't know if you ever saw it with Bob Newhart, of all people, The Librarian. Did you ever see that show, The Librarian?
No, I didn't.
It was a show that it came in the wave of all these shows where every show is looking for an artillect, like the Holy Grail or something like that. They're always looking for, Do
you remember there was that series that Leanne Prifty loved? It was called Friday the 13th. It was only loosely inspired by the slasher franchise, but it was about antiques, haunted antiques, cursed Artilica, basically, though they referred to it as just...
That's the movie, the movie series with Jamie Lee Curtis, the Friday the 13th?
No, it was just loosely inspired by it, and basically what happened was they made the Friday the 13th television series all about these haunted antiques, and that they were
No, okay, I get it. Yeah.
But it's along those lines, apparently. But go on. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is Twilight Zone stuff. You might find stuff like that in the Alfred Hitchcock or the Twilight Zone. Right. But yeah, I mean, certainly all of this stuff is, Preston would run across stuff like this from time to time. It can become very, I guess what you'd say, consuming. Yes. Which is what's designed to do. John Dee certainly, was an utterly brilliant and intelligent man who gravitated towards the center of geopolitics. Now, and you saw how it chewed him up.
Right.
Now, the whole idea, and Doug was talking about books that talk to each other. Now, John Dee had what he called the Incunabula, which means a collection of rare books.
Yes.
And the Joe Matheny's experiences as articulated in the book Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, where he found this Incunabula catalog, but he found out that he had all the books on it in his shelf. It was reaching out to him. I had my own interactions with him. My books do their own talking to the world. And I think and Douglas was talking about, books, they talk. And of course, I think one of the most interesting for me is my book, Talk to David Anderson, who sent me to Romania, or brought me to Romania, and my books talk to Romanians in Transylvania, who, also invited me into their world, and now I have one of them in my house, my wife. But it's like, this is the world. It is the books talk, and there is intent behind them. My intent happens to be a positive one. The response, even by, appreciative fans, is not always, as positive or complete as I would like. And when I get into some of my more true experiences, the audience falls away. They don't go there.
Interesting.
For whatever reason. Some do. But the books found their way to the Dietrich art elect.
Yes.
They found their way into the world of Joe Matheny, who was more interested in working with me than I was with him. Not that I wasn't interested. I became more interested as I began to appreciate him. And of course, he had invented his own artificial intelligence synchronicity generator. And that led him to Spofford Alley in Chinatown, 36 Spofford Alley, which was the American Chinese Freemason Hall. And that was at one time, and I can't underestimate what it is now, but at one time it was the headquarters of Sun Yat-sen in China.
Yes.
It was China, period.
Yes.
Because he was screwed as the head of China, and he was operating out of San Francisco, Chinatown.
Yes.
I also had dug up an article where there was somebody went down into that basement and found all sorts of connections to other places in Chinatown, basement connections.
Of course.
Because they were notorious for interconnecting their places for a various number of reasons. Secret underground subterranean passageways. There's even a TV show that's been done on underground passageways in Chinatown, or underground establishments and whatnot that are quite metaphysical. But so anyway, it's like, we have the talking of the books, interacting, talking, and so we are manifesting this talking right now as we talk. From the East Coast to the West Coast, there is good always synergy in that from talking to the two coasts. But yeah, so here we are in with all of this quote unquote delightful artelica that you've been subject to and experienced. And I think the rhetorical question is, where do we go from here? And I'm not just talking about you and I, but I'm talking about what is the use of this artelica. You've been, you are the guardian or keeper of a certain lineage and heritage that reaches far beyond the conception of most of your New Age or metaphysical would-be audience. And there's a legacy to share, to transmit towards. It's, it sounds so corny to say a better world. Well, I don't know if the world gets better. I don't know if that's a good analogy. The world was a pretty hellish place for the last 2,000 years in many respects. Nevertheless, there are positive stories throughout history, throughout all history. Are we scheduled, slated for, having a utopian world? The literature that I've published recently suggests tuning into Shambhala, and that's a long road, not necessarily in terms of distance, but in terms of changing people's minds, because people are sluggish. They follow the herd, and it seems like the world we live in, the truth is with the outcast.
Yes.
With the true renegade, not the Barack Obama version, not the Bruce Springsteen version, but the one who has rejected the mainstream and embraced the rejected knowledge of the masses.
Yes.
And that's, so my question to you, and maybe I will fade out with this. I'll officially say good night. I'll hang on for a few minutes and maybe pick up in the morning. But if you could just kind of like talk about where we're headed with this, and it gives people all the more reason to go out and get your book too, or to spread the book, because this opens the door to exposing it. As long as it's positive, people will go.
Yes, well, I would hope people would go for the positive. I also know that people also go for a lot of fear porn. And but in the case of what's positive, I'll tell you, everyone who's listening right now, the positive thing for you to do is to purchase a copy of the book, make it known to others, and enter a 5-star review on Amazon, just to make certain that you continue to promote the book. We have the gang stalkers who, of course, entered these 1-star reviews. You can take a look at them and see point blank that these are just part of the terrorist procedure. You can stand up against that by reporting those as false reports. Theoretically, enough of those reports being arrayed against those false reports, the 1-star reviews will force Amazon to take them down. I know people who have reported them multiple times and nothing seems to be done. And these people might potentially simply be protected by so many of these powers that dominate media. If such is the case, just do your best to stand against them. Put your positive report in, put your 5-star review in, and of course, purchase the book from either Amazon or Skybooks USA. And again, that's the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. But if you really want to look at the future, let's compare what we have now to what we had in the past. I'm hoping Peter will, hang in just long enough to remember this. Back when we had the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl. And this was a combination not just of an economic collapse, but of an environmental catastrophe. And when you had the Dust Bowl form in the heartland of the United States, and our farms were no longer productive, they were still very much run by families in those days, but this was the death of the family farmer. This was apocalypse. And this was one of the disasters that paved the way for agribusiness and ultimately the monopolization of the farming industry by agricorps, or agricultural corporate giants. But around that time that all of this was going down, you had that man who, Peter can help me out here, he wrote Cannery Row for San Francisco. Steinbeck, thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Thank you.
He wrote a lot about California. He was a Californian who has been exposed as working with the CIA extensively.
Oh, that makes
I
sense.
don't know.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and he wrote The Grapes of Wrath.
Yes.
He exhibited the plight of the common migrant worker, mostly of them who were Hispanic. He wrote, Cannery Row, which is about the canneries in Monterey. He wrote, I think he was from Salinas. He wrote about Salinas. He wrote Of Mice and Men, The Grapes of Wrath, which is about the people coming from the Dust Bowl. What else? He wrote The Pearl.
That's right.
Actually, a very good writer, and he really wrote to the heart of the common people and explained their situation. But he had these untoward associations with the CIA. I don't know who it was before that, but he ended up moving to Sag Harbor, Long Island, of all places. It's not that common for, people from California to migrate to the East Coast. And he ended up living in Sag Harbor, which is a stone's throw from Montauk. It's one of the original settlements in Long Island is Sag Harbor.
Jesus, that's amazing.
So that's anyway. That's John
That just
Steinbeck.
goes to figure. That goes to figure. So thank you for that. I appreciate that profoundly. So people now have an idea of John Steinbeck. You have a good holistic perspective on that individual, and it explains a lot. But during the time of the Grapes of Wrath, during the time of the Dust Bowl, he began, and they called it the Dust Bowl because the topsoil basically disappeared, was blown away literally, and what was left was barren. So the soil was not producing.
Don't forget, Douglas, that was the Dust Bowl is what was used as a ostensible reason for Henry Wallace, the agricultural secretary,
yes,
to send Nicholas Roerich to China,
yes,
where he could find wheat that was sturdy and could withstand the harsh conditions there. They thought it might be useful, and Roerich kind of spat on the whole idea and was over there doing his own agenda.
Yes, thank you. That is so important. There's no way to overemphasize that. Bless you. And of course, this is the kind of interventionist agenda that led Henry Wallace's other schemes to be interdicted by my mother, who was, of course, dispatched to Central Asia at the time that Henry Wallace himself wanted to capture the Niega, because that's another aspect of why he wanted the Niega, was he felt that they could provide the secret for the grain that would never die, the grain that would grow in all areas, the grain that would grow in the desert, so to speak. And so it was during that period of time that John Steinbeck was traveling all across America, and he pretty much, I don't know what you would call this, a boast, or at any rate, he made it a point to say that he started his journey with only a few pennies in his pocket. He ended his journey with those same pennies in his pocket. In other words, his emphasis was that he had barely any money, and everywhere he went, he couldn't spend it because Americans were that generous. That everywhere he went, people would say, "Oh, here, have the clothes off my back. Oh, here, sit down, have a meal." And whenever he'd bring out what few pennies he would have, people would just say no. And this is Christian charity.
Authors often write metaphorically. It was the government paying his way.
Yeah. See, that was the part I didn't know about. Now that you say that, it makes perfect fucking sense. That's why I was saying you put everything into play. I never knew that. So when he pointed that out,
I'll look up the specifics on it. Yeah. But the thing is, it's like, and I'm sure Americans, people in general, are friendly, not just Americans. And if you're going there and you're sponsored, and you're playing like a poor man, they'll take care of you. Why not? Why not? And if you're funded,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why not?
There you go. And that makes perfect sense. And I believe you. I believe you. By the way, it makes sense now. Whereas before, his saying that, the only thing I could make of it would be that I would tell people, well, we had a much more homogenous society back then, and most of these people thought alike, and they were all white, and they were all Christian, and they just, it was just, that was my thought. Now you put it into perspective where it makes sense, because I knew it wasn't that. I knew that wasn't it, because we had plenty of crime, and a lot of this was what brings us back to.
Well, let me before I go, it says Steinbeck, Citizen Spy, The Untold Story of John Steinbeck and the CIA, Jesus. Documents relevant to John Steinbeck's connection with the CIA, begin to unravel the mystery of Steinbeck's service with the CIA in these documents. Below is Steinbeck's FBI file. Sprinkled throughout the document are redactions made at the request of the CIA. To view other documents referenced in Steinbeck's Citizen Spy or that have been released after the book's publication, click the appropriate link below. And it says John Steinbeck's 52 letter to CIA Director Walter Biddle Smith. And he says, Dear General Smith, toward the end of February, I'm going to the Mediterranean area and afterwards to all of the countries of Europe not out of bounds. This is in January 1952. I am commissioned by Collier's magazine. Aren't they the same people that did
yes,
Jack
the
London?
Unparalleled Invasion, yes. Yes.
Yeah, so I am commissioned by Collier's magazine to do a series of articles, subjects, and areas to be chosen by myself. I shall move slowly, only where interest draws. The trip will take 6 to 8 months. If during this period I can be of any service whatever to yourself or to the agency you direct, I shall be only too glad. I saw Herbert Bayward Swope recently, and he told me that your health had improved. I hope this is so. There's obviously a connection there. Jeez. Also, I wear the Lou for 52 button concealed under the lapel, as that shy candidate suggests. I'm not sure who Lou for 52 was. Maybe it was Lou Costello.
I was assuming he was referencing a firearm he had in his shoulder holster, but go on.
Again, I shall be pleased to be of service. The pace and method of my junket, together with my intention of talking with great numbers of people of all classes, may offer peculiar advantages. And this was actually handwritten by Steinbeck.
Yeah, back in the day. Yeah, go on.
And yeah, so Steinbeck.
What a
and then
shill.
what is it?
What a fucking.
Well. What is the response from the CIA director is, greatly appreciate your office. You can indeed be of help to us by keeping your eyes and ears open on any political developments in the areas through which you travel, in addition on any other matters which seem to you of significance, particularly those which might be overlooked in routine reports. It would be helpful, too, if you could come down to Washington for a talk with us before you leave. We might then discuss any special matters on which you may feel that you can assist us. Since I am certain that you will have some very interesting things to say, I trust also that you will be able to reserve some time for us on your return. Well, no question they had an interest in him. No question at all. And
so before you go, I want to emphasize this, because this is a positive. When we talk about an outcast, this brings us back to one of the things that Michael Aquino's affiliates, who was the guy who was in charge of the non-lethal weapons technology? It wasn't Vallely, it was the other guy, Paul Alexander, I believe, John Alexander.
Alexander, is that his name, or John Alexander?
Yeah, because he's one of the reasons why I kept saying Alexander instead of, our friend Dr. David Lewis Anderson, was because he was one of the guys who bitched about Anderson the most, and so I kept conflating the names, Alexander and Anderson, and this is because it was the lieutenant colonel, I believe it was John or Paul Alexander, who was in charge of the non-lethal weapons technology, and that was a legacy of George S. Patton, who was trying to suppress psychic abilities because he felt that the man who had rescued him in World War I, Hobo Joe Angelo, was a...
Oh, that was a great story. I heard you say about Hobo Joe. Yeah.
Okay. And so my
go
point
ahead.
about Hobo Joe Angelo, there's a true outcast. And let me look up non-lethal Alexander, and then we'll get the guy's exact name, because he wrote the book John Alexander. John Alexander wrote the book Future War and Non-Lethal Weapons in the 21st Century. So John Alexander was the heir to the legacy of George S. Patton, because Patton felt that this guy, Hobo Joe Angelo, had put the whammy on him, because there was several examples that I saw that Aquino had possession of in terms of correspondence, national security, from George Patton, in which he felt that he should have been able to have killed men, women, children in that shanty town without the guilt that he felt, that he didn't feel any guilt until Hobo Joe Angelo showed up out of the smoke and ruins of that shanty town and basically spoke with him for several minutes that Patton had no conscious recollection of. He knew he'd spoken with him, but he had no conscious recollection of what went down or what was said. And then afterwards, he felt tremendously guilty and wrote essays about how crowd control should be non-lethal and should be very passive in terms of how you deal with people instead of aggressive, etc. And he felt that this wasn't him, that this was Hobo Joe Angelo. So he started a secret slush fund towards psychic suppression research. This ultimately culminated in Lieutenant Colonel John Alexander's department and non-lethal weapons technology development, only, of course, far more malevolent by then. They were no longer under any spell of Hobo Joe. But in terms of...
Well, this is interesting, because Patton came from a background of psychics.
Interesting.
And Mount Wilson was named after his father, or grandfather, Benito Wilson. They used to call him Benito Wilson because he was very muy bonito, I guess. He was liked by the Spanish, because he was a landowner in Los Angeles.
Right.
And Mount Wilson, of course, is the backyard of Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Yes.
It all, and of course, I remember the name Wilson coming up. Again, it's a hot button.
Yes. That's right. And beyond that, so Patton himself said he had psychic visions. Believed in reincarnation. He believed in reincarnation, and etc. So in terms of that, what makes Hobo Joe Angelo so interesting was that I know for a fact, dealing with government documents on the subject, there was an enormous manhunt for Hobo Joe Angelo. He was never caught, but he was always one step ahead because of his psychic ability to tell when they were near. He was always one step ahead of the feds. And what Hobo Joe Angelo had started was, of course, the concept. He worked on the concept that was already there, that a hobo is not a bum, that he works for a living. And there, as I said, there were men who made a living just traveling and doing odd jobs. But he started what was called a creed. And this is what so much reminds me of the help me pronounce this correctly, Solomonari, yes? And so hopefully our man Peter's still with us. So Peter...
I'm still with you.
Oh, yes, good. The Solomonari, because what happened was that in the writings that they had basically found in pamphlets that were run on independent presses that Hobo Joe Angelo had paid for and passed out to other men who were willing to join him in this kind of hobo lifestyle as a committed, not just a career, but a way of life. Basically, many of the men that he recruited or who were attracted to them apparently had latent psychic abilities. So they all became part of this kind of loose network of men who were basically hobos because they were on the run. This was the first true government-sponsored dragnet to basically put people in detention and exploitation simply because they had talent that normal baseline humans did not. In other words, a kind of enslavement and exploitation program that we would see become the trope of many kinds of postmodern thrillers. But in terms of what Joe Angelo had claimed was that he had attracted the attention of what he called the circle of wonder and light, and that the circle had instructed himself to better use his powers, and he wanted to share that with other people and bring them into the attention of the circle of wonder and light. And so he had this creed, what was called Angelo's Creed. And basically, it was just about 7 rules that all hobos must give up any material possessions they cannot carry on their person, that all hobos must forsake the corrupting idea of personal wealth, that all hobos must undertake a life of service, seeking out those who are unable to help themselves, and that all hobos must use their power only in the service of that which is good. This was what was so bizarre to me when I read these pamphlets, was that what power is he speaking of? Of course, it was Aquino who articulated psychic power, which is why these men had to be hunted down and killed. And that's when he exposed to me that this was an extermination program. And the other things that Hobo Joe said was that no hobo must ever teach the way of the circle to a non-believer. This is Angelo's right alone. So he did, in that sense, make himself the Buddha of his movement, so to speak. And finally, he said that a hobo may call upon the aid of another hobo, but then owes that hobo a debt. And I guess he closed the pamphlet, if I remember correctly, with any hobo not adhering to the tenets of the creed is subject to Angelo's judgment. So he did kind of impose himself as this kind of leader, no doubt about it. But at the same time, what he was doing was no different than what your normal kind of religious leader would do. Somebody has to be in charge. And
this reminds me, there's a very good movie that sort of loosely overviews the hobo culture, not to this degree, but you can kind of see how it relates. It stars Lee Marvin. It's called Emperor of the North, or sometimes called Emperor of the North Pole. Both are valid movie titles, Emperor of the North. And where Lee Marvin is number 1, he's the hobo who can ride the train. He can ride any train, and he's challenging Shaq. Shaq is Ernest Borgnine, who is the conductor, and he's a bastard, and he'll beat these hobos with his stick. And it's all that's the, protagonist and the antagonist.
Yes,
it's all. It's a great movie, but there's, you kind of get a feel for the whole hobo culture and the complete admiration for number 1, which is Lee Marvin, who's a tough son of a bitch. He didn't have to act. So I can imagine that Hobo Joe, boy, he is a true American outcast.
Yes.
And this also reminds me of my friend called Mr. Ford, who's very much connected into the Moorish Islamic connection. Mm-hmm. And he hangs around the Cahokia Mountains in East St. Louis. And there was somebody he knew was like Chrono. Chrono was this strange character that you kind of see him at homeless gatherings where this Italian guy would bring out all this pizza for the homeless people in St. Louis. And it was like tunnels, underground tunnels, and Chrono had, if he visited the inner earth or not. Chrono's a strange character. I first, Chrono was a small guy, kind of a midget, but no, it turns out Chrono's real tall.
Wow.
He sounds like some sort of almost black guy who's on the outer edge of culture, like really kind of like he's on a different vibe. But there was a definite connection to the homeless, and down by the rail yards. And it's almost like that is a legend. It's like, the homeless shall inherit the earth. What is it? That thing? the meek shall inherit the earth. That's been very mistranslated from the original. But nevertheless, yeah. And so Hobo Joe and of course Patton is the aristocracy.
Yes.
Utterly, completely the aristocracy. And the aristocracy is never right. It's never right. The aristocracy is always the bad guy. It can't be anything other than the bad guy because it has all the privileges that the other people don't.
Yes.
So it almost brings about, by its very nature, an imbalance and an unfairness. And anytime you start moving towards the aristocratic, you have to be very careful because it's like setting you up for a fall.
Yes.
I
mean, your point's well taken. And so my point was, when we think of a positive future, think of the position these outcasts were in and the fact that someone like Hobo Joe was asking these men who had nothing to adhere to something. And in the way I found out, so many of them were actually people possessed of talent that other humans would consider superhuman. And for that reason, the government of that time was seeking them out to kill them. For that reason, Hobo Joe Angelo was someone who was talking about inducting them into something that might give them access ultimately to something beyond. This circle of wonder and light reminds me of what Salman Sheikh says is these kinds of Freemasonic circles that have encouraged him to stay in Freemasonry when he was about to leave. And he said that they were the more benevolent British faction as opposed to what was here in America. Now he's in Britain, of course, hanging around and seems to be having the time of his life while the rest of the British people are wondering how they're going to make it through the winter without any petrol. But there we have it. So I want people to take this as a positive. We have a positive future because no matter how outcast Peter Moon and myself are, we're still working towards the light. And Peter has the connections of the circle of wonder and light through the hobos he's treated well in Romania, the Solomonari. And that takes us all the way back to the magical schools that taught Dracula himself.
Well, I'm going to sign off. Before I go, we had one of Paula's friends who came over today, who was one of the students in Romania, and she relayed an experience she had in the city of Timișoara, which is where they fly into. Timișoara is the biggest, well, it's on the extreme western end of Transylvania, and it's right on the border of Hungary. And it's a big city. It's where Paula's brother and stepmother have a house and a treatment center. And so anyway, she said she was had just gotten out of a class and she was feeling really good, and this little kid came up to her and was motioning, to go to the store. Mm-hmm. She took the little kid to the store, and the kid started putting all this stuff in the basket, to buy, and she I guess he was putting in diapers and all sorts of stuff that was. It's like he was doing this for his family. And I think he started to put liquor in there. She says, no liquor.
I like that. Go on. Yes.
Yeah,
Though in all fairness, that could be a medicinal, but go on.
They do use it medicinally. Yeah. I've never heard more references to medicinal alcohol than in Romania. But and then they, and then she bought him the stuff. She needed to talk to me about it. Paula was more skeptical, thinking, these kids, they know how to manipulate foreigners.
They can.
But I didn't look at it that way. The kid, I mean,
the diapers would put me in the space where it seems sincere. That seemed pretty earnest. Yeah.
I was going to sell the diapers to the neighbors. but no, it's like I didn't look at it as sinister at all, because I will also hear stories from Paul about how destitute Romanians are and how hard it is to get a job and how hard it. And there are certain people who are very comfortable,
Right.
very comfortable, and it's just it's a brutal situation because some people have it really good and others do not. And all these people have to cope, but the hobo culture there's no real hobo culture. There's the most impoverished are the gypsies, and some of the gypsies are very wealthy, and you'll see huge houses that are new. And oh God, what all those gypsies live in? Why do they build these houses for their own gypsies? Well, they do, and then you'll find some. I think some of the greatest ones are the most impoverished, and they're very humble, and they are sometimes in shanties out in the middle of nowhere, out in the middle of a field where they're practically less than what you'd find with a tent city here. And some of these, and if you see them, they don't look like your classical gypsies with the dark. There are those people in Romania. They're not necessarily the dark-skinned, people from a Universal Studios movie. They're very white-skinned,
Right.
but they're gypsies. And these people and their culture, whatever said about them, they are the opposite. Their word for God is Debel. I think it's D-E-E-L.
Yes.
Or D-E-L, Debel. And they are gatekeepers.
Yeah, go on.
They are the gatekeepers. And I met all the gypsies have met are nice. And, but as they say, I've said this and it's not very nice, but there's enough truth in it. I said that, the Romanians, the four things that is endemic to them is, drinking, smoking, the Orthodox Church, and hating gypsies.
Yes.
And if they had to give up three of those and retain only one of them, the one they'd hold on to was hating gypsies.
Yes.
Now, not all of them hate gypsies by any stretch of the imagination, but there's a lot of prejudice against them. And what this really is a hatred of the feminine culture, because the gypsies represented the feminine culture. And because that has been so battered down, they take on the antithetical position to society.
Yes.
And now, one of my Greek friends told me that, the most powerful people in Greece are the gypsies, the gypsy king. But that's organized crime. That's the Godfather.
Right.
So, and they're not necessarily going to be, taking you through any gateways, but then they might know where the gateway is. Mm-hmm. So it's, this is a very lost, people don't recognize this, and gypsies have a bad reputation, but they are gatekeepers. And I've met some very beautiful gypsy people, and they're beautiful in their heart. And I do not have an aversion to them. And
understood.
I even remember on my first trip to Transylvania with my friend Nicole, we're on the train, and it's a pretty crowded train, and she says, "This is a gypsy. Be very careful." And he's a little kid. He's about 8 years old. I said, "What's he going to do to me?" I said, "I can strangle this kid." What's he going to do to me? It was obviously very, very dark-skinned gypsy, and I said, "I will do the qigong," and he will go away. And he did. Jesus. He did. I started doing the qigong because you don't want this guy lurking about. He's not doing anything positive.
Right.
So I start doing the qigong, and a few minutes later, this guy tells him to get the hell out of here. In Romanian, he just get the fuck out of here, and he left. I said, "That's the qigong."
There you go.
You know, she said, no, it's not the Qigong. I said, yes, it is. The next morning I'm doing Qigong and this old bag lady comes up and just bounces off my energy field. She goes, oh, I like the Qigong. You know, she saw that it worked. Mm-hmm. You know, some bag lady in Transylvania was coming into our space, you know. That's the only bag lady I've seen in Romania, but, you know, she wanted to show Nicole that Qigong worked. So
right.
It was good. So anyway, the hobo, the rejection culture, this is a very important point you bring up vis-a-vis the military-industrial complex, the nonviolent weapons, George S. Patton. It's very good.
Thank you.
And he probably had his own Artilica, and
he was seeking it most certainly. Yes, he had his own, and he was seeking more. Go on.
Yeah, and maybe there's a whole new scope of why he died. But as I say, he was a pivotal character in my book, The Spandau Mystery, which was, you know, I had a General Wilson who was, you know, worked under Patton and was trying to pick up the pieces of what had happened in the legacy of Patton. And I had Patton killed in that book for his knowledge of the German flying craft.
Yes.
And being you know, there are multiple reasons, but I had a connection between him and Hess and the flying craft, not an alliance by any stretch of the imagination, but Hess was knowledgeable about the flying craft, and so was Patton. Anyway, and as I say, that book ends with the main characters taking a trip to San Francisco, which I don't know if it's mentioned, where they're going to encounter the Presidio.
Right.
The Presidio murders of surrounding Michael Aquino. So anyway, this was very good. I hope you will go into more of this for as long as you can last tonight.
Okay.
On the subject of Artilica and talking books and John D. cigarette holders, or wherever your heart leads you. And remember, audience, to not only to push the book, but to support Douglas as you can. One of my friends had just asked for his PayPal, which I gave him. Yes, support Douglas, and we will get more of this. And thank you all. Good night, Jameson. Good night, Douglas.
Good night, sir. God bless you. Share our love with Paula.
Good night, Peter.
There we are. And that was Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. And do remember the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. You have to use the whole title because there's a chicken shit fiction work, or a chicken shit work of fiction by the name of the Roswell Deception out there. We did not write that. So you need to use the full title. And Roswell Deception, Douglas Dietrich, Peter Moon should get you where you need to go. And right now, I'm so glad our man Jameson is with us. So Jameson, do me a favor and hold the stage. I'm going to refresh myself and grab some liquid to hydrate myself with to go on further into the night, as long as we can last. I'm not quite sure how much longer we can last, but I definitely appreciate your being here. Honestly, you have no idea how pivotally valuable you are. And well, you do know. And John Warrington.
In a way, I have to do, well, what my mom considers God's work.
There we are. Yes.
Even though I might be a rebellious angel, I do what I do.
There we have that. I mean, that's one thing you might want to discern. Well, here's before I refresh myself and leave Jameson in charge for a few minutes. One of the things that I want to emphasize is that our dear friend Isaac Romero, he is, of course, right on the money with what he has gleaned from his own experiences and from what he's heard from myself to help contextualize those experiences. One of the things that Isaac Romero was saying was that, these stalkers, these guys who sit down there all day just analyzing every word you say. Obviously, he's seen these freaks back when they were open online, when that Richard K. Cole Jr. was basically using the name of my program so that anybody looking up Douglas Dietrich and critical omissions would, per his own hopes, wind up seeing his shit, where he just spent all day just shitting all over everything that I said. And like Isaac was saying, here's where Isaac is conflating. He's conflating what I've said about good and evil in this world, that good and evil all source from God, that ultimately good and evil are part of the cosmic ecosystem. But by that I'm referring to the devils of hell, the Qlīpoth, the roots of the tree of life. This has nothing to do with Richard K. Cole and the gang stalkers affiliated with the kings of Edom. They represent that which is beyond evil. We're talking about these are people of the Rasha, the unholy anti-tree, the tree that's antithetical to the tree of life and death, the tree that is the antimatter that explodes on contact with the matter of our universe. These are not the composters and the carrion feeders at all. These are the toxic waste and spillage of these alternative universes rejected by God, those creations that failed. And they come back now to try and tear down this creation, God's creation. It was as our man Peter Moon was alluding to earlier when he's talking about God and jealous and the etymology of that of that term. When Peter Moon is saying that somehow things have gone out of control, when I was talking about gating and the gates.
Yes.
Yeah, this isn't that things have gotten out of control any more than our ecosystem is out of control. Basically, what's going on is our ecosystem is out of balance. And what's causing this lack of balance? Pollution. So pollution is something that nature cannot process. Nature cannot process industrial-grade pollution, and it's resulting in nature responding by rendering itself hostile to our existence. And by killing off billions of us, nature can rebalance. That's what nature is trying to do. This is why La Palma is blowing its top. But when it comes to these cultists, they're not part of the path. They're not part of the path as Satanists are. Satanists are part of the path. And Isaac understands that. These people who worship gods and devils, here's a good example, was when my father was in the U.S. Navy. It was when he first heard the joke this was back in the day when everybody's perception was much different from today. People had a very strict need to project a facade, even if they weren't. They needed to project the facade that they were godly and God-fearing and normal people and straight and all that other shit. And so when my father joined the Navy and this one old salt, meaning an old sailor, was talking to him, he says, yeah, you know, when they were entering a battle at that time in World War II, and basically all the men around them started listening to the chaplain and saying, yes, we need God more than ever. And then he turned to my dad and said, what we need is a good Satanist. And this was well before the Aquino kind of corruption. And Dad said, why is that? He says, yeah, well, you know, God's a good guy. He's going to forgive you no matter what, right? But Satan, on the other hand, you want to be on his good side. We need a good Satanist so that if we go to hell, we'll have it a little easier. And so that was, he told my dad that one time the chaplain overheard me tell that joke. And I got, you know, he said something like a week in the can or something, meaning that they put him in detention for about a week or something on the ship. You know, they took such things seriously back in those days. A chaplain was sentenced, to a week in, you know, the prison cell of the ship for saying something like that. But so in terms of what this man was saying, however, there is truth in that. There are always going to be those people who play with devils and demons. It's not recommended for anyone. If you go out and play with carrion eaters in your backyard in a puddle of fecal matter, you're going to come home with ringworm. If you go out and play with hyenas on the fields of Africa, they'll fucking eat your ass up alive. Believe me, I was in Africa and I was chased up a tree by hyenas, and if I wasn't wearing steel-toed boots, I wouldn't have any toes today. I'll tell you that. Those fuckers can tear right through any normal boots. Like, they left dents in my steel toes.
They can crush bone. They can crush elephant bone.
Yes, yes.
I don't think any human being is going to be able to comprehend that in human terms, because we can't crush bone.
That's correct. That's correct.
The most we could do is a chicken bone, maybe.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And so understand this. You don't play with carrion eaters. They're not your friends, but without them, your environment dies. That's why you need them to carry the dead. In that sense, even the ghoul have their place. It's only these plagues, when things go out of balance, when you transport animals to an environment they shouldn't be in, transporting mice and other rabbits and everything the white man did to Australia in a fit of biological imperialism, and they're paying the price to this day. This is the kind of madness that causes natural imbalance. But nature, does its best. And it does its best by killing off large numbers of people so they don't do this shit anymore. All of that is natural. What's not natural is what led nature to do this. And that is industrial grade pollution it cannot process. This is what the anti-gods and the cultists of the kings of Edom are all about. Toxic waste from other dimensions our dimension cannot process. So yes, Satanists, devils, demons, misfortune, evil, bad luck, everything negative that is natural comes from God ultimately, as surely as any blessing. It is something that is part of the path, including intrinsically criminal or evil people or satanic true Satanists who are cavorting with devils and demons. The anti-gods and the Herodian insurgency are another matter entirely. They are true toxic waste. They are not part of the path. They must be expelled. They must be.
Their desire is to cause a irreversible entropy.
Thank you.
Which is an imbalance, because usually you have entropy and you have negentropy, which is like the inversion of entropy, and it's like matter and antimatter. These things work in tandem to create a whole.
Yes, bless you. So Jameson is well aware of this. He'll take it from there, and he can explain the difference. There was one young lady who was in the chat room the other day. She asked, by anti-gods, do you mean fallen angels? You can correct her on that and explain.
Fallen angels aren't anti-gods. There are fallen angels, there are dark angels, there are nightmare angels. They serve a different purpose. They don't serve the purpose of they serve the purpose of breaking down and decomposing.
And recycling. It's ultimately constructive. It's ultimately a constructive purpose. Okay, I'll be back soon. I'll go mute. Thank you.
Yeah, whereas the archangels and the angels as we know it deal with the maintaining the functioning of the laws of nature as we know them. So that's a big difference. Demons are as important as angels and guardians and ancestors and all that other stuff. But when you're dealing with something from a different universe that doesn't replace or doesn't rebalance, because it's like the displacement of fluid in a medium, or it's like the displacement of anything, something else takes its place. But when you're dealing with something like the anti-gods, there's nothing that takes that place. You have a void that continues to just stay there, and it fucks with the laws of nature and everything else. It just brings everything off kilter. It kind of reminds me of this weird dream I had a while back. I had this dream that I was somewhere. There was something going on where I was outside of Earth. I don't know where I was, but we were looking at the Earth from outside. And what happened was there were certain there was a grid that had different colors, and when as each color went dark and black, it was like something was just removed, and it was like it was a negative thing. It was like once that grid went black, um, there was just nothingness. And so it's not the kind of nothingness that we know of as like the quantum soup of space. It's a kind of nothingness where there is literally non-existence. And in that dream, the grid finally went completely black. All the lights went out, and that's when I knew, fuck, we're fucked. And I looked down at Earth, and I was like, I would not want to be there I would not want to be there right now. Then I woke up. I mean, the dream probably has, the dream probably has no real relevant meaning, or maybe it's my mind's interpretation of what I intuited would happen in the future. Because oftentimes these things seem to they seem to have context on hindsight that seem to be very that seem to it's almost like they're prophetic in a way, the dreams sometimes. Not all the time, not all dreams, but the ones that stick with me though. So yeah, there are those of us who have to work with demons, and I make the distinction by saying work rather than play, because there is a subculture of people who do play with demons, and they get burned for it. And when they get burned for it, they always blame the entities, and as if they, were somehow not expecting that they would have to give something in return for what they asked. Whereas when you're working with demons, you know damn well that you're giving up something in return. You are sacrificing very real things to serve a certain purpose. It's very complicated. I would say that, I see myself as having a desire to try to reshape the world around me in a way that is not going to result in the extinction of the species. And sometimes that might require things like, COVID or these natural disasters that kill off a large swath of people. Because honestly speaking, if we continue on consuming and releasing fossil fuels as we have been doing, in all our numbers, we will go extinct, and everything on the surface will go extinct, save for maybe some plants, trees, bacterium, and viruses, which will probably be and fungi. Fungi are, fungi. They seem to they're pretty much unstoppable. Fungi are literally like a very, very resilient creature. But overall, one has to sort of create a kind of balance between light and dark. And I'm someone who I guess was light from the very beginning, so I have to work with the dark. I have to go into the dark. I have to illuminate it. And honestly, I've always felt like my responsibility was to sort of get people to see the shadow aspect of the human mind that they won't pay attention to. Because I've always encountered people who were optimistic to the point where it was sickening, and it was completely unrealistic, and where they just would bury their heads in the sand when things would go wrong. And when things went wrong, and I was like, see, I told you, they were like, oh, I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to see it. But you see, This is this sort of situation that the human race has been living in for the a good part of the 20th century into the 21st century. We've buried our heads in the sand. We did not want to see the impact that our things were having on the environment. And those that knew that it was a negative impact didn't care, because they chose profit over a future. And so now we are dealing with the consequences of this imbalance. And this imbalance, I'm not very optimistic. I'm someone who likes to see things from a neutral and realistic point of view rather than being pessimistic. But when we consider the amount of species and things that have died off, it's just it's alarming. It's alarming. It's sad even. It's very sad. I did have an article, yes, about that. This is from the Associated Press, where the U.S. says ivory-billed woodpecker, 22 other species extinct. Now, this is coming from Billings, Montana. Deaths come knocking a last time for the splendid ivory-billed woodpecker and 22 more birds, fish, and other species. The U.S. government on Wednesday declared them extinct. It's a rare move for wildlife officials to give up hope on a plant or animal, but government scientists say they've exhausted to find these 23. And they warn climate change, on top of other pressures, could make such disappearances more common as the warming planet adds dangers facing imperiled plants and wildlife. Now, this in and of itself throws things out of balance, because there are certain insects that these woodpeckers and other, birds were probably preying on, that now, without that natural enemy to keep their populations in check, those sort of insects will just swarm out of control. It's completely imbalanced. There's nothing to take its place. The ivory-billed woodpecker was perhaps the best-known species the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service declared extinct. The woodpecker went out stubbornly and with fanfare, making unconfirmed appearances in recent decades that ignited a frenzy of ultimately fruitless searches in the swamps of Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Florida. Others, such as the flat pigtoe, a freshwater mussel in the southeastern U.S., were identified in the wild only a few times and never seen again, meaning by the time they got a name, they were fading from existence. So we were just discovering those species as they died off. When I see one of those really rare ones, it's always in the back of my mind that I might be the last one to see this animal again, said Andy Ford, a U.S. Fish Wildlife Service biologist in Tennessee who specializes in freshwater mussels. The factors behind the disappearances vary. Too much development, water pollution, logging, competition from invasive species, and as you may note, this is something that I've been keeping a close eye on, the invasive species, because I've been seeing those, I've been seeing those weird ass looking bugs everywhere now, those spotted lantern flies. Granted, they're pretty to look at, but what they do is they're horrific to crops. Birds killed for feathers and animals captured by private collectors. I mean, in each case, humans were the ultimate cause. That's very messed up. Another thing they share, all 23 were thought to have at least a slim chance of survival when added to the endangered species list beginning in the 1960s. Only 11 species previously have been removed due to extinction in the almost half century since the Endangered Species Act was signed into law. The announcement kicks off a 60-day comment period before the species status changes become final. Wildlife officials citing the extinction also said they would resume criminal enforcement of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act to punish companies responsible for preventable bird deaths. Prosecutions ceased for several years under President Donald Trump. Well, there you have it. That fucking asshole, he had to kill something. He had to kill something. Around the globe, some 902 species have been documented as extinct. The actual number is thought to be much higher because some are never formally identified, and many scientists warn that the Earth is in an extinction crisis, with flora and fauna now disappearing at 1,000 times the historic rate. Yes, this is the 6th extinction. It's possible one or more of the 23 species named Wednesday could reappear, several scientists said. But I wouldn't bet on it. A leading figure in the hunt for the ivory-billed woodpecker said it was premature to call off the effort after millions of dollars spent on searches and habitat preservation efforts. Little is gained and much is lost when an extinction declaration said Cornell University bird biologist John Fitzpatrick, lead author of a 2005 study that claimed the woodpecker had been rediscovered in eastern Kansas, Arkansas. Geez, I always butcher that state's name. I always keep saying Arkansas because that's what I used to say as a kid. It's pretty bad when that's coming back. A bird this iconic and this representative of the major old-growth forest of the Southeast, keeping it on the list of endangered species keeps attention on it, keeps states thinking about managing the habitat on the off chance it still exists, he said. He has a very good point. I mean, the rush to call something extinct would more or less cause people to say, oh, so we don't have to worry about it. Unfortunately, you would think that the mindset would be like, so that we guarantee that nothing else becomes extinct, we should probably stop doing this. But no, it's the opposite. The International Union for Conservation of Nature, a Switzerland-based group that tracks extinctions globally, is not putting the ivory-billed woodpecker into its extinction column because it's possible the bird still exists in Cuba, said the group's Craig Hilton Taylor. Hilton Taylor said there can be unintended but damaging consequences if extinction is declared prematurely. Suddenly the conservation money is no longer there, and then suddenly you do drive it to extinction because you stop investing in it, he said. But wildlife officials said in the analysis released Wednesday that there have been no definitive sightings of the woodpecker since 1944, and there is no objective evidence of its continued existence. They said the 23 extinction declarations were driven by a desire to clear a backlog of recommended status changes for species that had not been acted on for years. They said it would free up some resources for on-the-ground conservation efforts for species that still have a chance for recovery. What's lost when those efforts fail are creatures often uniquely adapted to their environments. Freshwater mussel species, like the ones the government says have gone extinct, reproduce by attracting fish with a lure-like appendage and then sending out a cloud of larvae to attach to the gills of the fish until they're grown enough to drop off and live on their own. The odds are slim against any freshwater mussel surviving into adulthood, and a 1 in a million chance, according to Ford of the Wildlife Services. But those that do can live a century or longer. Hawaii has the most species on the list, 8 woodland birds and 1 plant. That's in part because the islands have so many plants and animals that many have extremely small ranges and cannot blink out quickly. The most recent to go extinct was the tiny poali, a type of bird known as a honey creeper, discovered in 1973. By the late 1990s, just 3 remained, a male and 2 females. And after failures to mate them in the wild, the male was captured for potential breeding and died in 2004. The 2 females were never seen again. The fate of Hawaii's birds helped push Duke University extinction expert Stuart Pym into his field. Despite the grim nature of the government's proposal to move more species into the extinct column, Pym said the toll would probably have been much higher without the Endangered Species Act. It's a shame we didn't get to those species in time, but when we do, we are usually able to save species, he said. Since 1975, 54 species have left the endangered list after recovering, including the bald eagle, brown pelican, and most humpback whales. Climate change is making species recovery harder, bringing drought, floods, wildfires, temperature swings that compound the threats species already faced. How they are saved is also changing. No longer is the focus on individual species, let alone individual birds. Officials say the broader goal is now to preserve their habitat, which boosts species of all types that live there, which I would think is common sense. I mean, that's the entire point. You know, I hope we're up to the challenge, said biologist Michelle Bogardus with the Wildlife Service in Hawaii. We don't have the resources to prevent extinctions unilaterally. We have to think proactively about the ecosystem health and how do we maintain it given all these threats. And yeah, this is a problem. We need to find a way to commute without these without using gas or oil. And so far we don't have that. So far the best that we have seems to be, these Tesla things that you plug in and charge up and whatnot, but those things don't run as effectively as they could. There was actually a guy, I think his name was Tucker, as his last name was, or something, but he had created a car that ran on water, and he was killed for it. So there you have it. I mean, that's one of the most it's very disturbing. It's like they don't want to make progress, they just want to make profit, and again, that's the problem. Now there's something else that I found equally alarming, because I'm always bringing up the plight of the Haitians, because again, what happens to them has an impact on Black people all over the planet. And I say that because how they're treated is how we're going to be treated by everyone else wherever we go in the world as a people. The Haitians see a history of racist policies in migrant treatment. The images, men on horseback with long reins corralling Haitian asylum seekers trying to cross into the U.S. from Mexico, provoked an outcry. But to many Haitians and Black Americans, they're merely confirmation of a deeply held belief. U.S. immigration policies, they say, are and have long been anti-Black. The Border Patrol's treatment of Haitian migrants, they say, is just the latest in a long history of discriminatory U.S. policies and of indignities faced by Black people. sparking new anger among Haitian Americans, Black immigrant advocates, and civil rights leaders. It certainly sparked my anger, to be quite honest. It sparked a lot of anger seeing that, because especially knowing that they're the hub of Black spirituality. They're one of the places where it's preserved. They point to immigration data that indicate Haitians and other Black migrants routinely face structural barriers to legally entering or living in the U.S., and often endure disproportionate contact with the American criminal legal system that can jeopardize their residency or hasten their deportation. Haitians in particular are granted asylum at the lowest rate of any nationality, with consistently high numbers of asylum seekers, according to an analysis of data by the Associated Press. Black immigrants live at the intersection of race and immigration, and for too long have fallen through the cracks of red tape and legal loopholes, said Yoliswa Seli, a director and narrative of media at the Undocu Black Network, a national advocacy organization for currently and formerly undocumented Black people. And they also, what they give here is a list where they show how many people are granted, how many people are granted citizenship based on their applications. And the smallest minority, the people who receive the least amount of applications are Haiti. The people who receive the largest amount of, the people who are granted the highest amount of applications come from Guatemala. So that gives you a rough idea. The Philippines is somewhere like in the middle. Brazil is somewhere in the middle, Now, through the videos capturing the abuses on Haitians at the border, the world has now seen for itself that all migrants seeking a better tomorrow aren't treated equally when skin color is involved. Between 2018 and 2021, only 4.62% of Haitian asylum seekers were granted asylum by the U.S., the lowest among 84 groups for whom data is available. Asylum seekers from the Dominican Republic, which shares the island of Hispaniola with Haiti, have a similarly low rate of 5.11%. By comparison, the 4 of the top 5 U.S. asylum applicants are from Latin American countries: El Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico, and Honduras. Their acceptance rates range from 6.21% to 14.12%. Nicole Phillips, legal director for the Haitian Bridge Alliance, said racism has long driven the American government's treatment of Haitian immigrants.
Yes, definitely. By the way,
Here's the island of Hispaniola with Haiti have a are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You trailed off for a moment, and I keep hearing this tapping.
Oh, that's just me, as I was just hitting the keyboard when I came back, just desultorily.
Okay.
I was, believe me, it's not like I'm not taking the situation, seriously. I'm so glad that you're here and you're doing well. You're doing quite well. I just, how would I say it? I'm just trying to retether myself, re-anchor myself after I, basically what I went to do was refresh myself, and I decided it was time to take my second dose of vitamins. I take a dose twice a day, these different multivitamin supplements, and it's really weird. Sometimes my father, who had a real almost pathological phobia about swallowing large vitamins or any large pills because of course, what was drilled into him the moment he joined the Navy. And one of the things they did to try to prevent homosexuals from entering the Navy was shove a dildo down the recruit's throat, and or the volunteer's throat. And then if they would gag, then they'd say, oh, he's straight. and you're in. And that's what happened with my dad. He gagged, and of course, then they said, "Oh, you're straight." And the doctor explained to him, "You see, if you were a faggot, you'd suck cock all the time, and you wouldn't choke on this dildo. But since you choke, we know you're straight." And that was when my dad ran away from home at the age of 16. And they took him into the Navy because he lied about his age, and they didn't give a shit, and they took him anyway. But they, definitely did the dildo test. And then, of course, my dad became pathologically phobic about swallowing large items after that. That somehow that was gay or something. That's my theory as to why he couldn't swallow large vitamins. But I had to grind his vitamins down for him. But every once in a while, it's weird because most of the time I can swallow things just fine. And then every once in a while, usually like after I've been talking for a long time, I guess my throat constricts. Then I went into the kitchen, was trying to swallow these large vitamins, and pretty much almost choked to death. It just, I finally had to chew them. All. And so what I'm going to do now is, of course, chase that down with some food so they don't wind up producing, massive gas pains while I'm talking later on in the night. So I'm going to finish this sandwich. Of course, this is the kind Selena Khan would approve of, avocado sandwich. Gonna chow down on this. I'm going to go mute so that you don't hear me do that. And our man Jameson will continue with what he's doing.
Avocados have no taste to them.
Oh, I beg to differ. No, they're very rich. It's just you're not used to it yet. Besides, you should mix them. If you feel that way, mix them with chocolate. I mean, that's what Selena.
That's. Oh my God, that would just turn my stomach inside out.
She has this like avocado chocolate pudding type thing. She does. I mean, it's like. Well, you couldn't complain about them not having taste at that point, at least.
I mean, my mother finds them good to eat, and I bite into them. I'm like, oh, what the hell is this? I don't know what it is.
It helps when you take the pit out before you bite into it. Yes.
No. Even without the pit, it's just like that fatty texture. It doesn't.
Plant fat. It's plant fat. Yeah, it's plant fat. That's right.
But it doesn't. But the thing is, it doesn't taste like anything.
It's an acquired taste. But by the way,
that's what they said about alcohol. It's an acquired taste.
Yeah, that's true.
And
so's Coke. So's Coca-Cola.
You know what the funny thing is? To this day, all alcohol tastes horrible.
It does. It does. By the way, I drink a lot of alcohol, and I'll qualify that. This is the danger: is when you get into the fruit, the sweet fruity drinks like sweet wine. That stuff that's so dangerous because I could see myself getting addicted to that, and so
yeah, and you can get diabetic off that shit.
Well, long before
you get diabetic off of alcohol anyway.
Yeah, long before you get diabetic, you'd be like, your life will be wasted anyway if you're drinking it that much. Sweet, that'll destroy lives. I mean, that's because you get the high, you get the sweet taste. I mean, the fruity drinks, they're the worst. They're so seductive.
Oh gosh, I've tried some of those. They taste horrible. You know what? The mildest, the one thing I could stomach is probably beer. I mean, beer tastes gross. Don't get me wrong, but it's better. It's better than the fruity. Like I remember when they used to have the Four Loko. They used to have like the oh my gosh, they used to have like the caffeine and the alcohol in that shit, man.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, they outlawed that shit for that reason.
Yeah,
I mean, that'll fuck you up. They called it Four Loko for a reason. Go on. I'm sorry.
If people were getting heart attacks.
Oh, of course. I mean, what do you expect? So there we have that. Bloody Marys are great too. I mean, I love Bloody Marys.
Oh yeah. Well, that I can agree with. Bloody Marys are awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I met up with Solomon Sheikh that day, and we ate at that restaurant 7. The guy was saying that, unlike other places, he was saying like we make all the ingredients in the Bloody Mary, so we're not like pouring the stuff out. Oh my God, I fell in love with that. So the guys are talking, and I'm just like, yep, okay, whatever.
I don't blame you. I would have been the same. I would have been the same. Now, it reminds me of what Pac-Man Morales was saying about, he was working with that bar joint where they were making everything themselves, remember? And it was all good shit. And he's like, said he could easily turn into an alcoholic there. You remember that, right? He was talking about
Yeah. I could not work in a place that was like, preparing that stuff because I don't know. I mean, I know myself enough to know that I can only take so much because I have a very low threshold.
But I understand.
Yeah.
But by the way, Bloody Marys can also be made without alcohol, and they taste just as good to me. So you might want to try that sometime. The House of Pancakes you get this shit, the IHOP, the International House of Pancakes in San Francisco. This was a long time ago, and only for a while, one of the branches was serving non-alcoholic Bloody Marys. And I would have those for breakfast. I mean, so
Yeah, those are pretty. I mean, those are pretty good. I mean, the sweetness of like real tomato. When they actually don't pour the stuff out of a bag or something, but when it's like the real thing. Oh my gosh, it goes down so smooth.
There we are. Of course, tomato has its own acid, so you're also the bite of that acid is what helps the hot sauce, everything else. I mean, the Worcestershire sauce.
I love the hot sauce.
Yeah,
That just adds to it.
Yeah, and the Worcestershire sauce is, of course, crushed anchovies, which I'm fine with that. Other people gross out at that, but I'm fine with that. But then again, I'm Asian, right? As Peter
anchovies are awesome.
Thank you. Yes.
I used to have this guy I used to hang out with used to get these. He used to go to Chinatown, and he would get these fried anchovies, and he was like really big on those things for a while. So I was like, what do they taste like? So I tried a few, and I was like, damn, them things are good.
There you are. Yes. See, that's I don't know if the crunchy little actual whole fish anchovies from a place like Chinatown might actually be good on pizza as opposed to the kind of Mediterranean anchovies, which are more different. So, but anyhow, nevertheless, most people don't want anchovies on their pizza. So, such being said, I'm going to go mute. I'm going to inhale this avocado sandwich. Everybody stick with us. And our man Jameson's going along fine, I believe. And aside from that,
I noticed you said inhale.
There we are. Yeah, gonna try and eat it, not too quickly.
Insulfation.
Yes.
Insulfate it.
Ooh, God. Ooh, let's not do that. No. Yeah, not too quickly, but I'll chew it. And so aside from that, dear people, I was just glad to get here in time. Like I said, I'd rather be back at the estate dancing among the red spider lilies, but I'm here and we'll make the most of it for the rest of the night. Let's see if I can get my act together. All right, now James is doing well, so let's I'll let him continue with that. And by all means, Jameson, stage is yours again. I'm going to be here. But I'll be mute. Thank you.
All right. Phillips, whose organization is on the ground helping Haitians in Texas, says this dates back to the early 1800s when Haitian slaves revolted and gained independence from France, and has continued through decades of U.S. intervention and occupation in the small island nation, where they continue to destroy these people's lives because, they're just so butthurt. Damn it! How could they overtake their masters? We can't accept that. Yeah, they're really butthurt. So yeah, the U.S. just continues. She said the U.S. threatened by the possibility of its own slaves revolting, both assisted the French and didn't recognize Haitian independence for nearly 6 decades. The U.S. also loaned money to Haiti so that it could, in essence, buy its independence, collecting interest payments while plunging the country into poverty for decades. The mentality and stigma against Haitians stems all the way back to that period, Philip said. The U.S. violently occupied Haiti from 1915 to 1934 and backed former Haiti dictator François Duvalier, whose oppressive regime resulted in 30,000 deaths and drove thousands to flee. While the U.S. long treated Cubans with compassion, largely because of opposition to the communist regime, the administration of George H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton took a hard line on Haitians, and the Trump administration ended temporary protected status for several nationalities, including Haitians and Central Americans, because if they're brown or black, he doesn't want them. That fucking piece of shit. I can honestly say that I would like to see him roasted over a spit with an apple in his mouth. Just slow, burn him slowly. But of course, you know, I'm fairly certain now I'm gonna see all these Russian people tomorrow and all these weird ass white people, you know, gang stalking me. He doesn't like Trump. He doesn't like Trump. What's wrong with him? You know, those pieces of shit, man. Well, whatever. You know, I'll probably be banging their wives when they're out of town. Anyway, but that's something that Daniel would say. That comes to mind. Over and over, the U.S. has passed immigration legislation that excluded black immigrants and Haitians and promoted policies that unfairly jeopardized their legal status in the country. Now, if you want to know what groups of people are probably treated with the most compassion, I would probably think they would be like the Jews and the Russians, people of, you know, and I have nothing against people of Jewish descent or people who are Judaic, but they pretty much have a green light to just come in whenever, and most of them don't believe in vaccines, at least in the Hasidic communities. When they manage to enter the U.S., black immigrants say they are they contend with a systemic racism in American criminal legal system and the brutality of U.S. policing that has been endemic for people from across the African diaspora. The Black Alliance for Just Immigration, a national racial justice and immigration rights group, largely defines black immigrants as people from nations in Africa and the Caribbean. By that definition, AP's analysis of 2019 Department of Homeland Security data found that 66% of black immigrants deported from the U.S. were removed based on criminal grounds, as opposed to 43% of all immigrants. And why were they detained criminally to begin with? Because we have a bunch of racist ass police, and you know, the Republican, the small dick party, the micro penis party, I'll call them, your red Republicans, they say, oh, there's no critical race theory, there's no race. First off, you know, again, I can go into that all night, pretty much, how that's not a theory, but it's a fact. And I'm fairly, you know, you could look up any history book that goes into the contributions of black slaves in America, and you'll realize that a lot of what this country runs on was built by us, not by whites. So, again, you know, Nana Gyamfi, Baji's executive director, said crimes of moral turpitude, including petty theft or turnstile jumping, have been used as partial justification for denying black immigrants legal status. We have people getting deported because of train fares, she said. Leaders within the Movement for Black Lives, a national coalition of Black-led racial justice and civil rights organizations, have pointed to the treatment of Haitians at the border as justification for broader demands for defunding law enforcement agencies in the U.S. Last year, following the police killing of George Floyd, the coalition proposed sweeping federal legislation known as the BREATHE Act, which includes calls to end immigration detention, stop deportations due to contact with the criminal legal system, and to ensure due process within the immigration court system. A lot of times in the immigration debate, Black people are erased, and Black immigrants are erased from the conversation. Actually, that's all the time in immigration debates. So she's putting it mildly, said Amara Enyia, a policy researcher for the Movement for Black Lives. Ahead of a Thursday tour of the migrant encampment in Texas, civil rights leaders called for an investigation into the treatment of Black migrants at the border and for an immediate end to the deportation of Black asylum seekers. The camp is a catastrophic and human disgrace, said the Reverend Al Sharpton said after an hour-long tour with several Black American leaders in Del Rio. We will keep coming back as long as is necessary. At the border and in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, where hundreds have already been sent on flights from the U.S., Haitians said there was no doubt that race played a major part in their mistreatment. They are grabbing people, they bother us, especially the Haitians, because they identify us by skin, said Jean Claudio Charles, who, with his wife and year-old son, had been staying in an encampment on a Mexico site near Texas out of fear of arrest and deportation to Haiti. Claude Magnoli, a Haitian citizen removed from the U.S. this week, said he didn't see Border Patrol agents treating migrants of the other nationalities the way he and others were treated. This is discrimination, and that is how I call it. They are treating us very badly. And in Miami, immigrant rights advocate Francesca Menyes couldn't believe her eyes as she watched images of the asylum seekers being corralled by men on horseback. My family is under that bridge, Menyes said, referring to a cousin and his wife and their newborn who recently met up in a small border town in Texas. It took Menyes' cousin 2 months to make the trek from Chile to where they have been living with his brothers for 3 years to escape Haiti's political tumult, violence, and devastation. It made me sick, Menyes said. This didn't happen with unaccompanied minors. You don't see people riding on horsebacks basically herding people like they were cattle, like they were animals. Menyes' outrage has only grown, as have her fears for her family. When she overheard her mother on the phone with family members this week, Menyes said she wanted nothing more than to tell them to return to Chile. We've actually tried to discourage our families, she said. People are looking for a better life, and we try to kind of ground our families. Do you know what it means to be Black in America? Yeah. Well said, but you know, it's pretty much an uphill battle either way. And it's very sad. This is something that really, it doesn't matter whether the Democrats or Republicans are in power. This isn't even a political partisan issue. It's just the way that the system is. And it's completely disgusting. This has to stop. I mean, these people are being tortured. they're being tortured because they overthrew their old slave masters. And that's just completely fucking disgusting. So what I will do is see if I can find some, and there's no shortage of, oh wow, there's no shortage of interesting news. I mean, now to give you an example of what I was speaking about earlier with invasive species, Romans say enough to invasion of wild boars in city. Now, wild pigs are pretty strong. You don't want to get hit by a wild pig. Rome has been invaded by Gauls, Visigoths, and Vandals over the centuries, but the Eternal City is now grappling with a rampaging force of an entirely different sort: rubbish-seeking wild boars. Entire families of wild boars have become a daily sight in Rome as groups of 10 to 30 beasts, young and old, emerge from the vast parks surrounding the city to trot down traffic-clogged streets in search of food in Rome's notoriously overflowing rubbish bins. Well, there you go. I mean, without proper sanitation and the fact that they're a tourist hub, yeah, that's going to do it. Posting wild boar videos on social media has become something of a sport as exasperated Romans capture the scavengers marching past their stores, strollers, or playgrounds. As Rome gears up for a local election next weekend, the wild boar invasion has been used as a political weapon to attack Mayor Virginia Raggi over the city's formidable garbage collection problems. But experts say the issue is more complicated and tied, at least in part, to a booming boar population. Italy's main agriculture lobby, COHOSTS, estimates that over 2 million wild boars in Italy. There are 2 million wild boars in Italy. The region of Lazio surrounding Rome estimates there are 5,000 to 6,000 of them in city parks, a few hundred of which regularly abandon streets and green for urban asphalt and trash bins. To combat their growing numbers, Lazio launched a program in 2019 to capture the beast in park cages for slaughter, and last month approved a new decree to allow selective hunting of boars in some parks, which until now have been strictly forbidden. I wonder how they taste compared to pigs. Probably the same, maybe? I don't know. Never tried boar. Maurizio, of course, if Brendan heard me say that, he would probably blow a gasket. So I'm actually glad he's not on to hear that. Maurizio Giobiati, in charge of Lazio's parks, says the region needs to increase the boar cull from 700 over the 2 years to at least 1,000 annually to get the situation under control. In Italy's rural areas, hunting wild boar is a popular sport, and most Italians can offer a long list of their favorite wild boar dishes, including pappardelle pasta with boar sauce and wild boar stew. But animal rights groups have been adamantly opposed to the mass culling. Now, if they're being used for food, I don't understand why animal rights groups would go up in arms. Honestly, yeah, granted, there comes a point where you have to there's a time to think of animals as you would think of people, and there's a time when you have to think of animals as pests, and you need to be able to tell the difference between the two. We can't go treating every creature on the planet like it's welcome and expect to be able to survive. It just doesn't work that way. In Italy's rural areas, all right, yeah, I went to that. Those beliefs are not shared by some urban residents. I'm afraid of walking on the sidewalk because on one side there are dumpsters for the rubbish, and they, the boars, jump on me, said Grazia, a 79-year-old grandmother waiting outside an elementary school to pick up her grandchildren. She did not give her last name.
By
Just
the way,
down the street.
I'll be back in just a few minutes. You're doing great. I mean, by the way, this is funny as hell. I love hearing these stories about nature returning to the cities during the pandemic and just overrunning.
Yeah.
It's so much fun. It's wonderful. In some
It
ways.
is. It is. It's much needed.
It is. Okay, so go on. Yeah, I'll be back.
Just down the street, a family of wild boars was snorting through the trash. Her concerns are not misplaced. Wild boars can weigh up to 100 kilos, 220 pounds. That's about the weight of your average American. I shit you not. Reach 80 centimeters, 2.6 feet in height, and measure 150 centimeters, 5 feet long. A not insignificant threat, especially to the elderly and young children. We have been invaded here, lamented Pino Consolati, who runs a restaurant on a busy street corner in Rome's Monte Mario neighborhood. He said families of the wild boars routinely wander through his outdoor eating area looking for food. One day this week, he said his sister found 30 boars outside her shoe store when she left at 8 p.m. Damn. That must be scary as fuck. You seeing 30 boars out? I mean, I'd be afraid of being raped by the boars. Holy crap. It is not a pleasant situation, he said, shrugging his shoulders. So yeah, I mean, this is just an example of some of the imbalances that we're seeing. And this is because us as humans have not done our diligence to really tackle the issue. Now, we've let corporations are running the policies because big business runs the government. The government doesn't run the government, big business does. And this is the problem with unrestrained capitalism as we have here. This is a problem with unrestrained capitalism all over the world. There has to be some restraints. There has to be some degree of order. And that's why, places like Taiwan are able to thrive because they held their corporations accountable. At least in the U.S., we let them just run apeshit. I just gotta have a little bit of water here. So we can go into why climate change is making it harder to chase the fall foliage. Droughts that have caused leaves to turn brown and wither before they can reach peak color. Heat waves prompting leaves to fall before autumn even arrives. Extreme weather events like hurricanes that strip trees of their leaves altogether. For a cheery autumnal activity, leaf peeping is facing some serious threats from the era of climate change. Leaf peeping, the practice of traveling to watch nature display its fall colors, is a beloved annual activity in many corners of the country, especially New England and New York. And yeah, in New York in the fall, it is gorgeous. I can say I love this city. And there's a reason why I'm willing to even die here once that volcano, collapses and a super tidal wave hits. The idea of running to California or Texas would be suicide because it's just not New York. But recent seasons have been disrupted by weather conditions there and elsewhere, and the trend is likely to continue as the planet warms, said arborist, conservationist, and ecologist. Typically, by the end of September, leaves cascade into warmer hues throughout the U.S. This year, many areas have yet to even pivot from their summer green shades. In northern Maine, there are peak conditions. The peak conditions typically arrive late September. Forest rangers have reported less than 70% color change and moderate leaf drop on Wednesday. Across the country in Denver, high temperatures left dead, dry edges of leaves early in the season, said Michael Sundberg, a certified arborist in the area. Instead of trees doing this gradual change, they get thrown these wacky weather events. They change all of a sudden, or they drop leaves early, Sundberg said. It's been a few years since we've had a really good leaf year where you just drive around town and see the really good color. The reason climate change can be bad for fall foliage has a lot to do with plant biology. When fall arrives and day length and temperature drop, the chlorophyll in the leaf breaks down, and that causes it to lose its green color. The green color gives way to yellows, reds, and oranges that make for dramatic autumn displays. And I like in winter when they turn brown and they're just like dead. It's just like freaking awesome to look at. I just love the fall and winter. And you know, it kind of makes sense when you think about it. Even though I'm born in June, if you go back 3 months, if you go back 9 months from June, you get September, I think. Let's see, September, October, November.
So
yeah,
go on. Yes, go on with whatever you're doing. I take it that you're doing fine, or you need me to come in?
I'm doing fine. But yeah, am I right? September is 9 months from June.
You're asking me.
I
can barely keep track of time. It's September is the 9th month. It's right. I mean, I think that it's the 9th month. I know that much. Yeah.
So yeah, that's 9 months to June. It's interesting that Aquino felt that September was important to him.
Yes.
It's very intriguing.
Yeah. Yes. No, I think I get where you're coming from. I just not in the space where I can do it justice. In terms of so go on, please. Yeah.
The summer's heat wave in the Pacific Northwest brought temperatures of over 110 degrees Fahrenheit. God damn, to Oregon. And that led to a condition called foliage scorch, in which the leaves prematurely browned, said Chris Still, a professor at Forest Ecosystems and Society Department at Oregon State University. You know, it would really interest me to have a job working with trees and stuff like that. That's very interesting, honestly. It'd probably be a refreshing depart from working with people, which are just difficult.
The trees would be like people. You feed them a lot of shit, right? And then they grow. Yes, that's well,
people people just swell when they get like fat, and they just get lazy, and they just throw themselves around in cars and try to hit you on the freaking sidewalk because they're freaking stupid.
Well, at that point, they're assigned. They're obviously following an assignment.
That is Staten Island in a nutshell. And I noticed, the assigned people always have this sort of interesting characteristic to them.
Yes.
They always wear glasses. Like, they never want you to see their eyes. They're a bunch of fucking cowards.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I hear you, of course, and this is what they are, is very definitely cowards. Anyhow, such being said, yes, by all means, continue with what you were going on with for now.
All right.
A few more minutes.
The leaves' pigment was degraded, and they fell shortly thereafter. Still said, that will lead to a less scenic fall season in parts of Oregon. That's a really big example of color change just due to heat wave shock, Still said. Climate change also poses longer-term threats that could disrupt leaf peeping. The spread of diseases and invasive pests such as the, oh my gosh, what was it? The spotted lanternfly. Yeah, that one is a disgusting pest. Oh my gosh. They're pretty to look at, but they are freaking toxic. Climate change. Oh yeah, what was I again? The spread of diseases and invasive pests and the northward creep of the tree species are all factors tied to warming temperatures that can make for less vibrant fall colors, said Andrew Richardson, a professor of ecosystem science at Northern Arizona University. The offset of fall colors, which have been drifting later into the fall, could also continue to arrive later, meaning we'll probably see that in the winter. My observation is in the last decade have had more years where there were later than what would be considered historical averages, he said. The economic impact of poor leaf peeping seasons can also be consequential. Officials throughout New England said if fall tourism brings billions of dollars to those states every year, conservationists say that's a good reason to focus on preserving forests and reducing burning fossil fuels. Yeah, but nobody listens to the conservationists. Everyone wants to buy, I want to buy a big ass truck with big ass wheels and big ass tires that requires so much gas that it would oh my gosh, could you imagine if the UK had cars that we have here?
Oh,
Oh
yeah,
my God.
it's unimaginable. Unimaginable. It's yeah. Anyhow, so go on. I'm just almost psyching myself into it, into getting there.
Uh, Recent fall seasons have been less spectacular than typical in Massachusetts, but leaf peeping can be a part of the state's heritage if forests are given the protections they need, said Andy Fenton, Landscape Conservation Director and Forest Ecologist for the Nature Conservancy. If we can keep the big, important forests intact, they will provide what we depended on: clean air, clean water, clean forest, and as well, fall inspiration, Fenton said. Oh, man. Well, there we have it. Our environment is breaking down. And I also found out something alarming, that the COVID virus is not only affecting humans, but it's also affecting the black-footed ferrets.
But by the way, such mammals, they're normally carriers of plague anyway. Whenever you go to the American Southwest, squirrels and ferrets and shit, they're all carrying bubonic. Go on, but go on.
Well, that makes it all the more alarming. It makes it all the more amusing seeing what I see in New York when the tourists start giving them nuts and shit, and they start trying to pet squirrels, and I'm thinking, dude. They are rodents. They are the equivalent of rats.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you wouldn't pet a New York rat.
But there you go. And
why the hell would you pet a squirrel? These people, they don't think. They're just, and it's kind of amusing to look at because it's like, once in a while one of them gets really sick. And you're like, I knew it.
Well, definitely people have to be careful. Always be careful when you're going, doing things like messing with squirrels.
Don't mess with squirrels. Leave that to Squirrel Girl or
That's
oh
right.
my gosh, isn't there a superhero?
Yeah,
Marvel
Squirrel Girl.
superhero.
That's the one I
Yeah.
was bringing up with our girl, our lady Amanda Yu. That
Yeah,
was
the one who killed Thanos.
yes, yeah, that's right. That's funny. I don't think that happened, did it? Is that what happened?
Well, she beat him at least. No one dies in the Marvel universe.
Yeah, that's right.
No one
But how
dies.
Was that something I related? I was saying how she attacked. I know she attacked Doctor Doom, and it was with the squirrels, and so
Yeah,
they.
and Doctor Doom is one of the most powerful characters in the Marvel canon.
That's right. That's
I mean,
right.
he's a sorcerer, and he's just got powers. He's a badass.
Yes. Yes. In fact, he's almost overpowered. That's part of the problem. Is he's almost overpowered. He's at god level the way they portray him in the Marvel comics. So.
But that's one of the things that makes him so likable, though. It's like the villains are always more appealing than the heroes.
Oh yes, yes. Well, they have so
Because
much more motivation that makes sense. Yes.
yeah,
So.
yeah, and it's just like you can relate to why they're doing what they're doing. It makes perfect sense, and it never makes sense why the heroes are just fighting them. It's like, dude, that dude went through hell. Just let him do his thing, man.
Yes, yes, so true, so true. And it's just really awful the way these anyhow. So go on. I think everybody gets our message. So.
Yeah. In spring 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic took off in the United States just as breeding season for the black-footed ferret commenced. Disease is always at the forefront of the mind for conservationists who work with this human-dependent species. But the pandemic kicked things into high gear. Suddenly, breeders at 7 different centers across North America had to scramble to adapt in the face of the pandemic. I was scared, said Pete Gobber.
I don't know why that just somehow comes off as funny to me. But by the way, be right back. I'm going to use the inhaler. That's need to do that after I chew because, like I said, whenever I masticate or chew, because it's really not the natural way of eating for me, then I produce this.
The rhinitis.
Yeah, oh God, just produce this shitload of mucus. I know. So I'm gonna use the inhaler. I'll be right back. And anyhow, we're doing great. I'm working my way up. I'm psyching myself up for monologue. The first thing I'll start off with is, of course, the solicitation, since I didn't do that with the latest episode prior to tonight's. And then we'll go from there. All right, I'll be back.
All right. A black-footed ferret recovery coordinator. But when COVID-19 came along, we were terrified. The bandit-masked little mustelid nearly went extinct in the 1980s, thanks to diseases introduced by European settlers, like the plague and canine distemper. It only survived due to a last-ditch effort to round up 18 remaining individuals from the last wild population in Wyoming. Only 7 of those ferrets would survive to pass on their genes and seed a captive breeding program that has since produced around 10,000 individuals. Wow, that's impressive. In any given year, there are about 300 ferrets spread across 7 facilities across the United States and Canada. Of those, conservationists release about 200 young ferrets back into their native range in the western United States each year. Because these populations in the wild will still suffer from plague outbreaks, the species remains reliant on a continuous influx of ferrets from captive facilities. The wild population fluctuates but hovers at around 300 individuals. Periodic plague outbreaks in colonies of prairie dogs, ferrets' favorite food, have kept wild numbers from rising beyond that. Constant vigilance against disease is an everyday reality for anyone who works with the species. These folks have their hands busy trying to artificially create a natural balance. So it's really I find it fascinating that they're able to do that. It's a balancing act. There's something I like that. Honestly, that's something I would do if I had the means to do that kind of work. We had no idea what to expect with the pandemic, said Paul Marinari, senior curator at the Smithsonian Conservation Biology Institute and keeper of the black-footed ferret stud book, which is a record of every ferret that has passed through the breeding program. We're concerned that this disease could wreak havoc in the breeding population. Much like with humans, it wasn't clear at first how dangerous COVID-19 could be to the black-footed ferrets, although conservationists knew enough to be wary. Ferrets in general seem to be susceptible to respiratory diseases. This meant captive breeding facilities scrambled in 2020 to figure out how to safely keep the program going in face of yet another potentially harmful disease. They managed to pull it off thanks to the help of new security measures, a tireless, dedicated staff, and a vaccine that came even quicker for ferrets than for humans. Interesting. The pandemic posed several hurdles to the captive breeding programs. It's good to know that the ferrets aren't going to go around saying, "I refuse the vaccine. You can't make." Oh yeah, I did want to muse over that, but I'm probably not going to muse over that right now. But Peter Moon's take on the vaccine. I mean, if you don't want to get it, don't get it. That's fine. It's just the fact that we make a big Broadway production about this in today's society is just absurd. There was the issue of transportation. Typically, officials move ferrets across the Canadian border and between the states each year to be paired with partners that maintain the species' genetic diversity. Ferrets are paired off through a program that Marinari calls Match.com on steroids. But with COVID-19 spreading rapidly, international travel was suddenly off the table for a while. They didn't even know if they'd be able to move the ferrets across state lines, Marinari said. One thing was certain, they couldn't afford to just give up on breeding entirely. It would have been pretty devastating genetically to the overall population if we didn't produce anything last year, Marinari said. On top of being genetically bottlenecked species, individual ferrets are only bred for a few years, Marinari said. That means skipping a year of breeding could be an equivalent to losing a full third of potential captive breeding population. Deciding the show must go on, each facility scrambled to lock down their ferret buildings, put up barriers between individual enclosures, and secure N95 masks and other equipment, and divide shifts to minimize caretaker contact with both ferrets and each other. The Black-footed Ferret Conservation Center near Fort Collins, Colorado, went further still. The single facility houses about 180 individuals, a full 50% of the black-footed ferrets in captivity, and typically acts as a staging area for ferrets bound for release. When a COVID-19 outbreak at other facilities might impact a handful of ferrets, an outbreak here could devastate a sizable chunk of the entire species. Normally, the ferrets are split between 4 different buildings, which contain 45 ferrets each. The center took the rather drastic action of clearing out 3 more buildings to separate the ferrets into smaller and more spread out populations, Gober said. If things went south in a particular room, we wanted to try and save as many animals as we possibly could, he said. Then Gober's colleague, Tony Roque, a research epidemiologist at the National Wildlife Health Center, got an idea to protect ferrets more directly: vaccination. And, this makes sense. There is science behind vaccines. And this is something that the anti-vax folks don't get. And that's fine. They can die. And that's fine too, because that's like Darwinian selection. Having worked with the black-footed ferret recovery effort for more than 2 decades, Rock called Gober up in early spring 2020 and asked why they couldn't give the ferrets a vaccine for COVID-19 too. Heartened by studies on hamsters and mice showing that the mammals developed antibodies after the injection with spike proteins on the outside of the virus that the latter uses to enter the cells. Rock bought purified versions of the coronavirus's spike proteins. These are the same part of the virus that would eventually be used in human vaccines to teach our bodies to fight back against the novel pathogen. We decided very early on in the pandemic to give vaccines a try, she said. We did it out of an abundance of caution to make sure that we wouldn't lose the species again. Iraq produced a vaccine using the spike proteins, then tested it on 24 captive black-footed ferrets in May 2020. When the test ferrets developed antibodies and seemed to suffer no ill effects, Gober made a call to vaccinate the ferrets at the National Center. They vaccinated 2/3 of them last September, months before any vaccines would be available to humans. They left the remaining third unvaccinated because in the ferret world, you never put all your eggs in one basket, Roque said. Since then, researchers at Colorado State University have conducted a controlled study in which they exposed 6 post-breeding age black-footed ferrets to COVID-19. The ferrets got infected, but they didn't get very sick, which was a relief, Gober said.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Yeah, I mean, it is so kind to, inject them with the vaccine and expose them to COVID-19, just to make sure it works.
Well, it shows that they're good carriers, right? What I meant to say was that if they're not getting very sick, it just means that they're capable of carrying it to everyone else, like the rats did with the Black Plague, right?
Yeah.
Asian gerbils, really. Yes, so do go on. And,
It relieved me from having to gnash my teeth and wring my hands, he added. Still, they've thankfully never had to put this result to test in a real-world setting. The precautions to date have worked, and there hasn't been a single case of COVID-19 in any of the captive ferrets. So I was wrong about them injecting the ferrets. The ferrets got infected, but they didn't get very... Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense.
There's a lot of things you'll read in these articles that don't make any sense. I noticed that.
Right.
They're very bad with how they put things together. There's this... look up the article on this one poor old biddy who... they said crazy rats are taking over a neighborhood in some place where this poor old biddy died. And if you look that up, it's got an item in there that doesn't make sense at all, where they say that they're bringing in these hazmat teams, and they said they're going to make certain the animals get a new place to live, which I presume she was an animal hoarder who had animals other than the rats. Not that they're trying to relocate the rats, but it makes it sound like they're trying to relocate the rats to a nice place to live.
Honestly, they should just kill them.
The rats.
The rats.
Oh, yeah,
The
that's what they're trying to
rats.
do. They're setting traps for the rats, but they're saying they're going to make certain the animals have a nice place to live, which they never brought that up at any point in the article, that there were other animals. So it makes it sound like they're setting traps for the rats and then trying to find them another nice place to live, which of course they're not going to do that. That's not a sane thing to do.
How do you find them a nice... Well, I guess the nice place to live is death.
Yeah, well, there you go.
That's essentially what they're saying.
But what they're doing is they're attacking the neighbors. They're literally attacking the neighbors. It's so that's something you might want to look up just for the morbid interest of that. It's somewhat similar to Rat Girl, but this is obviously a spontaneous case.
All right, I got one from this one is from people.com, the article. Is that the one you...
I believe so, yes. Yeah.
Crazy rats infest Arizona neighborhood after resident known for hoarding is found dead. Yeah. I'm guessing that the rats ate large chunks of her.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Because they do that. They are ravenous.
If her own pets didn't do that first, I mean, the cats will do that. Cats will,
Yeah. Well, honestly, that I would welcome that because then I could live on in my
in your
my
cat.
three amigos.
There we are. That's a delightful thought.
One Arizona neighborhood has been besieged by rats after a woman was found dead in her home earlier this month. On September 23rd,
wasn't Isaac talking about how crazy it was in Arizona? Isaac came on earlier and said, "Yeah, it's crazy in Arizona." Yeah, well, there you go, right?
Well, when hasn't it been crazy in Arizona?
Thank you. I mean, that's what
they used to test. That's where they were testing the atomic bombs.
Yes, thank you.
So,
New Mexico, really, but I get your point. It's all the same shit. It's only Four Corners region divides it.
They're in the same neighborhood.
Yeah. And so, Ben Estenius would say it's one of the craziest places on earth. So go on.
On September 23rd, Megan Lort said she called the police after noticing a strong smell coming from her next-door neighbor's house, as well as the appearance of an alarming number of rats, according to the CBS station KPHO. Upon arrival, first responders had to use a robot and a drone as they were not.
That's like they're investigating the pyramids and shit. You like that? I mean that's a lot of shit that they got to use.
There must have been a whole lot of rats for them to have to use a robot. They were not immediately able to get inside the home belonging to a woman who was a known hoarder. Reported Fox affiliate KZAS. Oh gosh, if it's a Fox affiliate.
Yeah, it's a Fox affiliate, but
I'm totally gonna trust what they say.
Oh my God, I think we can believe them on this. It's crazy, right?
Yeah,
it's their field. It's their field of specialty. It's their clientele. She probably was a Fox News fan. She probably watched Fox News regularly. Probably died watching it.
Yeah. She died watching Tucker Carlson.
Yes, there we are. Died watching Tucker Carlson. That was it. That's what brought in all the rats. He's like the Pied Piper.
Peoria Fire Medical and at Peoria Police had a hazardous situation this morning. The Peoria Fire Medical Department wrote on Facebook alongside a video showing the crew fully dressed in safety gear while a drone flew overhead. Conditions in the home were extremely bad, they added. Now, tell us what. They should tell us what they saw.
Don't they say in there that as soon as they got in, the floor was moving?
I mean, they have a video here.
Yeah. Well, if you read the article, the People article, I remember, maybe you need to click a button and it'll expand it. Then see if you can read further. I think there's a click the button and expand.
Oh yeah. He said the ground was moving when they finally got into the house.
There we are. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign.
The victim's body was already decomposed when the police arrived.
I like the way decomposed. What was there left to decompose? It was probably chewed to the fucking bone, right?
Probably. Identified as a woman in her 60s, according to KSAS. That's such a weird ass sounding name. Officials told the outlet that it sounds like something Russian for some reason. I don't know why. Officials told the outlet that the Peoria Fire Medical Department regularly responded to calls at the residence and believed that she likely died of natural causes. Yeah, she was naturally she got rabies because she was bitten by rats and they just ravaged her to death. That is a natural cause. The Peoria Police Department did not immediately respond to the people's request for comment. The neighborhood has since been dealing with an infestation of hundreds of rats. I think there's 1,000 of them in there, neighbor Megan Lortz told KPHO. They are crazy rats, and they're coming out now because they're not afraid. They're hungry.
Oh, well, there you go. I
A
don't understand
lingering
why they're hungry. It seems like they had that old lady to chow down on for some time.
It's
And
probably because they reproduce so fast.
okay. Oh.
Yeah, they reproduce at an alarming rate. And when food is scarce, they'll eat each other.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
A,
Yes.
a lingering foul odor also remains. It's still a really, really bad smell, added Lords. It's enough to hold your nose when you walk by. Yeah, the smell of death is like that. Especially when it's been decomposing for a while.
Well, I think
Oh
this is a
my
lot worse
gosh.
than just plain death. You're talking about all the rat shit, the animal,
Yeah.
what's probably
Yeah,
cat urine.
and there's probably dead rats
No,
too.
go on, and they say they're gonna set traps. They say they're gonna keep going on. They say they're gonna set traps, and then they say they're gonna relocate animals. That's where it gets strange, right? When you get to that point, you tell me.
All right. As for what's next, officials are working to resolve the problem, but warn it's going to take some time. We've been trying to reach contractors. It's taken us until today to find one. City of Peoria Human Services Director Chris Hallett told KSAS earlier this week. A city spokesperson told KPHO that a hazmat team has been contracted to start boarding up the home and that the traps and poison will fix the infestation after about a week. Then they'll start working on cleaning out the residents. The Arizona Humane Society told KSAS they will go to the area on Wednesday and humanely trap as many of these animals as we can so they can be evaluated and given the best chance at survival. What?
See,
So
something's missing. Something is missing.
Yeah,
in
one
the-
team is going to poison them, and then the Humane Society is going to go in and save them.
There's got to be animals she was keeping that are not the rats. That's got to be it, right? And somehow
my
they failed to
gosh.
mention that.
Yeah, and there's an even worse article here. A Bronx man hospitalized after plunging into a sinkhole filled with rats.
Ooh! Tell us
Good
about
God.
that.
Oh man, you don't want to be in the Bronx, man. Bronx is where people. Granted, this is from 2020, but it's. I mean, this is from last year, but it's still pretty bad. A Bronx man was hospitalized after he fell 15 feet through a sinkhole,
Ooh.
leaving him in a pit filled with rats, according to reports. Leonard Shoulders was waiting for a bus on 3rd Avenue in the Bronx Saturday when the sidewalk caved in and sucked him into the ground, NBC News reported. He went down feet first, Cindy White Shoulders' mother told the outlet. He was just standing and the sidewalk it was just like suction, like a sinkhole. He just went down. Shoulders 33 was stuck inside the racket-infested hole for about 30 minutes until firefighters were able to pull him out. According to CW and WPIX, first responders cut through a metal security gate and were able to get to Shoulders from the basement of a nearby dentist's office. So now the dental office is going to be infested with rats. They immediately took him to St. Barnabas Hospital across the street, where he was treated for head and arm injuries, according to the New York Times. Oh my gosh. I mean, the guy would also have to be given, anti-rabies shot. He didn't scream because he didn't want the rats going into his mouth, he added. Holy shit. How the fuck is...
Oh, shit.
Oh my gosh. They were climbing all over him and shit. Oh, that's gross.
Yeah, that's unimaginable. Oh.
In a surveillance video published by WCBS, Shoulders is seen waiting by a building before taking a step forward and falling into the ground after the sidewalk collapses. Okay, now I'm scared to go into the city. Shoulders' mother told NBC News her son was traumatized by the event. I would be fucking traumatized by that.
Yeah, be traumatized for life.
By that. He said he was just falling, but the debris was falling and hitting him in the head, she said. According to the Times, Shoulders remain hospitalized as of Thursday. It was like a 1 out of a million chance of that happening, Craig told CBS New York. I was shocked. I was surprised, but he's breathing. Well, he better go play the lotto after that one. So he might strike it big. After the incident, the Department of Buildings said that the sidewalk was in a state of disrepair and ordered the building next to it to vacate as a safety precaution. The owner of the 5-story building next to the hole was also ordered to immediately set up a fence around the sidewalk. The Times reported that the building was mostly empty except for a dentist's office operating on the ground floor.
No,
that is suspect in and of itself.
Thank you. I was about to.
How do you have a building that only has like a dental office on the ground floor and nothing up top? How does that work?
Oh, yeah, and it just sounds awful. Can you imagine visiting the dentist there? I can't even imagine it.
Yeah, we need to be inspecting our sidewalks, John Sanchez, district manager for the Community Board 6 in the Bronx, told Times. What happened was unacceptable. Everything that happens in the Bronx is unacceptable. Because the Bronx is always on fire.
Yes.
There's always someone getting killed, someone getting run down. It's every freaking day when I turn on when I watch like New York One News. Always something happening in the Bronx.
Well, there you go. I mean, it's scary shit. It's post-apocalyptic. I can't imagine living there myself, but
the Bronx was always post-apocalyptic. Before the apocalypse even happened, it was apocalyptic.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to try and get started. We've got a little less than 6 hours left. I'm going to try and take it from here. So I'll begin, of course, with the Let me get the solicitation up, and start with that, and then I'll go from there back into the arc of narrative. Since Peter asked me to specifically go back into the magic, I'll try and establish some of the psychology behind it first, and that should help everybody to get a better grasp of where all that comes from. And
all right, while you do that, I'm going to go take a quick break, grab some snacks, and folks, good night. I will be in the background whenever you need a break.
Bless you. Thank you so much, and that's appreciated profoundly. So that's our man, Jameson Reese. He's done well, and hopefully all of you are still with us. And if not still with us, hopefully you're coming back. And I definitely appreciate that those of you who are here and going a little bit over our, shall I say, the... let me see if I can get it straight. Our chat room. Let's go into the chat room and then go into the solicitation. Okay. Shout out to Jesse Balk. Shout out to Travis Moss. Travis Moss said, "Have you seen the movie Lost Highway? Robert Blake's character reminds me of a carbon copy of Aquino." Yeah, it does. He does. Then Claudette was with us tonight earlier, and Conspiracy Kitty dropped in. So did Veronica Barrera, and so she said, "Dios te bendiga," and thank you, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly. Marky Milk said Banish about something we were talking about. And, of course, Land of No Name. She said, "Amazing Polly is still going strong on Rumble," for your information. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly. And Amy Como said her name, despite its spelling, is pronounced Como. And so thank you for that, darling. Mwah. With that, let me see if I can try and get my shit together and start going into the solicitation. I do want people to understand that need your help, and make certain that you hit me on PayPal. The address is right there. Indicate myself as friends and relations, and that will make certain your contribution is not compromised. Let's get another few $100s into the PayPal account, and that will be fine. That'll help carry me through to the next month, and things should be fine. Everybody who has helped, I need to actually produce a specific card for them to publish on my Facebook timeline, and then I can read the contents of that out here, maybe with the next episode, which won't be till Sunday, so maybe I'll have some time to do that. And Freddie Master said, hello, gente, in the jab world. Jab word, I guess. And Clarice Claudet said, I was a sugar mama until my ex-husband stole all my money and ran back to Israel. Oh, ow. Then she says, is ISIS Ra'el, Israel? Why does nobody talk about this with the ancient so-called gods? Well, I'll go a bit into the old gods a little bit tonight. And Jesse Balk was saying, oh yeah, I was practically forced 7 years of it. Not quite sure what he was referring to. He says, I grew up in Huntington, very diverse in synagogues, and they can be 3 streets over and teach slightly different. Oh, yes. So he's talking about the diversity in Judaism. And so Travis Moss says, Aquino could have probably been a Bond villain. Of that, yes, quite so. Interestingly enough, it would have taken the Bond saga into not too different a direction. They were always very occult oriented. If you remember Live and Let Die in particular, where they went into Haitian voodoo quite a bit. And so in terms of all of these wonderful people in the chat room, thank you very much for your participation. Okay, gather everybody back. Douglas Dietrich is back, and he's going to get started soon, as soon as I can, all right. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Barron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book by that very title, and review cinematic scenes from his documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tajudin case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. That's Tucson, spelled like Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, theTucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Okay, then. All right, let's go into so much of what's inspired myself recently and what needs to be outlined to you. And, of course, when I was very young, I was impacted very heavily by the breakdown of the bicameral mind and the origins of consciousness therefrom, as articulated by Julian Jaynes. And that really goes such a long way towards explaining magic, particularly the magic of shamanism, which has something to do with every culture and its roots in totemism, and try and explain how Michael Aquino used that, and the anti-gods of the kings of Edom, the cults of the Herodian insurgency who worship them, how they exploit that which the Western world merely deconstructs and debunks. Julian Jaynes is not taken as truth in this wretched Western world. They have no comprehension of his real value to humanity. So let me explain it to you and how the enemy exploits it. So when we talk about the origin of consciousness in the breakdown of the bicameral mind, basically the discoveries of Julian Jaynes, I won't call them theories, these are discoveries. They're all about gods, voices, and of course the bicameral mind. Now, Julian Jaynes was a professor of psychology at Princeton, and sadly he's no longer with us, but he was responsible for the most intriguing and extensive thesis yet to emerge from brain research, even to this day. Did our ancestors have God-directed minds? Is consciousness little more than 3,000 years old? He started by asking what consciousness is, that ineradicable difference between what others see and our own sense of self. Consciousness is not the same as being awake. To be knocked unconscious is to lose many automatic functions. It is not continuity, since even stream of consciousness is full of gaps. The Cartesian notion of the helpless spectator asks us to believe that the intensification of consciousness during decisions has nothing at all to do with outcomes. We know that we can learn, judge, think abstractly, and even generalize without consciousness. Many skills like oratory, music, and skiing fail us when consciousness interferes. I've gone into this before, the entire process of overthinking. Einstein had so many creative ideas while shaving that he would cut himself with a surprise. So, Jaynes's solution is that consciousness be but metaphor, a relationship between two or more unlike experiences joined by likenesses. The countryside blanketed by snow is more than a superficial connection. It teems with associations, contours, warmth, protection, slumber, and an awakening in spring. Consciousness is a lexical field whose terms are metaphors or analogues of behavior in the physical world. We project synthesis of associations into an imagined screen within our heads. Consciousness has thus the relationship of a map to a territory, as when in the pith and kernel of Jaynes's thesis, he mounts metaphors on metaphors in levels of abstraction. The origins of even our most basic verbs are metaphorical. To be is from the Sanskrit bu, to grow, am, and is derive from amsi, to breathe. Thus, the metaphor of our being is literally stretched like a screen between brain hemispheres and between referents like growing, breathing, and standing out. Existere, the externals, the existing, yet extraneous. Exactly what we were saying about the outcast. Conscious being is the relationship between these, a between that Jane sees as, well, he further divides that between as, well, a consciousness that has right-left brain synthesis with 5 characteristics. 1 being specialization, well, more like spatialization. When we stretch out dimensions of time and space, which of course I went into with non-Euclidean geometry and theory space, where those extra-dimensional monsters gate through. Secondly, excerption, by which maps record only selected parts of the territory, excerpts. Thirdly, the analog I and me, a projected personification of ourselves moving in space and time, are selected for their congruence and sequential unfolding. And 5, conciliation, wherein experiences are consciously assimilated to each other. With consciousness so defined, such as it is, we must recognize that in a book like the Iliad, shorn of its later accretions, human beings are not conscious at all. Words are not used metaphorically, but have only their original concrete reference from which consciousness later developed. And when I use the term reference, it's spelled R-E-F-E-R-E-N-T-S, as in a referent, not a reference with the C. Hence, psyche in the Iliad means literally breath, not soul or conscious mind as it meant by the 6th century BC, or 600 years before Christ. Thumus, really pronounced tumus, spelled T-H-U-M-U-S, means motion or agitation of limbs, not emotional sensitivity or sensibility. Nous, spelled N-O-U-S, in the Iliad, means simple perception, not the imaginal mind, and so on. Janes concludes that the world of the Iliad, indeed the whole known world of theocratic god kings, prior to about 1500 BC, was possessed of a bicameral mind split in two, with the right hemisphere, executive part, called a god, and the left hemisphere, the follower part, called a man. Gods ordered men to act directly or through priests, and men obeyed. There was no argument, love, or personal relationship with divine executors. These divine executors were like your CEO telling you to do a job. They're not somebody that you sit down and have a drink with. For the most part, such minds would operate, learn, think, react, and retain equilibrium, as ours do, unconsciously. But when something unexpected happened, and hence stressful, instead of a period of intense consciousness with inner deliberation and argument, bicameral man would receive a godlike command from his right hemisphere instructing him to act, as Zeus ordered Agamemnon to attack before the walls of Troy. This is essentially similar to the reported auditory hallucinations in schizophrenia, which are frequently accurate comments. Well, they're accurate comments on events, and which Julian Jaynes himself regarded as partial relapses to an earlier state of ancestral bicamerality. Okay, our man Jameson Reese is back. And of course, I myself am struggling, as I always am, with the talking throughout the night and trying to maintain particulate matter from being outside of my throat after I've eaten something to hold me through the rest of the night to provide myself calories. And of course, as I've explained before, part of the problem is, after that, then it always feels like there's whatever there is in the throat. And a lot of that has to deal with struggling, of course, to hold the mucus at bay that builds up just simply because I was eating something. Hopefully that will be taken care of by the NAC capsules, which will stop the building up of such, and that should make my life much more pleasant. So, When we were going back to the time of the gods, this really takes us back to the mind working in a manner that today functions only in those we deem insane. And of course, just as temporary, or rather contemporary, postmodern psychotics have a low stress tolerance, combined with an existing schizoid form of personality organization, so that breaks occur readily, so bicameral civilizations heard stress-precipitated commands at almost every crisis point. The remarkable unanimity, or the unanimity, if you would pronounce it perhaps the way an academic would, of such mass action is a consequence of pre-structured collective beliefs. Just as patients of phrenologists, the men who used to read bumps on the head, would oblige with behavior appropriate to the bump being magnetized, and research has found that hypnotized subjects confined themselves to actions which they considered possible and permissible before hypnosis began. So, it raises all those questions that Julian Jaynes wanted us to ask. Were entire races, whole peoples, once organized by a mixture of hallucinated voices and hypnotic suggestions? If that sounds incredible, Julian Jaynes amassed considerable circumstantial evidence to which that précis that I articulated to this point could never do justice. The speech areas are almost entirely confined to the left hemisphere of our brains. That is for the 95% of the population, which is right-handed. This high degree of hemisphere specialization is particularly human and is generally attributed to language acquisition. There are three major language areas: the supplementary motor area, the Broca's area, and, if I remember correctly, it's low down on the left frontal lobe, the Wernicke's area, mostly in the posterior part of the left temporal lobe. And that latter Wernicke's area seems the most crucial, since extensive damage involves permanent loss of language function, while equivalent damage to the right temporal lobe produces deficit, despite the near identity of neural structures. However, persons with left temporal lobe damage at birth utilize their right hemispheres to acquire language. So what is this vast underutilized area for? Well, Julian Jaynes himself believed that during a crucial period in our evolution, at the very time that language was being acquired by the left hemisphere, the right temporal lobe was preempted for the issuance of godlike commandments, crossed the thin anterior commissure that joins the two temporal lobes like a private corpus callosum. Auditory commands would have been the most economical code for getting elaborate information processing through so small a channel. When this hallucinatory area was stimulated by an electric current in comparatively recent experiments, I mean, when I checked into this last, we're talking about around 1988, such experiments being conducted back then by Wilder Penfield, Subjects would hear voices and sometimes have visions addressing them. One typical subject exclaimed, "That man's voice again! My father's! And it frightens me!" Others heard voices to the accompaniment of music, chanting or singing, which would criticize, advise, command, but they were consistently other than the hearer, often a dead relative or friend. We also know that while the right hemisphere cannot speak, or barely so, it can comprehend and interpret quite complicated instructions. Patients with strokes in their left hemisphere can obey their doctors or researchers in detail. Recall also that when the corpus callosum between the hemispheres is severed or communication anesthetized, one hemisphere can try to help the other in the manner of two independent persons. The left hemisphere feeling a frown on the face produced by the right hemisphere, whose left hand knows the answer, will be prompted to change its verbal answer. It is like Athena taking Achilles in hand. For in many respects, the right hemisphere acts in godlike ways. It is timeless, immediate, visionary, coherent, with recognizable forms and faces. It responds to overarching purposes and grand designs, and has an affinity for music, rhythm, cadence, and patterns in general. It binds people together. Religion is from the word religere, to bind. And its intuitive style is given to inspiration and seeming miracles. How could bicamerality have evolved, you might ask? Well, there was no one to cut the corpus callosum. So Julian Jaynes has argued from studies that reveal the great plasticity of the brain to changes in the environment. Persons with their brains damaged have developed additional areas to overcome injuries. The principle of natural selection could well have given an advantage over several millennia, thousands of years, to persons bicamerally organized. They may have evolved from small groups of hunter-gatherers into entire communities, remotely controlled by the internalized voices of God Kings, a form of social control far more sophisticated than the signs and calls of earlier primates, and one that allowed, ultimately, for the development of language. So Julian Jaynes dates bicameral man from the Natufian settlement at Eynan, Eynan, just north of the Sea of Galilee, discovered in 1959. Those parts of it which date from 9,000 years before Christ show town settlements theocratically organized round the burial mounds of God Kings. Thenceforward, theocratic organization spread rapidly with dead kings as living gods, and their tombs as temples. We find them propped up on thrones of stone, surrounded by food and gifts. Later, some bicameral theocracies became literate. The Babylon of Mesopotamia, the kings of Ur and Izin, the Memphite theology, and the dead king's voice of Osiris. These were not authoritarian regimes, for there was no subjectivity or private ambition to crush, only an innocent obedience to voices reverberating in the brain. The end of bicameral civilizations may have come from the strains produced by their initial success. Controlling more than 1,000 people must have posed difficulties, but nothing compared with the conflicts resulting from collisions between God-programmed peoples, each marching to a different drummer. The biblical story of the Tower of Babel may well refer to this. The spread of writing must also have weakened auditory commands. But the most proximate cause was surely the cataclysmic events in the 2nd millennia BC, when volcanic eruptions on the island of Thera, estimated to have been 350 times greater than a hydrogen bomb, turned half our world's known population into refugees and drowned the lost continent of Atlantis beneath a tidal wave 700 feet high. The eruption of Thera changed the world. The world map might look differently had the Greek volcano Thera not erupted 3,500 years agone, in what geologists conclude was the single most powerful event ever witnessed by man. Thera didn't just blow a massive hole into the island of Santorini. It set the entire ancient Mediterranean onto a different course, like a train that switched tracks to head off in a brand new direction. And it took all 3 of the continents anchored to that supermassive inland sea right with it. Africa, Asia, and Europa. Minoan culture, the Atlantis in the center of it all, the dominant civilization in the Mediterranean at the time, crumbled as a result of the eruption, changing the political landscape of the ancient world forevermore. Environmental effects were felt across the globe, as far away as China and even North America, and yes, also Antarctica. The legend of Atlantis and the story of the biblical plagues and subsequent exodus from Egypt have all been connected to this epic catastrophe. It dwarfed the atomic bomb. Historians and archaeologists have had trouble deciding on the year Thera erupted, with dates ranging anywhere from 1645 BC to 1500 BC. Studies of ash deposits on the ocean floor have revealed, however, that when the volcano did blow, it did so with a force dwarfing anything humans had ever seen or have seen ever since. This is delivered to us in mute testimony by the fact that there be no first-hand accounts of what happened that day, because no one who was there survived. But scientists can compare it to the detailed records available from the famous eruption of Krakatoa in Indonesia, circa 1883. That fiery explosion killed upwards of 40,000 people in just a few hours, produced colossal tsunamis 40 feet tall, spewed volcanic ash all across Asia, and caused a drop in global temperatures and created strangely colored sunsets for 3 years. Via blast what was heard 3,000 miles away. Thera's eruption was 5 times more powerful than Krakatoa, exploding with the energy of several 100 atomic bombs in but a fraction of a second. The complete absence of human remains and valuables, like metal, prove that the Minoan residents of Santorini predicted the eruption and evacuated the island, but the culture as a whole would never recover. Based on the nearby island of Crete, the powerful Minoan civilization declined immediately after Thera erupted in its wrath. Tsunamis spawned by the eruption swamped its entire naval fleet and coastal villages first off. A drop in temperatures caused by the massive amounts of sulfur dioxide spouted into the atmosphere then led to several years of cold, wet summers in the region, ruining all harvests. The lethal combination overran every mighty Minoan stronghold in less than half 100 years. In just half a century, their peaceful, efficient bureaucracy made way for the warring city-state system of ancient Greece to dominate the Mediterranean by violence and rule of the blade. The Aegean would turn out to be a fundamental building block for the history of Europe, and the Minoan decline changed its early foundation completely. Thera didn't just alter the cultural makeup of Europa. It's kept adventurers and treasure hunters busy ever since. When the Greek philosopher Plato described the lost city of Atlantis over 1,000 years after the volcanic eruption, he was referring to Thera folklore passed down in Greece over many generations, and somewhat exaggerated like a game of broken telephone. The eruption has also been linked with the biblical story of Moses and the Exodus from Egypt. The effects of Thera's eruption explainest many of the plagues described in the Old Testament, including the days of darkness and polluting of the rivers, turning them red as blood. In terms of the impact this had on all surrounding nations, we can look back upon the end of bicameral civilization at that point. The once stable hierarchies crumbled in mass migrations, wiping out the great empires of the Hittites and Mycenae as primal hordes turned on the god kings. Assyria, having fallen into 2 centuries of anarchy, emerged as a monster of sadistic ferocity, terror replacing the sudden loss of authority, as now thinking individuals had to be compelled by force to get in line. Assyria became a land of demons. There is a story, most likely apocryphal, that begins with a team of European archaeologists overseeing a dig in northern Iraq. They be somewhere near Mosul, what until recently was the stronghold of the Sunni extremist group ISIS in Iraq. Occupied, conquered from the Kurds, as they intended to exterminate the Yazidi, my own people, the people of the Peacock Angel. The archaeologists, before that time of darkness, had came as to that part of the world in order to excavate relics from the bygone empire of Assyria, that brutal but effective state, composed of warrior kings and their dreaded armies. For the archaeologists themselves, the importance of Assyria has always been twofold. First, the Assyrian state ruled for a time the world's largest and most powerful empire. They reigned by the point of the sword, of course, and tales of their shocking inhumanity on their vanquished foes still have the ability to terrify even the sternest of imaginations. But secondly, the Assyrians, and the empire they created, were one of the great foes of both the kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of Judah. As such, Assyrian villains are sprinkled throughout the Old Testament. Indeed, the book of Nahum details the fall of the Assyrian capital of Nineveh, the most reviled fortress city in the ancient Near East. For the Jews, the early prophecy that Nineveh, the city of blood, full of lies, full of plunder, as in the book of Nahum, chapter 3, verse 1, would fall, must have seemed like a divine gift of salvation. Besides this biblical prophecy, European archaeologists undoubtedly were aware of the fact that Jesus Christ himself spraketh the Aramaic language, the lingua franca of the Near East. This was a tongue which had been used by the Neo-Assyrian Empire, along with the older Akkadian language, as a tool for imperial unification in the realms of trade and governance. While the European archaeologists would rock themselves to sleep with ideas of discovering some proof of the historical Jesus, or maybe uncovering something that had been lost to recorded history for thousands of years, their local workers, most of whom were pious Muslims, prayed for the expedition to not find anything at all. After all, it would not be wise to upset the old gods, which to them represented, still do, the most powerful of demons. But one morning, underneath the hot, arid sun of old Assyria, the workers stumbled upon something large, and frantically removing the earth, they recognized a face. The face bore a long square beard, bearded, braided with 3 rows of curls, and above his hair was a crown of sorts, and more digging revealed his wings. They had uncovered a statue of Lamashu, a protective deity. They had awakened the old gods. They cried to Allah and fled in terror. Or so the story, so apocryphal went. But you see, the old gods of Mesopotamia are never to be taken lightly. According to the famous British Egyptologist Sir E. A. Wallace Budge's book entitled Amulets and Superstitions, the literature of the Sumerian and Babylonians proves that the people who occupied Mesopotamia from about 3000 BC downwards attached very great importance to magic in all its branches, and that they availed themselves of the services of the magician on every possible occasion. A large part of this ancient magic involved protection against the many demons who plagued them, from the spirits of the angry dead to the arch-fiend Lamashtu, the female demoness who lived in the mountains, and cane brakes, and preyed upon pregnant women and children. Again, the knighted Budge was succinct when he stated that from the earliest moments of recorded time, the people of Mesopotamia were in perpetual fear of the attacks of hosts of hostile and evil spirits which lost no opportunity of attempting to do them harm. In order to understand Assyrian demonology, one must appreciate the peoples who came before, for the Assyrian religion, and even the Assyrian way of war, was inherited, although the Assyrians did add excessive cruelty, so they can be credited with at least one innovation, that of state-sponsored terrorism. It all started in Sumer, the first great civilization in Mesopotamia, modern-day southern Iraq, or Shiistan. They created not only writing, but also an entire pantheon that would serve their successors up until the coming of Alexander the Great. The Sumerian gods include Enlil, the lord of the storm and the heroic head of the pantheon, the air goddess Ninlil, and Inanna, the female god of fertility, war, and wisdom, a hermaphrodite. The Sumerians built impressive ziggurats. These ziggurats were but steped temples for the purposes of worshipping these gods. Cities such as Uruk, Nippur, and Eridu, which the Sumerians considered ancient, thus making it arguably the world's oldest city, served as commercial and religious centers. There were city-specific deities, but also monsters, such as Tiamat, the primordial chaos demon of the ocean, who serves as the primary antagonist in the Babylonian creation myth, the Enuma Elish. And that text, along with the Neo-Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh, were both rediscovered in 1849 by the British archaeologist Sir Austen Henry Layard at the Royal Library of Ashurbanipal at Nineveh. Ashurbanipal was the last great king of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Likewise, dark, malevolent gods were present in their cosmology, and none were more vile than Eresh-Kigal, the goddess of the underworld, or Ikala, along with Nergal, the god of plagues and pestilence. Ereshkigal acted as the tyrant of Urkala and was the chief judge of the dead. The story of Ananya's descent into the underworld provides us a glimpse of Ereshkigal's wickedness. Naked and bowed low, Inanna entered the throne room. Ereshkigal rose from her throne. Inanna started toward the throne. The Anunya, the judges of the underworld, surrounded her. They passed judgment against her. Then Ereshkigal fastened on Inanna the eye of death. She spraketh against her the word of wrath. She uttered against her the cry of guilt. She struck her. Inanna was turned into a corpse, a piece of rotting meat, and was hung therefrom a hook upon the wall. Inanna, who is more commonly known by her Akkadian name of Ishtar, manages to defeat the machinations of Ereshkigal and returns to the world of the living. For her pain, Ereshkigal threatens Inanna with a show of her power to send her army of the dead above ground as a moving pestilence bent upon destruction. To their enemies, the Assyrian hordes were but the manifest embodiment of Ereshkigal's army of the ravenous dead. They were a nation of cannibal warriors. And although their rise was slow and their fall spectacular, the Assyrians left an indelible mark on the regions that they conquered. More than anything else, they spread sheer terror. Terror that would leave intergenerational trauma for centuries to come. Evidence of this can be found in the fact that the early Jews turned all the Assyrian gods into diamonds. Astarte, the Assyrian version of Ishtar, became Aztaroth, the crowned prince of hell, referred to by Howard Phillips Lovecraft as Azathoth. Similarly, the Assyrian Bel, who would be called Baal by the Canaanites, would become Baal-Zebub, the demonic lord of the flies. Although these later Judeo-Christian interpretations form the Western world's view of the Mesopotamian religion as being thoroughly evil, the Assyrians themselves were not without their own daemons. Again, most Assyrian daemons were present beforehand in the mythos of earlier Mesopotamian societies. These include the Sumerian Ekimu, a type of vampiric ghost, or the Akkadian Lilu and Lili, who were male and female daemons that more than likely served as the inspiration behind Lilith in the Old Testament. Demons that were specific to the Assyrians, or at least most often used by them, include Ilu Limnu, the evil god, who is never given any definite characteristics, and the Galu, or bull demon. In the work entitled The Devils and Evil Spirits of Babylonia, the Assyriologist Reginald Campbell Thompson details the various demons, ghouls, vampires, hobgoblins, ghosts that cursed the regions round the Tigris and Euphrates, as well as the Babylonian and Assyrian incantations that were used against them. According to Thompson, the Assyrians held a great fear of sorcerers, whom they called the razors of the departed, the necromancers. However, they feared the Akimu and wind spirits above all else. The most famous Assyrian wind spirit known widely today is Pazuzu, the son of the god Hanbi and the demon of the southwestern wind. With the body of a lion or a dog, a scorpion's tail, wings, talons, and a serpentine phallus, a penis with a life of its own, that was fanged, venomous, and snapped to bite. Fei-zhu-zhu brought famine and locusts during the dry seasons. Yet in the oddest of all twists, Fei-zhu-zhu was the rival of Lamashtu, the goddess who preyed upon pregnant women and children. And as such, his image was often deployed to combat other demons. Of course, Fei-zhu-zhu's notoriety is the result of the psychological warfare operations expert and professional interrogator William Peter Blatty's The Exorcist. Although that film is more obvious than the book in depicting the spirit of Fei-zhu-zhu as a monstrosity haunting young Regan McNeil, neither, however, directly state that the demon is indeed Fei-zhu-zhu until the sequels. The message is still clear. Colonel Blatty's decision to make the chief evil in The Exorcist a pre-Christian Assyrian daimon is in keeping with the Western tradition of seeing all things Mesopotamian as depraved. Furthermore, by beginning his novel, and thus the film, in northern Iraq, Colonel Blatty made the conscious decision to play upon his audience's preconceived notions. Namely, that the land of the old Assyrians is indeed a land of daemons, a veritable hell on earth. And so the Americans have made it since. In terms of all of this, you might ask, how do we become bicameral again? Yet there has never been any turning back to lost Edens. The languages, cities, and foreigners were there, and only consciousness could survive in the confusion. The Odyssey, which probably followed the Iliad by at least a century, is a myth marking the transformation. The heroes who battled before Troy were the will-less gigolos of divinities, whose Olympian rivalry was in bloody impasse. When one looks back upon their tale, Achilles, directed by the goddess Athena, before the walls of Troy, to attack Hector. Why, throughout the Iliad, and in the surviving fragments of writing before the first millennia BC, there be little evidence that people were conscious at all. So Julian Jaynes argued that human brains, from about 9,000 to 1,000 BC, were bicameral. It asked that the known hallucinatory area in the right temporal lobe processed information intuitively and issued auditory, godlike commands through the anterior commissure to Wernicke's area in the left hemisphere, where the message was relayed or enacted. In short, the brain was split in a manner similar to schizophrenic functioning, save that sociologically, schizophrenics today be withdrawn, stigmatized, and relapsed, while in bicameral ages, collective cognitive imperatives sanctioned divine commands. Even contemporary schizophrenics have capacities reminiscent of archaic man. A majority of those not on Thorazine report matter-of-fact auditory hallucinations. Schizophrenics surpass normals on sensory perception, allowing themselves to be flooded. Many show the kind of endurance needed to build pyramids, with greater attentiveness in their right hemisphere than normals. Their somewhat thicker corpus callosum may produce greater reciprocal inhibition by one hemisphere of the other. In any event, they switch between hemispheres less frequently, and when their left hemisphere become confused or deprived of stimulation, they switch more readily to the right. Theatrical hypnotism, with audiences reinforcing suggestions, is another modern echo of bicameral antiquity. In terms of neuroscience, when we try to discuss Wernicke's area in particular, completely damaged in my own late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb maze Ron's, my mother's brain, by a catastrophic cerebral injury, I had to learn the hard way that despite some debate over the exact location of where Wernicke's area is in the human brain, it is generally considered to reside in the cortex of the left cerebral hemisphere, near the junction between the temporal and parietal lobes. Wernicke's area was named for the German physician Karl Wernicke, who reported that damage to that region resulted in a deficit where, of course, patients were able to produce speech, as my late and sainted mother was, that resembles fluent language but actually is meaningless. The disorder came to be known as Wernicke's aphasia, substituted for one another to produce speech that makes little sense. Patients with Wernicke's aphasia also suffer from a deficiency in their ability to understand language. Their comprehension is also generally impaired, while they produce fluent but meaningless speech. Wernicke's proposed a model for language that involved both the region he discovered and another language center, the Broca's area. The Broca's area is thought to play a role in speech production, and Wernicke's model, which was later expanded on by the neurologist Norman Geschwind, is called the Wernicke-Geschwind model, suggesting that Wernicke's area creates plans for meaningful speech, but the Broca's area is responsible for taking those plans and determining the movements, like the mouth and the tongue, required to turn those plans into vocalizations. Of course, at this point in history, that model is conceived to be too simplistic, because studies indicate that language likely involves widespread networks and cannot be boiled down to a connection between two brain regions. Additionally, evidence now suggests that Wernicke's area may be involved in speech production rather than just comprehension, and some have claimed that, it may not be as important to comprehension as once thought. So people, researchers, neuroscientists, are still trying to ascertain exactly what the precise contribution of Wernicke's area is to language. Nevertheless, my mother certainly had both expressive and receptive asphasia as a result of a catastrophic brain injury that flooded her entire cerebrum, the entire inside of her skull, with so much blood that it smashed her entire brain into a paper-thin substance against her skull. So, when it comes to the entire phenomenon that I am attempting to articulate to yourselves at this point, where we go from here, I can tell you where we went from there. We brought up the Iliad, and when it came to that bloody impasse of Olympian confrontation and conflict, it took wily Odysseus and his Trojan horse to break free, conquer Troy, and, defying gods, wander homelessly abroad using the serpentine wits of an exiled Adam. The original thinking man in either case. In the Odyssey, we suddenly encounter conscious actors, moral judgments, and psyche, nous, and thumos used as metaphors for consciousness. We find a similar transition between Amos and Ecclesiastes from "Thus spracketh the Lord" to "For all things there is a season." The Lord who walks in the garden and closes the ark yields to a Yahshua who appears only to Moses in disguise and condemns bicameral idolaters. James's thesis thus adds to our human comprehension of ourselves. The Greek poets, the Greek epic poets, in their tales of mythic heroes, were surely celebrating a novel orchestration of hemispheric functions. Tragic drama stressed the price of consciousness, that the hubris of the analog I, as in I think, therefore I am, on the screen of consciousness, could find itself in agonizing contradiction with real events. The psychic heroism, by that I mean the soulful heroism of Orestes, Oedipus, Antigone, Socrates, and eventually Jesus Christos, Jesus the Christ, was that all remained defiantly conscious in crucifying circumstances which threatened relapse into bicamerality and oblivion of mind. Our man Jameson has returned from his responsibilities, but I must go on with mine own. In terms of where we be on basis that introduction, all of that precedes or prefaces the concept of shamanism. Since our man Peter Moon asked me to venture forth into magic this night, rather than go back to Artilica and profane regalia, as Michael Aquino would call much of the reliquary that comprised Artilica, I shall speak of the shamanism behind it. Michael Aquino wanted to return to bicamerality in the service of the anti-gods. That would be a return to shamanism on a civilizational, or rather a contra-civilizational, an anti-civilizational scale. And perhaps the oldest form of magic known to humanity is shamanism. Shamans have been with us since at least the era of the Stone Age, and perhaps longer. This is the medicine man, the outsider, or outcast, as we spraketh of, who stands between the tribe and the outside beyond himself. The healer and protector, fearful, yet sentinel against that lesser known, and therefore even more fearful, space beyond. Nearly every culture on Earth has a shamanic figure, a primitive priest who serves as a link with the other realms that touch onto ours. It does away with the complexities of the ordered universe of the civilized world, and makest magic out of dust and bones, out of the world of flesh and the spirit only those who dwell far from city lights can know. Shamanism expresses itself throughout the world, through the medium of witch doctors and kadishas and tanki and more. These are the men and women who have forever been with us, healing us, saving us, always there, but never at ease with us, or us with they. Shamans, no matter the culture they springeth forth from, are specialized holy people, serving the tribe in all matters spiritual. They be respected by the tribe, supported and needed, but are rarely a comfortable figure. Tribal peoples often have strict roles for each member of the community, and the shamans is a strange and off-putting one. They are looked upon with a mixture of fear and respect. Shamans walk in different lands than other men, and bring back some of that strangeness with them. Clearly, shamans conform to the culture they exist in. The Celtic shamans, druids, and Aishtiana offered up human sacrifice to the gods to keep their tribes so safe. They acted as mediators with the Fey races and the bloodthirsty gods of yore. In Malaysia, the shamans are figures of dread, interceding with their people against the dangerous animals of the jungles and the terrifying ghosts of ancestors. The shamans of Siberia are respected, keeping the traditions of the tribes alive in song and story, protecting the house and hearth, and offering wisdom on all manners. It is not an actual specific practice that links together shamanism. Rather, it is one broad technique known as ecstasy. It is very similar to gnosis, the state of knowing, but demonstrates some differences in practice. Ecstasy cometh from the word ekstasis, ekstasis, to break outside, to be new places, to go gainst stasis, or stability, or that which be static, or immobile. In practice, it represents the shaman's capacity to go outside the body, to have the soul migrate into other places, worlds, and things. It is in this ecstatic state that the shaman encounters the spirits of the world, the ancestors, the outside. Shamans bring back knowledge of the spirit world, prophecy, and healing from their adventures. Shamanic ecstasy is a way of walking wholly in the realm of the gods. They touch the madness just enough to taste it, without drowning. Ecstasy is usually accomplished through trance states, through the usual gnosis-achieving activities of extreme physical and emotional exercise. The key to shamanic ecstasy, like most magical praxis, is that it takes the participant out of ordinary reality and into the world of spirits. The usual tricks of dance, chanting, pain rites, and drugs are variously used. Ecstasy is also known to create emotional disturbances in those who undergo it. Shamans often exhibit anger, fear, joy, and depression after such an experience. Ecstasy takes its toll. In fact, ecstasy is downright dangerous. Entering ecstatic states seems a very similar process to entering gnosis, that state of knowing. Superficially, it is, with one considerable exception. Ecstasy is not a passive state. Gnosis is relaxing the mind, whilst ecstasy is exciting it. So, any investigators into the arcane should quickly figure out that entering into pagan orgies, while perhaps pretty fun, are quite dangerous, not just to the body, but to the very soul. Spirit possession, madness, hallucinations are all side effects of ecstasy. Shamanism is simply not easily entered into by modern practitioners. So much of the dynamics of becoming a shaman revolves around concepts of tribalism, naturalism, and animism. Especially for postmodern investigators in the West, there be strong cultural prejudices against the sorts of societies that create shamans. Shamanism is therefore perhaps not a form of magic easily accessible to Westerners before modern times, when it became the in thing once again through various therapies like primal scream. Even then, many city dwellers claiming to have access to shamanic techniques must be judged quite warily. Being a shaman is more than taking natural hallucinogens and dancing while seeing spirits. The social mechanisms in our societies do not offer a way to truly take up the role. Which brings us to the spirit world itself. For the shaman, the world is alive with spirits, fraught with immanence. The landscape buzzes with information from the worlds beyond. Trees and hills, dales and lakes are inhabited by, create or exist symbiotically with magical creatures. This animistic worldview informs everything the shaman thinks or does. It also adds to the shamanic reputation for strangeness. Winds whisper secrets to the shaman. The birds sing inexplicable tongues. A shaman may break off a conversation to speak to an animal, plant, or spirit. The more experienced the shaman be, the greater their capability to enter into ecstasy, the more they become most aware of the spirit world's effect on the physical world. What that means for investigations is that shamans can gather information from areas closed to mundane research. Spirits witness all in their domain, and can gossip like fishwives. They be aware of magic affecting their world, and some may even know when mortals and monsters are even thinking of them. The spirit world may be a place where humans can even travel. This is a place experienced through the perceptions of the beasts. Time does not exist there. Things are experienced in the primal forms as food, mates, danger, or safety. Spirits are not subtle, and their world is stripped of human notions of degree. Things either are, or they simply aren't. From the spirit world, the material world is hard to affect, although there certainly be ways to do so. Mighty spirits have only to think of a change in their spiritual environment, and so it will be done upon the reflective material world. Lesser spirits can only do so in smaller ways. Humans in the spirit world are primarily hopeless without shamanic training in how to survive these changes, because in the spirit world, human perception is irrelevant. Strong emotions in the other world can warp its counterpart. Murders and crimes committed in the physical world may make its spiritual counterpart take on a violent flavor. Spirits warring in their place might reflect upon the physical world, making a place suddenly restless, creating a sense of unease, and making humans in it more belligerent. Shamans in ecstasy can see into the spirit world and diagnose such things. Which brings us to the spirits themselves. For throughout the world, there are creatures that touch both the higher, lower, and our world. They have no bodies, are beings of immaterial state, and they exist outside of the bonds of mass and gravity. They are called spirits, and they be everywhere. Such is how my own native culture of Japanese Shinto understands our world. Spirits comest from a multitude of places with a plethora of purpose. They be ancestors, animating intelligences of areas, specific and regional. They be protectors, predators, and ghosts. It is hard to link together such amorphous groups such as spiritual beings, but they all share certain traits. The spirits are, first and foremost, immaterial. They are not physical beings in the world and cannot normally be touched or touch. They be invisible, although many have the capacity to be seen and heard under certain circumstances. What maketh spirits so useful and germane to shamans is that they are often of the wild places. The spirits are personifications of grass and woods, of caves and rocks and sands. They have their own agendas and their own desires, and can be malevolent but usually respect the shamans. They are also amenable to control and enslavement. What makes a spirit is context. They are not abstractions. They are reflections of the real. There is no spirit of existential doubt, or wanting to go home early on Friday because these are not real, primal things that dwell in the minds of primitive cultures. Which brings us to that manifest element of primal spirituality, the totems. Because another area of commonality, or commonality, between shamanic figures is the use of totems. variously called dreamings, guardian spirits, or power animals. Many shamans create bonds with spiritual entities. These are not gods, rather allies, beings who share wisdom and strength with the shaman in return for obedience. Oftentimes, these are animals, but other forms of totem can exist. Sky, rock, tree are common, and less so are mythological figures or revered ancestors. Totems bring with them a specific set of attributes, often culturally constructed. Bear is a spirit known to communicate ideals of patience and skills at healing. Raven is a trickster, teaching the shaman guile and stealth. Bear in mind that these totems may have different connotations from shaman to shaman, culture to culture. The relationship is not that of priest to worshipper at all. Totems are found in an area where flora and fauna of that kind abound. It would be foolish to call on shark in a desert, or tree spirits on an ocean voyage. Totems do not answer prayers, do not set down rules. Instead, they work with the shaman to achieve the shaman's goals, so long as it coincides with the totem's own. This is the most essential role of the totem, to aid humans and promote their own agenda. It would be wrong to call the totem-human bond symbiotic. It seems more big and little brother, junior and senior partner. The totem communicates empathically, but faintly, continually with the shaman. This is not a constant stream of information and commands, but simply an awareness of the needs of the totem. Totem spirits are not as aware of their supplicants, and only those shamans in truly diabolical need, or held in deep regard by these spirits, are aided on the totem's own initiative. This is simply because spirits see the world only dimly, as we see theirs. Totems often choose the shaman, rather than it being the other way around. Finding a totem varies from shaman to shaman, although it is always an extended rite, as in RITE, focusing around an extended period of ecstasy. Fasting, solitary hunting, and communion are all means of opening communication with the totem. It is not something that can be done in a hurry when an investigator needs some spiritual heavy firepower. It is a holy rite that will start a spiritual relationship that will evolve over the rest of the shaman's life. There be 12 ways a totem will start a relationship with a shaman. The first is that the shaman looks for a totem that suits his need. If one needs the power to hunt, to battle, the shaman may seek out a ferocious totem like lion or wolf. If he desires to protect his people or a place, he may wish to work with turtle, who is patient and also armored. If he needs stealth and to be at one with dark places, bat may be his choice. Conversely, a totem may decide the shaman needs them. The quick-tempered and fiery young woman may be chosen by stone, and the icy killer may be contacted by the friendly, loyal dog. If an postmodern arcanist seeks a totem, they might be awarded one based on certain criteria rather than need. A postmodern mantic investigator of the arts who sees magic as naught but just a weapon, might find herself paired with Owl, the wise hunter, who would attempt to teach caution and respect, by way of an example that cometh to my mind. And yes, I've seen such. I've seen just such relationship manifest. A shaman, or anyone who manages to enter ecstasy, may work with another totem, not their own. A shaman sworn to ferocious, implacable shark may need information from sequoia, though the relentless nature of shark and the arrogance from the fact that before trees there were sharks may seem at odds with the majestic, senescent mood of sequoia, the tree totem will work with a foreign shaman only if the shaman is working absolutely in the strange interest of trees. Totems are not human and do not bow to things like necessity. If the shaman is in any way offensive to a totem, they will not work with said shaman, despite clear and present dangers. Humans may find this logic counterproductive, or even foolish, but this is what separates shamans from their fellows. Another thing that does is the guías. I wrote an entire column on the guías. The guías, of course, is a Celtic term, and it is something that would take my seeking it out yet again in my records in order to attempt to communicate it to you. If I enter that very term and see what comes up from my records, well then, I might even surprise myself. But in terms of so many notes that I've been keeping, too many, as a matter of fact, to even keep track of, I'm left again and again, sometimes at a loss, to try and find the old stuff that I communicated so long ago that to find it now renders me searching until it appears, as it has just now. Now, just scanning through what I wrote before in a column on the topic, guías is a classical Grecian term, Latinized as gis or gish, pronounced as geis, and bastardized as gias, kind of like a misspelled geese. And of course, to go us beyond the etymology is what takes us into a bit of a detailed territory. Basically, the Latin term gis itself, incidentally, is, well, it's anglicized into meaning something very similar. It's actually anglicized as terra, literally earth. The power of the gis is the power of the earth itself. And that originates in Gaelic mythology and is in many ways analogous to the Helleniki, or the Greek and Roman concept of the tragic flaw. The bastardized term, gias, may best be understood as a kind of phonetic and conceptual corruption of the word gis, or gias. And pronouncing it, of course, gies, implicative of the condition of being earthbound, is originally a term for the type of, well, a type of magical contract in Gaelic or Irish mythology. The Gaelge, the Irish, the Irish Hercules, or Heracles, was a medieval welder of the power of Gish, which, by the way, is Germanicized as Geist, as in literally spirit, like poltergeist, the noisy ghost. So in the Gaelge, or the Irish mythology cycle of the HEDGE-FENCED, that originated in what today be Northern Ireland or provincial Ulster, the Culane, or the Hound of Culane, as he became known. Ulster itself being the province named for the king who established its boundaries, had its unstoppable warrior hero of Irish legend who was renowned throughout the British Isles as NÀTALDIES in the Scots, and Manx folklore, for his unmatched prowess in combat. This 70 KRYSTAL was short in stature, yet both his conquests on the field of battle and his seductive beauty are legendary. Indeed, no one could look upon him in his splendor without blinking, as the heat of his body could melt snow and ice for yards around. For he, along with many Celtic warriors of the Age of Heroes, cultivated an indigenous Caucasian European martial arts ability to warp or channel the natural energetic forces of the great mother of us all, Yireme, or Yirema meaning Mother Earth. And so long as both feet were planted firmly on the ground, that power could be drawn. So, in terms of the impossible Celtic language and the attempt to pronounce it, all I can say again is that Sir KRYSTAL's intrinsic mastery of the power to warp spasm himself into inhumanly monstrous proportions of unbridled berserker rage in battle made him the greatest of the armored Irish knights of the Red Branch, at a time in Ireland's history when chivalry and chieftainry ruled the land. The Red Branch Knights being Celtic warriors sworn in fealty unto Concobar, or King Conor MacNessa, the surname Magnessa, meaning literally son of Ness, who ruled Ulster at the time of the historical Jesus Christos, Jesus the Christ, and who died of heartbreak when his druid informed him of the crucifixion of his own King of Kings, Lord of Lords, God the Son Jesus, at Calvary. Now, comparable in some respects to Concobar's Lord Jesus the Christ, other warrior demigods, being half human and half divine, are recorded to have walked the world performing miracles in service to man. One of the risen Christos's ancient archetypal pagan precursors being Heracles, or Heraklios, bastardized as Hercules. And, of course, it's this line of heroes that we source from when we speak of such issues. But back onto Gies, the contemporarily meaning at the time, manifest among us with both Christos, or the Christ, and Concobar, was the son of the Irish High Lord Lug and a mortal woman named Dictine, somewhat similar to my own surname of Dietrich, Deichtine, sister of Concobar Macnessa, king of the region of Ulster. The child product of this union being the armored Irish knight Sir Cuhulainn himself, and Sir Cuhulainn's semi-divinity is why we have the concept of Geas passed down to us in a way that it's understood as a tragic flaw. The curse of Geas is formulating a curse, or slinging a hex, over a target that imposes mystical restrictions over one's actions with consent of both parties. An even more merciless version of a Geis, in the Germanic sense of the term, far easier for me to pronounce, is a self-Geas scroll. The literature of the Iliad, the Ulster cycle, betrays the knighted Sir Cuhulainn as subject to a Geis of being forbidden to eat dog meat by his enemies. But in early Ireland, there was a powerful general taboo against refusing hospitality. So when an old crone offers him a meal of dog meat, he has no choice but to break his Geis. In this way, he is spiritually, or at least psychosomatically, weakened for the fight ahead of him. And of course, there's an entire history of details concerning Sir Cuhulainn's fate. And it was obviously tragic. While originally manifest as a Celtic cultural phenomenon, Geist, the Germanicization, actually being more like Geist, as in poltergeist, comes down to us today as a Deutschensprach, or German language word. So, depending on context, it can be translated as the English words mind, spirit, or ghost, covering the semantic field of these three English nouns. Some English translators resort to employing spirit/mind or spirit mind in parentheses to help convey the meaning of the term. Geist is component of several German loanwords, such as Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, or collective unconsciousness, and, more infamously, the poltergeist I've already aforecited, the mischievous, oftentimes malevolent, noisy ghosts that are understood to generate audial phenomenon and move and hurl objects. So, Geist is the central concept of the Deutschen philosopher Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel's Phänomenologie des Geistes, or the phenomenology of spirits. Hegel's historicist and idealist account of reality revolutionized European philosophy and was an important precursor to continental philosophy and ultimately Marxism. According to Hegel, the Weltgeist, or the world spirit, is not an actual thing one might come upon, or a godlike phenomenon beyond, but a means of philosophizing about history. Weltgeist is affected in history through mediation of various Volksgeister, or folk spirits. The great men of history, such as Napoleon Bonaparte, or my own biological father, Adolf Hitler, whom are the concrete universal. So, in terms of the Geas, at its most primal core, It be a symbol of the bonds between totem and shaman. It is an oath that curtails the behavior of the shaman in some way. Dog may ask that the shaman never, ever go against the wishes of his tribe or pack. Spider might ask that no spider ever be killed and that the shaman's house is never cleaned of cobwebs. These are often simple tasks that become complex in the actual practice. If the shaman breaks the Geist, the totem may cut off all aid or even work to keep the shaman out of the spirit world completely. If the breaking of the Geas is accidental or could absolutely not have been helped, the totem may relent, but only after insisting the shaman place themselves at the totem's disposal utterly. If the shaman consciously broke the Geas, it'd be doubtful the totem will ever reforge the relationship. Other totems will view the shaman with suspicion and perhaps seek to harm the shaman in a bodily way. The conscious betrayer will probably never be chosen by a totem spirit ever again. This is what brings us to the realm of influence. Of course, in checking the time we have available, seems time enough to cover the subject. In terms of influence, totems wield limited influence on their own kind. Stone could cause minor earthquakes. Snake might cause his children to seek out and bite those whom she takes a dislike to. It would be a mistake to think of totems as gods or masters of their own kind, however. Rather, totems are ideas, or Platonic ideals, accessible, intelligent, and animate. They can communicate with the physical world, either in language or with empathetic telepathy. Exempli-Gratiae. A healer could quite easily convince Bear to aid with magic, to cure disease, or mend a broken leg, or even with something along the lines of forest rejuvenation. Asking Bear for an intercession for murder would be pointless and would perhaps lead to retaliation. They can certainly make their wishes and warnings known, but they are not all-seeing oracles or super beings who can come as to earth and battle their opposition. Totems are things to be talked to, points of view, not active creatures. These aren't those white hat elder gods. And that brings us to the very concept of totems versus gods. Because totems aren't gods in any sense. They are abstracted, Platonic ideals, archetypes, spirits of great magnitude, or perhaps mental constructs, ways for humans to create avenues to deal with certain occult phenomenon. They are not present in the world the way gods are. They are ideas and points of view as much as they are divine beings. Totems, therefore, cannot be evoked, though they can be invoked. And I have certainly taken the time to explain the differences between the twain of such actions before. If people do not remember, I will, do my best to try and, again, summarize what I can. These are complicated topics, and they do take quite a bit of time to try and explain in such a way that they have some sense of, shall we say, comprehensibility. Because obviously most of you are not going to try to evoke or invoke, I would hope. But understand that were you to try to do so, evocation is, well, if you take a look at the mechanics of summoning and binding, or the mechanics of calling forth, or even dismissal. In terms of what I have seen, evocation is both a calling and a summoning. Only greater and lesser servitors respond to summoning for a simple reason. There be no way for a human being, or even many other races, to command an outer god. Outer gods and the great old ones can be evoked, but they do not respond to binding. Although there be ways to, momentarily, keep oneself safe from the weak gods. No arcanist in the history of the species can order the mighty ones. Certainly, terrestrial spirits and local gods are prey to the power of evocation, but evoking the Cthulhuoid chaos gods is nigh suicidal, or at least it used to be, until superscience and nigh limitless sources of energy were brought into play by the Department of Defense. If an evocation succeeds, the god is momentarily loose in our reality and unbound. But then that's where the energy of the ward, the Hakenkreuz, the Hooked Cross, the swastika, which sets order apart from chaos, repels them into their place, after which they be bound by the limitless energies of nuclear, sometimes even geothermal power, sometimes even the hydroelectric power harnessed from dams. Some gods may respond to a call spell, which acts as an invocation, an entirely different process of magic, which, of course, if we were to go there, then we're faced with the elements of invocations, which are more explanation is required if I can rack my brain for a kind of, shall I say, adequate exemplar, something that can make it understandable. Invocation is the art of talking to the gods and of letting the gods enter into oneself. It's about changing the mortal form, your mortal coil, with the energy and information of the gods. Such as the voodoo bokor, ridden by the divine horseman, or the loa, ultimately the shaman possessed by his spirits. Therein, hopefully, you get a concept of what I speak. So, totems, therefore, cannot be evoked, though they can be invoked. Not summoned before you and bound, being but Platonic archetypes of their species or manifestation, but they can be invoked into you. They do not offer the same services or require the same loyalties as gods, nor do shamans actively worship or serve to propitiate their totems. The priest of Odin may offer up the torturous blood eagle to the gallows god, and other mantics or arcanists may burn sacred oils and offer up souls for Hastur, the king in yellow, but a shaman has no need to bind or bribe his totem. That bond is far more intimate than any of the aforecited. Alliance more than service. A totem will seek to aid its friend, even if it cannot manifest itself as a great force for violence. This brings us, of course, to shamans and the spells they cast. Shamans most commonly guide their people by interacting with the spirit world, yes? And spirits can tell of where to hunt and fish, what people are friendly and hurtful, all the other things their culture may be concerned with. Yet shamans are, well, they're also spellcasters. They point the bones at the enemies of their tribes, thereby bringing death. They cast out evil spirits and cleanse the tainted spirit world. They heal and they initiate the young men and women. They stand between our world and the others. Shamans, therefore, have access to sorcery, the same as any other mantic, arcanist magician. They can certainly invoke and evoke minor spirits, and may even be able to do so with certain mythos beings, even those of the Herodian insurgency of Edomites, should that ever be necessary to turn the enemy against itself in a dire enough situation, which we face more and more of every day. Those shamans whose tribes live nearby ghoul-haunted boneyards may have ways to contact the cannibals. Australian indigenes, who might have reason to pass near certain basalt towers, might know spells to speak with the great race of youth, who can teach them of the flying polyps. Not all communication with the chaos mythos is instantly corruptive, after all. I hesitate to tell you that, because that will tempt too many of you to play. The key element of learning magic in a shamanic context is that everything is shared verbally. Pre-literate cultures have remarkable abilities of memorization, and so they have little need for writings. Those who wish to study with shamans must be prepared to throw away their notepads and dictation machines. This also ensures that wisdom is considered a precious commodity, and shamans remain revered figures. Those who somehow manage to learn the magic of shamans may learn the spells that have never left the hands of their tribes, and so are rare wonders. But what's in it for the shaman? Shamans are essentially a religious figure. They serve spirits not because they are handing out powers and the shaman wants to throw a fireball. Shamans serve out of a sense of duty to both the spirit world and to their tribe. They are the ultimate bridges between their people they live with and the ancestors who have gone on before them. Many shamans don't even have a choice and are selected from an early age, never being given chance to question, let alone shirk these duties. Always separate from the tribe, never a figure of welcome. Shamans are lonely and strange men and women. In return, these outcasts, as Peter and I were discussing, are given wonders to see, knowledge and conversation of worlds very few will ever be aware of, let alone ever visit, and have alliance with marvelous, canny, and holy creatures. Shamans are called, not employed, and treat their office with the religious respect with which it be due. But of course, we come to this age of darkness. The age in which Michael Aquino wanted to usher in an endless ecstasy, a frenzied orgy of degeneracy and destruction. An age which we see happening before us in the form of the sixth mass extinction. One, our very species, in fact all species on Earth, will likely not survive. By all evidence before our eyes. And because of that, I must teach you of the enemy. The totems of the Edomites. Howard Phillips Lovecraft described the activities of the cults of Herod and their rites, R-I-T-E-S, as primitive, blasphemous, and bordering on the obscene. One can either view this as an example of cultural bias against rituals of shamanic ecstasy, or one can imagine it as the literal truth. To a sheltered Westerner, a normal shamanic rite may be considered as such, and certainly Howard Phillips Lovecraft held views about race and culture that one would stereotype would foster such a view. I have hoped I have deconstructed such projections upon the man, a far greater man than any of his critics, as so many men so often are, who are so roundly and relentlessly and remorselessly criticized. The man is dead and gone, after all. Why dost people torment him so, and never leave him at peace? For the same reason they do the such in terms of an endless siege conducted against myself. Because we share the truth, and therefore are the greatest threat to the ultimate enemy of all life in the universe, the anti-gods of the failed cosmos, created before this perfected model of our divinity, who thereafter created ourselves in his own image. We've already expressed why our God is such a jealous God that his very name is jealous. There are other gods, dark gods, gods in whose terrible image other sentient species have been made. And these too believe that they are destined to inherit creation. The creation our God meant for us. They be the refugees of shattered cosmos, failed universes, failed gods, who only together as a mass can hope to succeed in bringing down the God who created us. Against them would stand even the devils of hell itself, for they would destroy our entire cosmic ecosystem above and below Malkuth, the material world. The realms of the angels and the devils would fall before them, their toxic powers so devastating as to bring on the ultimate entropy, with no recycling, no rebirth, the annihilation of all that ever was and all that ever will be. Alternatively, with what I've seen of men and minds floating between the worlds of paradigm and existence itself, dangling men lost in the space between the worlds, one can accept that sometimes, when it borders the unspeakable malice of the Edomite mythos, shamanic magic is blasphemous, destructive, and wholly terrifying. Direct contact with the Herodian mythos is obviously psychically offensive and creates total insanity in those unfortunate to suffer it. Shamanism, like all magic, is a way to interact more safely with the servants of the old ones. Unfortunately, shamanic contact is a great deal more intense and intimate than that of other forms of magic. There is no way to completely insulate oneself from the soul-blasting entities of entropy. Worse besides, the chaos mythos damages humanity even by standing close to us, as if we were near radioactive waste and encompassed in its lethal glow. Mythos shamans often have terrifying disfigurements and elaborate mental illnesses and perversions. The worst part is, they are often all the more effective servants to their masters because of such. In fact, I've seen men strive to efface themselves, deface themselves with such disfigurements, to be but the better servants to their anti-gods. The Edomite mythos shaman is, therefore, perhaps the most terrifying mortal creature on earth, because they have, consciously or unconsciously, sought out close bonds with utterly inhuman gods and spirits. They can control and interact with the uncontrollable. They can exploit magic and rites no sane arcanist would even think of. In addition, they are the most utterly doomed of all humans. The chaos mythos beings knowest nothing of reciprocity and grant no favors. Their goals are too unhuman to ever overlap with the shamans, and so they are ultimately tools, puppets, and worse. No matter how grandiose or strange a mythos shaman might see themselves, they can never truly partake of the macrocosmic malevolence of their kings. A normal totem spirit always views the shaman as an ally, a partner. Robbed of that support, at the end, the chaos mythos shaman is always going to be used up and spat out. Edom mythos totems, unsurprisingly, are not as easily defined and bordered as others of their kind. Their very Edomic mythos smashes all sanity, offers no salvation, demands no alliance. The kinds of relationships that are built up with terrene totem spirits are simply not possible with chaos mythos entities. The entropic, toxic effluvia of sundered cosms. Nor are the creatures of the Edomic entropic mythos common, part of the physical and cultural landscape of the shaman who would work with them. And yet, nonetheless, thanks to all of the intensive research, billions of United States dollars poured into black budgets of the United States Department of Defense, it has been discovered that there are always methods to approach entropic power. Chaos shamans enter the upper world, and it is there alien powers abide. When the initiation begins, when the first attempt to contact supernal powers are made, it's not always something friendly that responds. Edomite shamans can be as much trapped by the Edomic mythos as much as sought out. Alternatively, if a chaos shaman has knowledge of such creatures, they can turn their back upon human heritage and look for a power creature of a darker stripe. Like all totems, Edomic mythos-specific totems have specific purlieus and domains in which they dwell and communicate. One doesn't seek answers concerning the secrets of quantum computing from a dark young. And, as always, the totems have their own agendas concerning their sphere of influence. In terms of the entropic totemic entities that I've seen, called forth and called upon to wreak havoc in our cosm, I think upon the Baihaki. When dealing with the Baihaki, one must think of their threefold appearance: bat, corpse, and insect. They teach transformations and a melding. They be many foul things wrapped into one, and teach a shaman how to accept contradictions and transfigure oneself into something new. Baihaki teaches magic that allows mutations and changes. Baihaki also operates as a symbol of mobility, capable of moving through the vast gulfs of the void. It giveth the magic and knowledge of how to move throughout the universe. Baihaki is Geias. Its geist is that of a terrible curse. The entropic shaman begins to take on the physical aspects of the totem itself. I have seen one of their servitors, whereupon his skull began to lose its flesh. His hands became claw-like, and a fine black layer of hair appeared over his body. Such entropic shamans often hunger to leave the earth far behind them. As for the totem of the night gaunt, unlike many other mythos beings, night gaunts are not wholly malicious towards human beings. Of course, does this not make either the beings or the totem particularly charitable either? Night Gaunt teaches the art of silence, of darkness. Chaos shamans sworn to Night Gaunt gain magical prowess over both shadows and silence. They move invisibly, undetectably, controlling the stuff of darkness. Night Gaunt shamans might not be actively cruel or insane, but they are still utterly chilling to be around. The geist of a Night Gaunt shaman is silence. They become laconic to muteness, eventually losing an ability to speak at all. In time, they lose all capacity or desire to communicate in any way, even with body language, making them even eerier. in terms of the entropic totem of the hunting horror. Of all the beasts that make up the entropic mythos, the hunting horrors are perhaps the most consciously cruel. As such, the shamans who serve Hunter are sadistic, given over entirely to the chase, the kill. Hunter demands his servants emulate his chosen beings, the horrors, and so his shaman are devoted to tracking, to hunting, and butchering. These slasher shamans are given magic that allows them to track, to see prey no matter where they might hide. Their senses are greater than animals. Their eyes see into higher and lower spectrums of light. Given spells of murder, and they can endure great hardships, the hardships on their hunts. They be sadistic killers, and for them, death is the thing, hunting merely prelude. The Geist they accept is that of mutation. Their eyes take on bestial form, their ears shift on their heads, and their noses elongate into muzzles. They stink of meat that all but themselves gag at. In terms of the totem of Dagon, Father Dagon is not a god, yet he be clearly something more than simple, gigantic example of his species. Dagon might be a kind of totemic spirit for the entire Deep One race, the race of Deep Ones who be, tragically, capable of dealings with humans. Father Dagon seeks mates for his breed, and so do his shamans. Male and female are often seekers after unnatural congress. They believe in extreme loyalty to tribe and to community, so long as this protectorate serves the goals of Dagon. Many of the more primitive shamans of the dark places of the earth serve Dagon in this ideal. His shamans are also adept in the magic of water and darkness and storm. The sea beasts are their servants. Not only do many Dagonic shamans have the famous Innsmouth look, but their Geist accentuates this. After only a few years of service, regardless of their bloodlines, these shamans bear the typical ichthytic marks. If they have Deep One ancestry, the fish gene, they may also take on more extreme examples of change. Great size, tentacles, bioluminescent lures, and even less savory images. As for the entropic mages of the Flamavampire, or the pyro-vampires, the Efreet of the flames, from the elemental plane of fire. Normally, intelligent creatures make poor totems, but the alien nature of the pyro-vampire maketh it appropriate to the human psyche. Fire or flame, or however it be called, is a creature of profligate love of destruction. Its anti-shamans are geisted, geassed to always have fire around them, and to takest any excuse to burn or at least destroy all precious things. These pyro-shamans are bound by a religious need to consume, to use things up. They may then become enormously fat, needlessly addicted to substances, unable to not expend their resources. Their magic is not only that of fire, but of any kind of consuming and tropic style. As to the anti-shamans of Nofka, it be cold, it be ice, it be hunting. The Nofka are on the surface a remarkably terrene creature, of the Edomite mythos. Indeed, aside from the unusual number of limbs, they are little different than polar bears. The Nofka are ancient beasts, as much as cold, as much as the cold as of it, and cold they themselves both manifest and project. They are wanderers amongst all manner of wastes, and see ancient secrets therefrom. The shamans of Nofka are therefore equally cold, loners, happily schizoid in their detachment from the world. While their magic is certainly useful in mastering the cold and the ice, it is also used for prying ancient secrets out of the old ices that have destroyed the world in the ice ages past. The Geist of Nofka taketh two shapes that I have seen. The first is a very serious aversion to any warmth. The other is a pathological need for privacy in which to search out secrets. You can research yourself. Snowball Earth. There was a time when all the Earth was underneath the ice. A universal ice pack covered the entire globe. It was at that time that these beings wandered the surface of that world, and their tradition of theranthropic shamans began. These are the people who, in the midst of a burning earth, when the temperature rises with every passing moment, we experience ice age-like frigidity in so much of our environment. And people freeze to death as the ocean boils. This is the world of chaos Aquino hoped to make, and before him his teachers, Leslie Groves, and the murderous commander of the Strategic Air Command. The man who said we'll bomb them all back to the Stone Age, Curtis LeMay. The low priests of the anti-gods. Finally, almost unbidden, the memory cometh to me of another type of shaman, the anti-shamans of the Hounds of Tindalos. And that's because there be no shamans of these totems. Any who could enter into the mathematical upper worlds they exist in would earn naught but a quick death. And yet I've seen so many try. The geometrists of mathemancy, the magic of numerers, the numerical magicians, who thought gematria could earn them the status of God. The secrets of the universe in the equations. Always and ever again you hear the mathematicians speak of the beauty of the equations. The Department of Defense demonstrated unto me the ugliness thereof. And what of fallen totems? Areas of this world be corrupted by the chaos mythos. The whippoorwill cries mark where beasts have walked throughout the natural world. Dogs may cry and cats shriek into the night. The Edomic mythos leaves a spore. SPOOR. Corrupt all that they come across. Some spirits may be touched by the old ones and changed thereby forever. Mutated by the radiations of entropy. Totemic spirits in areas that have seen Edomite mythos activity may change, may fall. Not even the strongest of these beings has the power to stand before an anti-god. Boar may no longer be a welcoming creature that teaches fierceness and strength. Instead, it might become a ravening entity that brings lessons of stunning ferocity. Dog may take on the nature of the rabid betrayer, the biter of a feeding hand. Those totems who have fallen retain vestiges of their original personality. Snake is still a figure of healing, but now it may emphasize a perverse pleasure in the examination of the sick, the bodies of the dead, rather than serve as the caduceus, the serpent on the scepter of the medicine man or doctor. He becomes the serpentine staff of the mortician. Shark may forget that it hunts only for food and begin to take perverse pleasure in murder. This is the world that's come into being through the perversion of our nature by the toxic, entropic entities brought into this dimension because the Americans were losing World War II. Now places of considerable Edomic mythos activities are often shunned by spirits and native tribes alike, and this is part of the reason. That strange altar at Sentinel Hill, the weird ruins, now in Cambodia, the eerie Severn Valley. More besides are a host of many fallen spirits who now serve the anti-gods who have been, who have overwhelmed them. Anti-shamans who try to contact their totems in this way may find them suddenly changed. Or if the pure shamans who serve our nature run cross them, they will find themselves betrayed. If the totem stays long, they may never be able to manifest to that shaman without an Edomite mythos taint again. And shamans who spend too long in the places where their totems are potential victims for the great ones are in very grave danger of falling themselves, no matter their intentions. This is not a process of one night or even 1 week's work. Shamans can enter into the black world of the enemy to fight. Those who stay on or fail to perceive the chaos mythos at work will find their sanity slowly but surely under attack, their bodies prone to changes until they are their totem becomest committed to the goals of alien things. Not all of the chaos mythos creatures appropriately fit into the basic patterns of human shamanism, after all. An Inuit clearly has a link with the polar bears of his region. He watches them, learns from them, coexists with them, and then finally creates mystic bonds with them, forging communication on a deep level where none was possible before. That is part of the mysteries of this form of magic, whereas many entropic mythos races are intelligent and sentient. Therefore, spirits of truly alien motivation from far realms, trapped or foreign to Earth, are spirits with diseases, madness, or just given over to man-hunting, with the patrons to these terrible foes. This is the world that I have been warning of and has finally come to pass. Your future is beyond dark. This is not a dark age. Your future is purely black. In fact, there is no future. Your future was stolen from you from your belief in the United States Marine Corps, from your belief in the United States Air Force and its Strategic Bomber Command, from your belief in all those men in uniform and their goddamn American flag that they shove down your throat everywhere you fucking go, from the fact they tell you to worship them as veterans. These are your enemy. The veterans, the military, all those men in uniform who claim to be serving you. They have brought this all upon you. You owe them but one thing, death. Deprive them of their benefits, which they use only to bring you all that I've articulated. Deprive them of the power to speak. Deprive them of their speech. Take away their First Amendment. For they only cry forever and always for more war. War to feed their anti-gods. Their Edomic entities of entropy, their anti-totems. The anti-totems of the age of blackest pitch. The age of dissimulation and de-evolution and degeneracy. This brings us back to what Julian Jaynes opened us to. And we are still in two minds over his controversial theory of the origin of human consciousness. I've reviewed a few books exploring the ideas of that maverick American psychologist Julian Jaynes, a true outcast from academia, from entirely different standpoints. In his landmark 1976 book entitled The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, the American psychologist Julian Jaynes, who was born in 1920 and died in 1997, discovered that a bicameral, or two-chambered mentality was the normal state of the human mind until about 3,000 years agone. Yes, there was a time we were sentient before 9,000 BC. That was when man was originally monotheistic. He lost contact with God in the direct sense of a sentient man, when the anti-gods were broached through the barrier by ancient warlocks dedicated to the destruction of that one true God that they could assume his throne. Thence for thousands of years, mankind was unconscious, obeying the orders of the God in their minds as an interlocutor between themselves and their Creator. And Jaynes's discovery of such was shaped by the striking insights derived from early studies on split-brain patients and the right brain, left brain discovery articulated by Roger W. Sperry and his colleagues earlier in the 1970s, for which Sperry was awarded a Nobel Prize in 1981. Independent functionality of the two hemispheres of the brain after the surgical removal of the corpus callosum led to the postulation of the coexistence of two parallel streams of consciousness, the scientist and logic in the right brain, and the artist and intuition in the left. But Jaynes's recognition that cognitive functions were once divided between one part of the brain, which appeared to be speaking to another, listening and obedient part, has not been seen of practical importance by mainstream psychologists outside of the arcanists and mantics of the Department of Defense in their pursuit of anti-shamanism. Although, following Julian Jaynes, many investigators of ancient civilizations have taken the view that our ancestors, prior to about 3,000 years ago, were primarily right-brained, since when we have developed a left-brain bias. In Jaynes's controversial postulate about the origin of introspectable mentality, he proved that until about 1,000 years before the Christian era, people possessed a completely different, unrecognizable, thoroughly alien psychology, a bicameral neurocultural arrangement in which a commanding God King, or God, guided, admonished, and commanded a listening mortal through hallucinative voices and visions. It was out of the turmoil of civilizational collapse and chaos in the wake of the devastation of the Bronze Age, after the volcano in Atlantis erupted and sank the island of Thera, that an adaptive self-reflexive consciousness emerged, which was better suited to the pressures of larger, more complex socio-political systems. The advent, indeed, of conscious interiority, which, it must be remembered, was Julian Jaynes's particular definition of consciousness itself, a far narrower definition than the somewhat vague catch-all one with which the average layman is familiar, embracing cognition, thinking, perception, awareness, and introspection. It has anything and everything you can fucking think of. So, in a book entitled The Other, with other in quotation marks, The Other Psychology of Julian Jaynes, subtitled Ancient Languages, Sacred Visions, and Forgotten Mentalities, the author of that work, Brian J. McVeigh, himself an anthropologist and a former student of Julian Jaynes's, offers a verification of his mentor's ideas on socio-historical shifts in cognition, providing voluminous evidence that from about 3,500 BC to 1,000 years before the Christian era, the archaeological and historical record reveals features of hallucinatory super-religiosity in every known civilization, and in doing so, highlights certain blind spots in establishment psychology by providing empirical proof for Jaynes's posit. In other words, this is no longer hypotheses. This is now history. And historically, as social pressures eroded the God-centered authority of bicamerality, an upgraded psychology of interiorized self-awareness arose during the late Bronze Age collapse, after which came the Axial Age, from where the Axis of Nations took its name, when the great proselytizing religions were founded and modern spirituality took root. A key explanatory component of Jaynes's theorizing was how metaphors constructed a mental landscape populated by I, as in I think, therefore I am, and me, and which replaced a declining worldview dominated by gods, ancestors, and spirits. It's fascinating how McVeigh statistically substantiates how linguo-conceptual changes reflected psychohistorical developments, because supernatural entities functioned in place of our inner selves. Vocabularies for psychological terms were strikingly limited in ancient languages. McVeigh also demonstrates the surprising ubiquity of hearing voices in modern times, contending that such hallucinations are bicameral vestiges, and that mental imagery, a controllable semi-hallucinatory experience, is the successor of the divine hallucinations that once bonded societies together. This is why all tribes, still in the primal state, are pro-drug, because drugs are a shared experience. Entire civilizations that built pyramids once shared experience. Mass hallucination. In schizophrenics today, such bicameral vestiges also account for aspects of schizophrenia itself, and widespread interest in lost gods of ancient civilizations on the part of the new cultists of the kings of Edom. We now are entering an age of the cult of alien gods, because all of those who seek to find gods in space are, at the very foundation of their beings, psychotic, rendering them fit cultists for the Herodian insurgency. The cult of the mad who worship anti-gods from outer space. Though often described as boldly iconoclastic and far ahead of his time, Julian Jaynes's thinking actually resonates with a second or other psychological tradition that explores the cultural historical evolution of psyche, that which implies both mind and soul. And there is plenty of evidence to prove that conscious interiority has been affected by social and cultural conditions during the past 2,500 years, since the ancient Greek philosophers, for example. Mental or psychic imaging calls us to think beyond ourselves, to help us transcend conscious knowledge to something beyond mere subjectivity. Hence the distrust of it by the Roman Catholic Church, particularly in medieval times. In retrospect, as one of the great charlatans of our age, Colin Wilson, pointed out, Julian Jaynes's real achievement might have been the revelation that our alienated consciousness, alienated from nature, that is, developed at a late stage in our evolution, consistent with the findings of split brain research, with the ability to desynchronize right and left brain activity, which, in turn, led to an incalculable gain in intellectual ability. Now, Brian J. McVeigh received his PhD in anthropology from Princeton University, where Julian Jaynes did teach. He be a specialist in both Japan and China, and he lived himself in Asia for 17 years. He is currently researching the impact of Julian Jaynes's theories and how the books of the Bible reflect a transition in mentality. Hence, the complete difference between the Old and New Testaments, where the Christ, your God, is forgiving and the embodiment of grace, and the God of the Jews is the bloodthirsty, psychotic, demanding endless sacrifice of the tribe he ceaselessly torments. So Brian J. McVeigh is training in mental health counseling at the University of Albany in SUNY, New York at this point. And they're very lucky to have him. And, of course, while McVeigh seeks to justify James's ideas, Lawrence Wiley, who wrote the Janes Legacy, which is subtitled Shining New Light Through the Cracks of the Bicameral Mind, seeks rather to replace them. Paradoxically, Wiley's book is both contradictory and complementary to McVeigh's. The two volumes bring clear evidence of ongoing Janesian discovery through their very controversy with each other. Books talking to each other, or in this case, arguing with each other. Now, Wiley is a physicist, philosopher, and himself a former psychiatrist, who describes Julian James's assertion that consciousness, as Janes himself defined it, originated about 1,000 years before the Christian era, as both astonishing and extravagant. His theory is declaimed or decried as a magnificent failure, and he maintains that there be no archaeological or literary evidence therefore. But although James's theory amounts to what Wiley asserts is an overvalued idea, he himself admits it nevertheless connotes the possibility of genius, for it continues to strike a deep chord in the human psyche, our longing to understand our innermost selves, the origin and nature of human consciousness, and the origins of religion and science. Indeed, Wiley actually pays tribute to James's work as being of consummate genius, because it compels us to reevaluate the significance of humankind's earliest traditions and texts that might shine light on the very suspicious totem of evolutionary mythology that consciousness has evolved continuously and gradually from worms to man. Were it not for that, Wiley's book might perhaps have been titled, provocatively, The Janes Fallacy. Instead, an engaging dissection of James's assertions and assessment of his legacy acts as a springboard for Wiley to set out his own stall. One unintended result of James's legacy is that our misgivings about his preposterous proposition that consciousness arose from hallucinating members of ancient civilizations who were actually non-conscious and merely reacting to their environments demands that we reassess the foundations of neuroscience. Consciousness emerged from the evolution of matter. And tellingly, Wiley adds that perhaps the perennial intuition that consciousness is prior to matter is true. Instead of, I think, therefore I am, therefore I think. Another unintended part of James's legacy is that his interpretation of the earliest religious texts calls attention to the possibility that the first references to God were not descriptive of hallucinations, but of the consciousness behind natural laws and the supersensory perceptions of transcendent realities. According to James, so Wiley writes, consciousness is a dynamic web of metaphors, weaving itself within an introspectable mind space. But for Wiley, consciousness is much more than that, both at its present stage of development and potentially. And in the most astonishing and revelatory part of his book, he suggests that the evolution of the relationship between consciousness, mass, energy, and space-time radically changed nearly 6,000 years ago, during the epigenetic evolutionary degradation, or degeneration, of a little-known thread-like structure, a nerve fiber, originating in the pineal gland and extending down the spinal cord, called Reisner's fiber, named after the Deutschen, or German, anatomist Ernst Reisner, who, in 1860, observed a translucent thread finer than a human hair in the central canal of a lamprey, a super blood-sucking leech that dissolves not just, well, it spews in vomit into its victim and dissolves all muscle tissue and meat to hoover up like a vacuum into its gaping, circular-toothed, multi-filed toothed maw. While he claims the earliest Indian, Chinese, and Hebrew traditions describe this degenerative process of the Reisner's fiber during the origin of religious and mystical experience, grasping introspectively the correspondence between the microcosm of the psychospiritual subtle anatomy, the somatic, the bodily, the corporeal, the embodiment, and the macrocosm known respectively as Brahman, Tao, and Ein Sof. With possible rare exceptions, Reisner's fiber is no longer present in the adult human brain, becoming atrophied within the womb. But the genetic machinery to produce it exists in humans, and thus it could be regenerated, as Wiley wishes to see happen via genetic engineering or gene engineering, to thereby alter consciousness and create a new reality, to provide a tangible touchstone for determining if religion is true, and thereby reinstate our lost circuit to heaven, our communicative wire to God. Now, Lawrence Wiley himself is a diplomate of the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology. His awards include a first-place prize in the John Templeton Foundation competition for his essay entitled Reisner's Fiber and the Neurobiology of Mysticism. His ideas about Reisner's fiber have appeared in the Journal of Near-Death Studies, the Journal of Consciousness Exploration and Research, and the Journal of Consciousness Studies, and I believe he now leads a multidisciplinary team at Boston University dedicated to the exploration and ultimate regeneration, at least in some experimental subjects, of Reisner's fiber to see if they can thereby have a direct wire to God. This may be a weapon against the anti-gods. This may be that which ushers in their ultimate victory instead. This is a double-edged sword, but we're in the age of desperation. Your world and all life upon it are ending now. Aquino is victorious. The cult of the anti-gods attacks me every day in every way, and only you can spread the word. Only if people are made aware that America lost World War II will they lose respect in the military that promotes that lie that they won. It's up to you to inform everyone that Japan won the Second World War and the 1,000-year Reich went into exile. And the last connection it has with the surface world is the last Nazi state on earth, my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. Unless you take this stand and spread the word and make people aware of myself, I cannot perform the Vulcan intervention you need to save your world, and your world will fall to the nothingness of annihilation the anti-gods seek to impose on this universe. You need to purchase the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II and gift it unto others. You need to contribute to myself, to put money into my PayPal that I can make it to the next month to continue teaching you. Everything I shared with you tonight is why my son considers myself a teacher on par with Confucius, and why I am honored at his husband's estate and allowed to imbibe of the blood of his own harem of transfusion associates, the young blood boys he raises, to maintain his own youth and vitality, as they maintain mine, and have even reversed my aging to degree. Such is the gift of the Dampfire, inherited from my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Sujin Lin Dietrich, along with her intelligence, which, of course, Peter Moon sprackathon earlier this night. We've been on for 9 hours now. We have 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 3 hours left. I don't believe I'm going to make it. Nathan Brooks says, love you, Doug. Shefu. Love you, Shefu. God bless you, son. Love you, Nathan. All right. I'm exhausted. Are you still there, Jane? Jameson? Good God, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
there he is. I thought that you collapsed. I wouldn't have held it against you, I assure you. I mean, if indeed it's encouraged, if you need to maintain your health, you've sometimes got to sleep. You heard what Peter Moon said about those Scientologists trying to trigger sleep deprivation in their victims and shit. Oh my God, what do you think? Should we close off?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, that's exciting. He's motivating, isn't he? That's cute. I mean, oh my God. You know, when we heard you the other day, Peter Moon and I, when you came on after the transmission was over, and then you came on, yeah. Oh God, it was frightening just to hear something. You could visualize visualized his face melting. You know, he sounded like the villain in RoboCop after he took the acid bath. All right now. Thank you, all of you who have placed the thumbs up tonight. The upvotes are needed to counter the Herodian insurgents. God bless you all, and know that more are needed. Continue to encourage your friends to come by and hit their upvotes. Tell them what we're up against and how desperate the hour is. Now I'm going to try and see what's going on here and try to see what I can do to expedite communications between Selena Khan and John Henry McMills Warrington. And let me see what's going on here. Oh my God. Let me see. Well, okay. Well, I'll talk to her, and hopefully she'll contact him back. And what I'll do is, basically what's going on. She doesn't recognize John Warrington right now. And, sometimes his questions might be a little off-putting or something like that, or she doesn't understand where he's coming from. At any rate, John, don't take it personally. Everybody's going through a lot. Hell, there's times when Peter Moon doesn't remember enormous parts of my personal history at all. So that can be frustrating. But in time, he does remember them, and or at least some parts. But I'm sure that's what's going on here. I'll do my best to expedite communications. Again, tonight's program is dedicated to John Henry McMills Warrington. God bless him, the man whom without I would have no legacy. And he needs help too. Everybody provide him your moral support. And fiscal support, of course, would also help. And that would be provided by, of course, basically going to the Odyssey channel. And it would be Odyssey as in ODYSEE.com/@ with 2 G's, :E, as in the letter E, as in Edward. So odyssey.com/@maggot:E. Go to that channel, use the search bar to find Douglas Dietrich, and if you cannot access the videos, contact our man, the Maggot, the Grand Magator, John Warrington, at his own Facebook page, facebook.com/john.war, and he should be able to help you. As he himself says, the user interface on Odyssey is completely retarded, but Odyssey has no censorship. If you can view the videos, understand that each one you view boosts his credits, which allows him to upload more shows. So do that. And if you can contribute towards his purchasing a external hard drive to further safely store my archives, then you can send him some money via his PayPal account, which would be paypal.me/Magator, MAGGOTAUR. I, of course, need your help, and in either case, if you help either of us or both, you indicate us as friends and relations so that your contribution will not be compromised. Of course, my PayPal address is right there on screen right now. Use it. I need a few hundred in the PayPal account even as we speak. That will help immensely to transition us through to this next month, and that way I can continue to teach you as I have tonight. And with that, of course, let me repeat for my sponsor his solicitation, because I didn't read it the last time I was hosting transmission on the episode before tonight's, or this morning's. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes on Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us thee to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book of the same name, The Unfinished Man, and scenes from cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Tucson is spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. All right, then. Small check into what else is going on about here on the net. And let me see to that before deciding with any finality as to where we're going from here. All right. Here's a memory I shared from long ago. And there we are. I should put the care on her because she just doesn't get it. She says, vampire wearing crosses. God. When are people going to finally understand, Jameson, that most vampire historically are Christian? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's literally absurd.
Thank you. Thank you. It's like people fear the swastika, the Hakenkreuz, when that's their only ward against the anti-gods. People fear the pentagram when that's a Christological symbol. It's, oh my God. You're left shaking your head. Truly, we're in the age of worse than ignorance. It's the age of inverse reality. It's people think it's kind of like what Peter Moon said. Maybe that concrete powder in the gelatin capsules the communist Chinese are shipping into America are more efficacious than the medicine they were prescribed. It's that level of thinking. Oh, God. Though I can see his point. All right. Let's give it a rest for tonight. How do I do this? I guess I should end the stream. And we'll do that. One last check onto the numbers. And let's take a look at where we're at with the live stream for tonight. And very well, we've got the 3D, the number watching now. Let's do a refresh, a reset of the page. And okay then. All right, everyone. I will say to all a good morning, a blessed day, and bring your friends and relations here. Tell them the importance of everything, the need to get the book, the need to contribute, or I won't be able to continue teaching at all. If you want to hear me continue teaching you the way I have tonight, I'm going to need your financial sponsorship to do that. So I'll need a few $100s in the PayPal account, and I'll need it as soon as you can place it in there. We're coming on the 1st of the month. All of you should have some finances available. PayPal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Indicate myself as friends and relations. And of course, you're welcome to send myself a check or money order, never cash, to my physical mailing address, my residence at 1242, that's 1242 Green Street, like the color green, 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California, zip code 94109. That's 94109-1925. The zip for which should expedite your delivery. Checks or money orders, never cash. Very well then. All my best to thee and thine. And with that, to all a good day. Okay, we are ending stream.